praise abundance. All us united in peace and harmony. Another land we rise, raising proud with the guiding star. And sing songs of freedom with joy. For justice, liberty, and prosperity shall forever reign. All great countries, let us stand up in silence and faith, saluting our mothers, those proud, celebrating our national foundation. We vow to protect our nation. All the days of Sudan.
Hello, Madin Majak. Welcome to Lake State Media. Madin Majak, you hear me?
Yeah.
Welcome to Lake State Media.
Welcome. Welcome. How you doing, sir? Happy. Yes, I can hear you. Happy July 9.
Happy July 9 to you, Abraham Madin Majak. SPLOye. You hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
If I say SPLOye, you should put your arm up. We conquered SPLOye.
SPLA way.
Yeah.
Let me play the SPLA song.
Yeah, play one of the battalion because we have the SPLA have engaged the enemy and we want to bring this independence. So SPLA.
Yeah.
So you remember when you walk from Yerul all the way to Bilpam, you remember, right?
Yes, I remember. And that's the song that I will remember for it.
Okay. The reason why you walk that long distance is because so you can have such freedom today, right?
Yes, right.
So when you arrive to Panyudo, were you sick?
Oh man, Ball, your network is bad. Come on back. For those of you who are watching, please share the video.
John Ram ke debat yang kongsi John Ram
Yes.
enggak di sudah yuit kalah
Yes.
Jay Amir are requesting the song of Jay Amir, so put them.
Okay.
Yeah. While that song is working, go and look for a Jay Amir song. Let me look for them to YouTube.
That's the one, right?
Yes. Tell garang nyale to ni garang ni mabori ni morlag ni. Espel waye.
Aspire the way.
Mon grang de mabir waye.
Red Army way.
Red Army waye.
Yeah, people are requesting the one song, man.
Intifada waye. Madid katiba kutaki katiba bichoni.
Yeah.
Katiba dia choni intifada katiba dia choni.
It was a
Intifada ni katiba dia.
Katiba dia na Jay Amir of Kunamadia.
Ah, madid ni dilara katiba jirki ni.
One of the mobile post Katiba.
Independent waye.
Okay, let me put them on one song. That's what people are requesting.
Volume up.
There's song in the club time.
Madid. Itu kau kerja Amir pon, na je Amir awak dia kerja.
Okay, let me go back.
Aji mo don pinyi tong kinale kapag mo ni
John Galen
Matin ya yi din ya ne ya din mun constant. Nala Bulu Sabi. We got to drop a note. Yeah, send the link to all Gate Alamir. They want to come to join us. Gate Alamir, we here.
Yeah, come on.
Pin it. Pin it down. Pin the link down.
Majid Makui, I see you. Come on up. Yeah, pin it down.
Yeah. Majid got to pin on this. Welcome, Jay Alamir. Okay.
But it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, let me put the get the one more. Are you gonna go?
wow, Madidan wow. Dan wow, Madidan Melakan, one need Gujuba. Loy by Kadakan Apple by Boomin Ginty in Wochol. Marie. Padiria kuna jaga pol kudam gulwai kiwa la tueng kera jinda wer kwan Sudan. Ai kwan yin kai wer kwatin pun bai Sudan a kiya baina. Banjon garang ina chumon madu baina. Arbino panyin mun boljo ba o de war ba kalan man do war ba du man do war ba du man ya ejin mara na juben we jom dan Sudan Sudan ken tialen pal gubin Sudan abagam ken kunimeri
Abraham Ajir Mokui, Abraham Adin Majak, Alex Pial, Bolmaku, Yamir Waye,
Yamir Waye,
John Garang the Mobura Team Waye,
John Garang the Pura Team Waye, Salpa
Waye, William Nguyen Waye, Wanyin Bol Waye, and goes all the way to the SPLM High Command and Bolmaku Waye for his walk 700 to 1,000 miles to join the SPLA. I'm proud of myself, Bolma Kurweye.
Yeah, the 1,000 in the jail. They're not like
And also, guys,
Yes, 700 miles to 1,000 miles. Bolma Kurwaye.
and also, guys, for today, I want to salute our comrade, our brother, Maturma Chengadalmoth.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
We salute him.
Yeah.
We salute Maturma Chengadalmoth.
We
He
salute
walked
him.
with me all the way to Ethiopia. I remembered him. I know him. He's a strong comrade. Also, we are here. One of our brother wrote that we should remember our Blue Nile brother. Yes, we have acknowledged that SPLA was a collective, was an effort of all Sudanese. It wasn't collective of only South Sudan. It was Achananina Kandarin Chunu, Kandarin Sudan all. Kalam sa Abra Majin?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes.
John Grant get a mobilization within Khartoum even.
Yes.
Abinja and all that around Khartoum. So it was collective. Yeah.
Right. Kandarin Sudan all. Then the result of self-independent, which had Junub Sudan, came as a result of power sharing, came as a result of South Sudanese will determine, so they can vote for if they will decide it.
Bol, I'm at the work, so I will throw in my thought on this day today. Peter Ken, I see you there. Happy Independent Day, brother. Or with that, is DrDeng Ding?
Yeah, first we will welcome DrDeng Ding. SPLOye. SPLOye, DrDeng Ding, SPLOye.
Bol.
Yeah.
The reason I want to jump in because I'm at work. Otherwise, maybe I will.
Okay. No, we give you a chance. We give you a chance. Go ahead.
All right.
Talk. It's a celebration day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let us give salute to the whole heroes and those who lost their life during 21 years of struggling and Independent Day. I understand we are very frustrated as South Sudanese, the citizen, which is very understandable. But let us not forget that the leaders come and go, but the nation will not go nowhere. Southern Sudan will remain there. Any leader will come and go. Let us, yes, be against the leaders, but let us not be against the country, whereby even though it is a mess, but still yet we still call we have Southern Sudan as a country. So this is my message to our brothers and sisters. I understand the frustration, including me, but it doesn't take away my pride as a citizen of Southern Sudan called country. So this is what I can add there because I'm at work. Maybe I will not be here longer. So, and also, yes, Kir Mayadit, Riek Machar, everybody contributed. And leaders, they make a mistake. But in their heart, they know that we are proud. Yeah, I cannot force you to say that love Kir Mayadit or love Riek Machar. But all I can say, love your country. Yes, you can hate the leaders. Even here in Western world, we know people hate Donald Trump or Obama, but they never hate their country. Why? We mostly, as who are here in the Western world, we are the one who hate our country, not the leaders. We hate our country. Why is that? Let us hate Kir Mayadit or let us don't like Kir Mayadit, but don't put your country into that. We should be having example. You can hate leaders, yes, senator, Congress, but you will never hate your state or your country, which is United States. So let us put that into our mind. Let us love our country. Yes. Do we have difficulties? Why not? So, and we are proud today as a Jammer who work southern mile or whatever to Ethiopia. We are very proud too. And there's misunderstanding for some of our brothers or some people.
Isaac greeting.
Ethiopia.
Isaac joined the show.
Yeah, sometimes I can turn it into jealousy. Some people that are jealous. But we made it, yeah, and we're suffering a lot. And we buried our brothers and our colleagues mostly, which are our age mate, of which we contributed into that Southern Sudan too. So even though we are in Western world, don't see us that we are better off or whatever. No, we are not that better off, but we should be recognized too as a German. So that's what I can add, and I will let the floor. I will be just hanging around. If anything, then I will can add something later on. And thank you.
Madid, take over.
Thank
Take
you.
over to
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Majimakwe. I appreciate it. You know, I know most of you guys are at work, and I think this today is a very important day for all of us, all the South Sudanese around the world, to celebrate this day. Because I don't care. Because a lot of people, you know, Majimakwe, I see some of this morning. I was watching one of the show, and I was so surprised that our South Sudanese, some of our South Sudanese, they were saying that they don't want to celebrate July 9th because of crisis going on in our country. But there's something that they don't forget. They don't know about this, and this is the one that I want to address. Because the independence that we were celebrating is the independence that we achieved it from Arab in the north. Because we fought for many years to get our independence. Like for those people who are claiming that, okay, South Sudan is fighting herself, and people, many years, understand the frustration that people have. Many people are in the refugees camp, you know. Some of them, they are claiming that, okay, people are many thousand and thousand people are in refugees camp, and I don't feel like I don't want to serve because our people are suffering. Let me give this example for my fellow South Sudanese. Most of us here in this show, we are Jammer. And then before we gave Jammer, we went to the refugees camp. When we were in Kakuma or Ethiopia, so when it comes to May 16, while we are in the refugees camp in Kakuma, I remember in Kakuma refugees camp, every May 16, we celebrate it. We go out. We marching. We run for Jambas all night until in the morning. All the camp we run across. We run surrounding a camp area Jambas at night. Celebrate May 16, and we are we are in refugees camp, and we are suffering. We are suffering, you know. But we never, when it comes to May 16, we never say, okay, I'm suffering. I'm in the refugees camp. I don't want to celebrate May 16. You see, because the day that it starts, May 16, we remember all the time. The same thing comes to independence, July 9. July 9 is a day of our independence. No matter what, even though you are a government supporter, you are a rebel supporters, or you are none of the above, and you find yourself you are South Sudanese, you have that right to celebrate July 9, regardless what's going on in our country. Because July 9 is the day that we receive our independence, our freedom. That is the message that I want to let my fellow South Sudanese who think that, okay, July 9, I don't want to celebrate July 9 because A, B, C, D. But July 9, we are celebrating not because of fighting between the government and IO or another rebel. No. We celebrate July 9 because we get our independence, a freedom from Arab that kill our people for many years, for many decades. So my fellow South Sudanese, that is the message that I want to pass out to those people who claiming that they don't want to celebrate July 9. So
yeah, Madid, I'm sorry to
yeah, go ahead.
What people don't understand too, May 16 will never change, July 9 will never change, and the day of DrDeng died will never change. These 3 days or whatever month, they will never change. So you can hate leaders as you want, but don't hate all these days, because these days they give us what we call Southern Sudan, or whereby you can say now whatever you want, whether you are Western world, or you are in Southern Sudan, or you are in refugees camp. So there's our brothers and sisters put into their mind, July 9 will never change, May 16 will never change, and July 31st will never change. These days we will remember forever and ever, and our
No, wait,
children
let's
and
go over
children
there.
and children
Let's
will
go over
remember.
there.
We have a country already. Yes. Do we have issues? That's it there. But it doesn't take away our pride. And thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Abraham Ajirmokwe and Madin Majak for this great review. All South Sudanese need to understand, and they already understood. It was not simple. It was not simple for our fathers to bring this independence. It was not simple for us to join them and bring this independence. The independence of South Sudan have nothing to do with the affairs of this time. It has nothing to do with them at all. You have to sit under your tree and celebrate your independence. It was brought to you because you had been marginalized, and we took arms to fight an Arabs. We did not took arms to fight each other to get independent. No, we took arms to fight Arabs, and we gained independence. The current affairs have nothing to do with independence of South Sudan, have nothing to do with 16 May. So please join us together and celebrate your independence and my independence. Got nothing to do with land grabbing, got nothing to do with the cow grazing in your area. It got nothing to do with all those. All those are just a local issue. They will be settled within your states. And also, Sudan was not when we fought for this independence, we fought collectively. Even people in Angasna, people in Mountain Nuba, people of Darfur. When we celebrate today, they are welcome to celebrate with us because we fought this war together. Okay, so when we put our hands up and say SPLA, they have to say also SPLA because South Sudan independence was fought by many regions, so we can overthrow the government of al-Bashir, and we did. So SPLA to you, and SPLA to me. The topic of today, we are hosting one of our Red Army, DrDeng Ding, to give a speech of July 9, South Sudan independence. And that's why we come here today to celebrate the independence. And one of our own Red Army, one of us, Jej Al-Hamid, we will welcome him to give a speech of July 9. And he will talk about it, why we fought, why we joined the movement, why we seek for independence. And that's why we are in this show today. So everybody join us, and we will welcome DrDeng Ding to give a speech of today. But I will yield the floor to Abraham Madin Majak to say something, and then Madin, after you finish, you welcome DrDeng Ding. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother Bolmakur. Yeah, just only I want to let the viewers know that for those of you who want to join the show, the link is pinned down. So whenever you want to join the show, click that link, and then it will direct you to come to the show. When we see you in the lobby, we will bring you up. So that's the only way you can join the show. We cannot call you on Messenger. We cannot call you on the phone. Just click the link that has been pinned down. You can be able to come in. And before that, DrDeng Ding, welcome to Lake State Media. While you will give your speech, I will be trying to put you on the screen, Bolmakur. I will put DrDeng Ding on the screen while you give his speech. So man, even though you see yourself on the screen, we are listening. So that I just want to do that. And I will mute everybody while DrDeng Ding is giving the speech. So thank you, brother Deng Ding. Welcome. Happy July 9. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Before we do that, can you put up the topic? Because I sent you yesterday. So everybody see the topic.
Oh, okay.
So where is the topic? I haven't...
Oh, you didn't? Okay, that's never mind. I'll read it out here.
No, you sent it to me.
Yeah, by John.
You send it to me, Bol?
Yeah, I sent it to Bol.
Yeah, it's on Lake State Media. I posted. I didn't send it to you.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, I will put up. Never mind. I will go in there and put it up.
Okay.
Yeah, but before while you are putting up his topic, we want to do it as he wanted. Go ahead and play one of the songs while you are doing that. Just play a song.
All right.
Okay.
So we can refresh our memories. So, people of South Sudan, independent of today is for all of us. And we say to all our leaders, including the Vice President, he fought for this independence. So, please join us and let's celebrate equally. Thank you.
All right. I'll play the song while.
This is Radio SPLA, the voice of the Sudanese Revolutionary Armed Struggle.
ومن كتيبة إيجل وصلنا وإياكم رفقائي وزملائي في الجيش الشعبي لتحرير السودان إلى كتيبة تشاد. هذه اللحظات القادمة نقضيها برئاسة كتيبة تشاد.
Okay, thank you guys. Let me so South Sudan way here. Okay, thank you guys. DrDeng Ding Ding, take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bring him on the screen so we can.
Let me know when I'm ready.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Ready?
Yes, you ready?
Yeah, we are ready. We are ready. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, and evening, morning, or night, wherever you may be. My name is DrDeng Ding. I'm a former Red Army, and I'm also a former chairperson of South Sudan's community in Buffalo, New York. Today, we are celebrating the 9th anniversary of our independence. My greetings to all of you on this day of national celebration. Today, we take a special pride in saluting our beloved 6-color flag. Let us recall with the pride the great sacrifice of our freedom fighters, whose undying love for South Sudan secured our freedom. On this happy occasion, join me in saluting and honoring our beloved fallen heroes and heroines. Before I begin my speech, let us bow our heads in memory of all our brave and fallen women and men who sacrificed their life for the cause of our independence and freedom. Now, let us rise up and stand for 21 seconds to honor the lives of our freedom and independent fighters. Thank you. After 21 seconds of honoring our fallen heroes and heroines, my fellow comrades and citizens of the Republic of South Sudan, 37 years ago, when thousands of people had walked from all parts of Southern Sudan region and other parts of Sudan to Ethiopia, those who made to Ethiopia, including children, girls, women, and men. I was among those children who walked with adults to Ethiopia. We walked through many, excuse me. We walked through many difficulties, such as wild forests, wild bushes. We walked across difficult deserts, where many people lost their lives. We crossed deadly deserts and swam across more dangerous rivers. During all that times, hundreds of thousands of people had lost their lives to chronic hunger, to wild animal attacks, lack of food or water, dehydration, fatigue, long-term illnesses, and bad people or human killers who killed their own brothers and sisters for no good reasons. Thousands of survivors who made it to refugee camps and military training camps, and yet many of them lost their lives there. Even our people we left in South Sudan also lost their lives to the enemies and outbreak of natural diseases. Many people walked to Khartoum to seek for their safety, and as a result, many of them died on their way to Khartoum. Thousands of children, girls, boys, women, and elders who remained and resisted the enemies in their villages died there due to severe hunger and outbreak diseases. Unnamed number of people died in refugee camps, while others died when they were running between country and a country. Many other South Sudanese who had escaped to other neighboring countries and other countries in the world were mistreated and beaten to death. All of this had happened to us because we had the common goal to liberate ourselves from the Khartoum regime, from oppressions, discriminations, and from being considered the second, third, and the fourth-class citizens in our own country. We were fighting for our self-determination, and that means to become free citizens, and eventually we gained the independence of our country. And yes, we did everything that cost us energy and loss of lives to win over our common enemies, to free ourselves and incoming generations from Cold War and colonization and oppressions. We did all we could to achieve this goal. That was why we fought the war and brought us to achievement of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, the CPA, in 2005. The CPA gave us 6 years, and at the end of 6 years, we decided to choose our destiny. Yes, we did. Indeed, after 6 years ended, we all came out in millions to register and vote in 2011 referendum to determine our destiny. Yes, we did it. We did it when over 98%, nearly 99% of all South Sudanese voted yes for separation, and that was the birth of the Republic of South Sudan on July 9 of 2011. Today, we are celebrating the 9th of July Independence Day, and we will forever celebrate it. This tells us and tells the world that we are a sovereign, independent country, the republic we must all stand for. After we gained our independence, we should have peacefully continued to celebrate and develop our country, instead of sacrificing ourselves to provide services to orphans, widows, widowers, disabled people, and poor villagers who resisted 21 civil war. Instead, we're celebrating the victory and the lives of our beloved fallen heroes and heroines. We simply created ourselves senseless and baseless conflicts and war. Such conflicts and war have divided us into ethnic lines, tribe sections, communal conflict and warring, and sadly created hatreds between a tribe and another tribe, between community and community. Surprisingly, even between individual and another individual, between armed general and another armed general, and even created a hatred between dogs in our neighborhood and another neighborhood. Every living and non-living thing becomes enemy to each other in our country. This is because of the outcomes of civil war that occurred in 2013 and growing hatreds among our people in the country. My fellow citizens, today we see ourselves as enemies and live apart from the tribe to another tribe. This is not South Sudan. We fought for it. This was not South Sudan where brave men and women fought and lost their lives for it. To rebirth, to reborn our South Sudan that we know, we all fought for and voted for, we must now sacrifice ourselves once and for all to repair our country in which we peacefully and adorably live in it. We need back South Sudan we used to live along together. South Sudan we walked side by side. South Sudan we worked hands in hand. South Sudan we shared big or small things together, without hatreds, without ethnic, without tribe, without community borderlines or even divisions. We need to stop all these divisions, otherwise, if we continue doing divisions among us, it will continue to make us fall and have disunity and hatred for long wars and conflicts in our country. Conflicts and war make our country fall into less development and make our country people flee the country. We shall always remain poor if we don't stop dividing ourselves. Therefore, I call upon all good citizens to reject all those bad elements that negatively, directly, and indirectly affect us and our country. My fellow citizens, now we have peace agreement that needs all of us to work for it. Together, we need to work for this permanent peace and make it as a permanent peace so that our people live in peace, in tranquility, and harmony. If we do this today, we will never fall into unwanted conflicts and wars in our country in the future. By doing what we can to bring a permanent peace and stability in our country, we will be able to live in unity, which will make us strong and undefeated. Should any country invade our country and we are united, we will defeat. Unity is the best choice for us. With peace and stability, we will also develop our country. We will educate the children and protect the widows and widowers, our beloved fallen heroes and heroines who sacrificed their lives for the cause of our independence, freedom, equality, and justice. Any difference or disunity, conflicts, or wars among us make us forget the spirits and the souls of our brave men and women who furiously fought and died on our behalf and the incoming generations. The brave men and women who made us achieve the 9th of July, we celebrate every year. The brave men and women who brought us beautiful 6-color symbolic flag the whole world has now known us for. The brave man, excuse me. The brave men who died, brave men and women who died on our behalf, to be known free citizens, and good citizens, not just only in our country, but also around the world. Today, we are known as South Sudanese everywhere we live and everywhere we go. This is because of this flag. We did not get it free of charge. We fought for it. And our people died for it as a symbol of our identity and unity as one people, one community, one nation, and as South Sudanese. It is because our fathers, brothers, uncles, aunts, mothers, children, young or old, and even friends had sacrificed to die during 21 civil war with Khartoum regime. With the struggles and victories, we now have our country and flag. So ask yourself this question: what for and why do we fight for again today? Instead, we divided ourselves into groups or ethnics, tribes, or communities and fight each other. Let us all fight for peace, reconciliation, and development for our country. My comrades and fellow citizens of our beloved country, the Republic, we all stand for. It is the greatest challenge to all of us to work for peace and avoid any sort of conflicts and wars in our country. It is the greatest challenge to all of us at home and in diaspora to work for the permanent peace and stability so that we bring development and services to our country and the people who quickly needed them. It is the greatest challenge to all of us to win the hearts of our friends who have become disappointed with us because of these senseless and baseless wars and conflicts and destructions that we have made to our country. We have truly disappointed our friends and allies who directly and indirectly stood and supported us during the movement, the CPA, referendum, and up to the first day we raised our flag and the first day we marked the anniversary of our independence. We must recognize that the spirits and the soul of our beloved fallen heroes and heroines have been watching us. Whenever we do good things and celebrate the 9th of July, they become happy and celebrate with us. Whenever we do bad things, such as when we fight each other and kill each other, we betray their sacrifices and the loss of their lives. And when we make our fallen heroes and heroes becomes angry with us, that is a curse on us. My comrades and fellow citizens, let us forget the bad past events. It is time for us to correct mistakes we committed to each other. This can be done through implementing revitalized peace agreement. It is also up to us to solve our differences and problems. Let us not allow people from other countries to come to our country and solve our differences and conflicts. I believe we are capable and have responsibility to commit and solve our problems. By allowing other people who come from other countries to our country, from other countries to our countries, they will create the Cold War and colonization, which is another way of dividing us and let us be busy with fighting for each other. And that becomes an opportunity for them to take away our national resources. It is a pathway for the outsiders to make the world believe that we cannot govern ourselves. Our conflicts and war will allow them to continue coming to our country. A very good example is the presence of UNIMIS in our country. You all witness what they do to our women and to our children. This is because we have been fighting each other. It gives them a chance to stay in our country, and they may stay there for good. If we cannot unite and make them leave our country, there will be no better future for our people and our country. I believe their presence in our country will not allow us and the incoming generations to economically and politically become independent. Their presence will not allow us to develop our country, and our country shall remain poor and continue to become the war zone. And that is their objectives. We must reject this Cold War and colonization. To avoid this Cold War and colonization to occur and continue our country, we must work together for peace and live peacefully to develop and defend our country. Let us rebuild trust and positive relationship among ourselves, and together we will work for people and the country at large. My comrades and fellow citizens, on this day, while we are celebrating the 9th of July, the 9th day of July of 9th July, let us all forgive each other so that we have peaceful hearts and free minds full of love and care of each other. If I did you wrong, please forgive me. And if you did me wrong, I have forgiven you. Let us stop spreading the hate speeches in the social media. Hate speeches are the greatest enemies for our unity, love, and development for our country. If we all come together today and forgive each other and begin working side by side, singing the national anthem together, rising up in hope together, dreaming to do good for our country, bearing all hatreds and divisions, swallowing peace and celebrating the victory of togetherness and tranquility, sharing the same opportunity, stopping worship conflicts and war, chanting and dancing the freedom and equality and justice, we will all remain and forever remain united and strong. In the spirit of patriotism and the execution of civic duties, we will go to bed in every night and wake up in every morning with love and hope of developing our prosperous country. Thereafter, there will be nobody and nothing to defeat us. With hope and love, we will celebrate the next July 9 of 2021 in peace and in unity. And that will be strengthened by good spirits of living as one people in one nation, by good patriotism, tranquility, and by sharing equal opportunities in our country. My fellow comrades and fellow citizens, let us be clear that the 9th of July means our sovereignty and power, patriotism and freedom, opportunity and prosperity, peace and tranquility. Therefore, I call upon you, whether you are in South Sudan or in diasporas, to work together and to rebuild and develop our peaceful country, the Republic of South Sudan. In God we trust. We will once again and forever live peacefully in harmony and prosperous South Sudan. By the grace of Almighty God, may we dwell in love, peace, and unity. Together, we shall win everything we need for our country. Thank you for listening to my speech. Let us continue celebrating the 9th of July for today onward. God bless all of you, and may God bless South Sudan. All of us belong to South Sudan without tribal acts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. DrDeng Ding. For the viewers who are watching, the person who just gave the speech is one of the poem of the Red Army, the poem of the Lost Boys. So the speech give that speech on behalf of the Lost Boys in America. Bolmakur, take the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Abraham Madid, for our viewers who have just joined us. This independent will be part of you forever. There will be no any other independent that will be written apart from this. I should let South Sudanese know, and also I would like my people to educate their children. Do not overlook what to tell your children. Tell them how we established this and how it was fought and how we come to independence. Tell them how SPLA was found. It's very important. I will not go further. I will give a floor to my my fellow Isaac King Paul. Isaac King Paul, you are highly welcome to Lake State Media. I have said so many words, so I would like also to give you a chance, because this is our independent, and we would like everybody to say something, you know. So you are highly welcome. Continue.
Thank you so much, Bolmakur, and my brother Abraham Madid, and dear Ding Chalech, and I appreciate your speech. It's really touching me. I'm supposed now to be in bed. I just came from work now, but on my way coming home, I was tuned on to Lake State Media, was listening using my headphone, but the show is really getting better and better, and has touched me that I cannot even go to sleep now before I add in my words. So thank you so much, all of you and our viewers. This is a very beautiful day that we will never forget in our life, and nothing will change it, as Bolmakur put it. July 9, it did not come in vain or in a very easy way. It's, as Mandela said, there's a long walk to freedom. The work that our fellow Sudanese in general has taken to reach this stage that we had independent of South Sudan, because we started as we need to liberate Sudan, to bring back a new Sudan, according to our late chairman John Garang. That's why we were having people from Western Sudan, people from Eastern Sudan. They joined the movement to support SPLA to fight the government in Khartoum. After that, we gained the referendum that has allowed us to choose where we will be belonging. So I appreciate your speech, Dr. Deng Ding. It's really touching me, and I say thank you so much. God bless
Thank you.
and God bless all South Sudanese. I hope for the next celebration will be a good one. We are in a very tough situation at the moment. We know our country is not in peace since 2013. Things gone wrong, and we are trying hard to bring it back to what we were expecting to be correct, or to come into reality. On top of it, COVID-19 came in, which has destabilized everything around the world, around the globe, where everybody is living. It's also not giving us the spaces to celebrate or go outside or socializing. Like me personally, I'm a community leader where I'm living the state that I'm in Australia. I'm the chairperson of the community, Lake State community in this state, but I will not call for barbecue or have a party gathering and all this stuff, because of social distancing is still restricted to us. So we will do it on social media like this. We come up or ring up people and say happy Independent Day to you. That's the greeting that I'm giving out to all South Sudanese, including my members of my community here where I'm living. There is a point that you have mentioned. I have talked about yesterday. I did a 20 minutes show in Facebook yesterday before I go to work. It was just rushing anyway. And the things that I talk about is the hate speeches, because social media now become a very tough tool. Other people are misusing it, and to help our people to reunite, we need those who really have a vision of unity and need the country that we have been dreaming of to come back to normal. We need to fight for that. We don't need hate speeches on social media. Somebody may be drunk somewhere, somebody's happy in his KFC or McDonald's restaurant, and he just go on live talking nonsense about other tribes or about the government, or if his uncle is sacked from the government, he become against that system. If his uncle is chosen to come the government, he's happy and appreciate those things. We need to condemn them, and we look into it critically and analyze, such that we talk the truth to our people. They are there in Juba for us, not they are there for themselves. They are serving we. But the first thing that I'm preaching as a community leader is the unity and the peace to come among the all 64 tribes. No tribes is against the other. What is happening now between Equatorians, Dinka, Nuer, these are the main three agalims, three regions which we were normally known as Barakazal, Equatorial, Afar Nile. These are the where the game is going around, and we need to look into it. We come down, we help, let's help, join hand together. We condemn whatever wrong things going. We can't allow it to go that way. But for the social media, we cannot control everyone. What we can do is just to come and give, like the speech you have read out. Those who have ears will listen to it, and they will pick up from there. The same me when I go live or whoever, where association that I will be in, I have to preach the same message. This is where we can go to reach out all our members. So my brothers, I want to be long here. I will be looking gloomy because I'm a bit sleepy. I will be leaving you shortly to go to bed, such that for my health, I have another night shift coming up later for me. It was just the program that's going on here. It's really touching me, and it's part of my happiness. I have also is a double birthdays to me. It's a birthday of my country, and it's a birthday of my son. Has attended 5 years yesterday for Australian local time. So thank you so much. I appreciate you all for having me tonight. This morning, let's say here. It's afternoon in America, but it's in the morning now. It's 7 o'clock for us here in my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac King Paul. Take the floor, Madid.
Unmute yourself, Madid.
The host forgot to unmute himself.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Isaac. Send my happy birthday to your son.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's really a good, wonderful thing. I'm really grateful as a South Sudanese that we got our independence, because during July 9th, when South Sudan got independent, 2011, we work hard. We work hard here in the U.S. We mobilize South Sudanese in my state so that everybody can go on board.
Correct.
Because on your board, those people who voted during that day, so you bought one thing, and yesterday you show your board certificate. That is that's the proof. That's the proof show that you have voted for that independence. That is not just only a card. It's a sign that shows that independence of South Sudan is important. It's about everything, regardless. So, and this is what the message that we are sending to our South Sudanese. Because we, the South Sudanese people, that the road that we travel, doesn't matter you come from Egypt or you come from the East Africa, you went to Australia or you went to Canada or Europe or in America, the issue, the road that these people come across this country is because the war is brought us out from our country, from our motherland. So many of our colleagues, our family members die. We are the survivor, and we are the living example about what happened in South Sudan. And we are the one who will tell the story to our children and grandchildren. Because this story has been written on July 9. For those South Sudanese in the diaspora, who came diaspora, and we see this thing going on in our country. The road into independence, the road into development, the road into freedom is not easy. There are difficulties on the road. There are a bump on the road. And how we can fix it. And how we can move beyond that. That's what our people need to know. It doesn't mean that, okay, those people who are calling Salva Kiir must go. Okay, you said Salva Kiir must go. So who do you want to come after Salva Kiir go? So that's the question that you have to ask yourself.
Yes.
Again, we should not remove the president-elect by force. That will not bring the peace and the unity that we need in the country. We need to vote, to go out as we did in July 9, for example, that we need to do that again. 3 years period that have been given to this government, to the new government going on. South Sudanese in diaspora, South Sudanese back home. When the day come that you go to vote, you have to go and decide who do you want to bring. Not just going to social media and say, Kiir must go, while you don't know who will be next to come after the Kiir. So this is the example. So democracy that we need in South Sudan cannot be posed by a gun, or cannot be posed, said, okay, the president who gave the country right now, we want to let them go. So Kiir and the rest of the government, his government, are there at the roadmap for the development. That the next government come after them will follow them. And the next demonstration can make the difference than Kiir administration. So the peace, my fellow South Sudanese, peace that we need has a South Sudanese diaspora. We need, has my brother, Dr. Deng, put it as a good example. We need to stop this rhetoric, hatred among ourselves in social media. I don't see that DrDeng Ding is from Malwal, and I see myself from Yerul. We are brothers.
Correct.
When we were in the group during struggling, we see either, as I see my brother from Nuer, as my real brother. I see my brother from Victoria as my brother. We eat together. We go out together. We see one another. When one of us in the group sick, we go and take him to hospital. We care. We went and cook Madida for him. Even the Madida that we are cooking is not even good Madida for the young kid of Jayama like us. Cook for the young kid.
Yes.
We cook it. We care for one another. But my question to J.J. Amir, to the lost boy who came to America, this is the message for you. We lost our vision. The lost boy of Sudan and lost girl, we lost our vision. Why I'm saying that? So we, the lost boy, we came to America during 2001, 2000. We did good. Many of us went to school. Many of us working. And the independence that just came, we didn't sleep. We worked hard. We knocked the door. We went to the churches. We went to White House. We talked to the senators. Let our boys be heard. Our people are dying. Our suffering. We need our independence. That's what we did. I did that. I never slept during that day. So we pray night and we talk to American people so that our people are suffering back home until our boys heard. Former President George Bush did that. We talked to him. So until July 9 came, my fellow South Sudanese, the lost boys, after July, what happened to the lost boys? I see most of the lost boys in diaspora here. I see they are so divided. They went back to their own community. Mostly I'm talking about the Dinka lost boys. They went back to their own community, supporting their own community. And there's no unity that we were during when we were in the camp. We see one another. I don't see Deng Garang has a Moinbor, or he see me has a Moin Barkazal. We all South Sudanese. But now, that's changed. The lost boy right now, what crisis going on in the Boer community and Twitch. Who brought those crises are the lost boys. So my message to these people, what happened? Why you change so quickly when you come to America? So please stop dividing your community differences. So this is the message that we are sent out during this July 9 to all South Sudanese. We are South Sudanese people. We love one another. Country is a household. The country is not for Dinka. South Sudan is not for Nuer or Equatoria. It's belong to for 64 tribe.
Correct.
So we need that unity. Among South Sudan diaspora, the division is here. People back home, they don't have the hatred that we have here in diaspora. What I see. I go back home every year, and I see these people, they live together. Even though they eat 1 meal a day, they don't go and say that, okay, I hate that person because he's from Equatoria. They live one another. So that unity, we need ourselves here in the diaspora. So Bonbi said, thank you so much. And I yield back to you, Bol, or I will give that chance to Deng.
Yeah. One thing I want to request it because I don't know, the show has started 1 hour and a half ago. Whether you have played some songs. I have a song of our legend, Emmanuel Kembe. It's reflecting, we need to praise, as my brother, Dr. Deng Ding, has put it before, we stood up for 21 seconds to remember their sacrifices and their life that they have offered for us. So if you can give me just 1 minute to play that song.
Go ahead. Play. Yeah, we'll go ahead.
Right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Let us pray for our freedom fighters. I pray for those who fought and are fighting for the independence of our country. Yeah. Cause they possess qualities that are unsurpassed by any fighter today. Let us pray for our freedom fighters. Let us pray for our freedom fighters. Many friends we lost along the way of freedom. Many heroes we lost along the way of freedom. Let us honor William Dave, Santonino Loren, Ali Bartalan, Ferdinando Gori. Many friends we lost along the way of freedom. Many heroes we lost along the way of freedom. Let us honor Clement Boro, Emmanuel Abur, Abdul Jalil, Philip Labush. Many friends we lost along the way of freedom. Many heroes we lost along the way of freedom. Let us honor John Garang, Francis North, William John, Carabino Kwanyi. Many friends we lost along the way of freedom. Many heroes we lost along the way of freedom. Let us honor Yusuf Kua, Pio Yukwan, Samuel Guy, Abdallah Shaw. Many friends we lost along
Thank you so much. I'm really impressed. I like that song so much because it gives me reflection of those who sacrifice on our behalf, and it's not the easy song. It's really very touching, and this is the day for it to remember. So thank you so much. I will give it back to you, Mr. Abraham Madid and Bod Makur, DrDeng Ding, Alex Pial, and then Kamis Garang. I greet you all. I just came from work right now. I'm really, really very tired. I just want to excuse myself. If I can be listening with my headphone on the bed until I sleep, I will be doing that. And thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good morning, good night, everywhere you are.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Isaac.
Yeah, brother Deng,
Have a good day.
welcome to Let's Say Media. I will give this chance to you. Have a good night, Isaac.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you, my brother Isaac, and enjoy your sleep before you get up for work. So it's a long life. So we live in the West. We're struggling a lot. So our time doesn't match, but it's in life. That's what we're supposed to do. So thank you for your contribution, and thank you all, Brother Madid, Bon Makur, and Dr. Ding Ding, and my brother Alex. I greet you all in the name of South Sudan, in the name of our independence today. I myself, my name is Deng Garang. It's actually Deng Kamis Garang, so that's my other name. So I use two names for myself. And for me, before I start, what my contribution are reflecting back to our how we came to our independence, and my brother Dr. Deng Ding made a very good move. That's what we needed to do. That's it's our job. It's not we're not actually looking for somebody else to come and do it for us. The history of South Sudan is a long journey. For my young brothers, those who actually joined the movement back in the 80s, and I'm not talking about those who actually started the movement, but the lost boy, or we can call ourselves the Red Army. When we joined the movement, we did not know what we were actually going on, what we weren't there for, but we were guided by our elders, know what to do. And this struggle was not just a start from the SPLM. It did not start 1983. When we speak the truth, let's keep our record straight as a South Sudanese. Because we just picked it up from 1983. That's our brother. They're still thinking that that's the time the movement started. And you can hear in the history and read since 1947 before independence. This is the time the movement of Southern Sudan start. So I myself, in my own behalf, I recognize those who started, those who show us the road, the roadmap, the way until we got to where we are today. And I believe the record is long. We can talk about it. We can tell the history from now until tomorrow. It will never stop. But we have to go little point by point to support my brother Deng Ding. Yes, our history. We have seen. We know Deng Nian. We know Joseph Lauko, and we know Abenalier, Gaitut, Akwada Tim, and before 1983, the reason I'm saying Guy Tut and Okwara Tim, they were Anyanya too. They were the one that engaging the government about about South Sudan. They were actually fighting for Southern Sudan. If they did not actually, if they did not engage the government at that time, maybe the idea of going back to war could have not happened, because the government was actually knowing there are people that are fighting for South Sudan, for Southern Sudan, and I recognize them. They were Anyanya too, and all of them they contributed before 1983. Even though they made together to be try to be one party, they did not make it, and that took their life, their sacrifice, and they were fighting for the same thing that we fought for. Um, when it comes to 1983, we give credit to our late Kwan Yin Bun, Karbino Kwan Yin Bun, because he was the one who starting the event in Bo Town. Then the rest of his colleagues joined him afterward, and that's where the John Garang became the head of the movement. So all these people, they contribute, um, and our current president, Salva Kiir, was a part of them. They were one party, and is still the SPLM chairman today. So all of us, and myself, I am a fighter too. I fought. I actually held the gun and I fought. I put my gun down in 2000 before I came to America. That was the last time I owned a gun. So, and all my brothers, we went through the same thing. I went to Demo in Ethiopia. Then I came back to Sudan. And, when war broke out again in Ethiopia, and from there I grew. I went all the way to Eastern Equatoria. I grew up in Eastern Equatoria, so I know all the tribe that live actually in Eastern Equatoria. That's where I grew up, and for me to make my history short is because we try to remind ourselves we all being brothers and sisters for this long journey. And I really appreciate it, and we can even work for this, because before we have two blessed, two of them they are our blessed. They're still alive today. Joseph Lako is still with us today, and Abenaler, they still with us today. We are proud of them. They're getting old, but they were the one that start cleaning the road for us. So before, so John Garang have to figure out from there with his colleague. So what on the history that we have to tell, we don't have to stand by. I know we've been divided by because of political reason. When you try to tell the other part of the history, somebody will get mad at you. And why is not John Garang himself, but John Garang? There were people that in before him fought for South Sudan, and they train him how to deal with the case that they went through. So nobody is left behind here. We have to keep it up. And my brothers, I'll yield it back, and I'll be here with you. If anything that interesting me to add, I will add it back there. So we are all liberators, and the country is there for us. It belongs to us. It's not going nowhere. We will go somewhere, but the South Sudan is not going to go nowhere. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Kamis SPLOA. Thank you. Thank you. Kamis, thank you. You said I robbed Madid. I robbed you with 1 minute, Madid. I'm robbing 1 minute from you.
No, go ahead, talk.
Kamis,
yes.
You said you went to Dima. and you are one of the fighters, as you say. And I'm very happy when I hear that you went to Dima. I myself, I was in Dima also. Uh, I was with many Geja Lamer, and you know, when we are talking about our independence, we also want to show people how we were celebrating it also when we were fighting. I had one of my friends who wrote and said that we cannot celebrate because we are not happy people are dying. But I remember one day when I was in Dima. I remember when Capoeira was captured, and a lot of people were killed, including my uncles. And Torid was captured. And when we heard Torid is captured, my battalion poured onto the street, and we were singing. Why we went to the street? We went to the street to celebrate the capturing of Capoeira, the capturing of Torid, and within this battalion who were fighting along the line, many uncles were killed. But we still doing what? We still went to the road and we say, Jaydan Sora Ujai Kumalela, Torir Waga Jaydan Tarir Juba Waga Jaydan Tarir Sudan Belena Jaydan Chap Merijon Jaikum
I don't know if I remember them, but I do. That's good.
And we used to say another song. Because we need, you know, when we talk about this history, we need also to tell people we were in, and this is how we were celebrating while people were killed, and we were celebrating.
Huh? True.
And we were saying, Katiba Bitana, SPLA, Wadin Seka, ya Jama. If you can remember, SPLA, Wadin Seka, ya Jama. The Seka ya to Nina Kanderu ya Jamana. The Seka Bita independent. Limerigere Sambala, Sadi Kapu Sambala, Limerigere Kalani. Kulyom nar, and don't walk by, Kulyom nar.
No, you got it. You go with Madi, Janama, Tadi Madi, Kalaj. That's the song come back, I remember.
Yeah. Pingida Piendawa, Piniding, War Mutari, War Muksura, Biasara. Ajamana, Malwan Nina can Bugul by when Biasara. Achana Nina can Zajani. We were very unhappy because we were being marginalized. Ba lazim na by Buglo Aragu, Yokun Sara, Wanina Biabinu again, we will rebuild it, we will rebuild South Sudan. Jade American Bugul by when Biasara. Because we will rebuild it again. So
okay,
we are
here. My brother, Bormakur. You know what? The reason our song are not recorded, they're not there, they are hard to find, is because demo were actually used like a military camp, and you remember that when the people were trained. Every 6 months or 3 months, they will come and pick up some people from us and take them to the front line, and it make it difficult. And all our songs were mixed because we were actually using Arabic. The Arabic was a common language that we speak with, because we had a lot of guys from Murle. A lot of them were from actually from Taposa. I remember Lafir and Kana, you know why that he was actually taking care of us. The time with Mading Ding in Pinyanganyu, and Matosa, they would come and steal our blanket at night. So and Lafir was actually employed there so they can patrol the areas in case somebody come and steal from us. you know.
Right.
So I on this history. That's our song. They are not they are recorded, but they were not actually put in one language. They are not Dinka. Most of them they Arabic because we actually used to speak Arabic. Yes.
Then let me cut you short. You know, we need to. Madid said before, when we were in a groups, we were not in group as Dinka, as Murle, as Dinka Bor, Dinka Barkazal, Equatoria. And that was the reason that we in Dima, when you speak Dinka, Bijeladuk, you will be whooped today until you know yourself what you have done. We were monitored not to even speak a single Dinka. And you remember, even our singing, we were not only singing our morale only in Dinka. We were singing in Dinka, we were singing in Arabic, and even we were singing in Murle. Do you remember one of the songs that we were supposed to compose, one of the Murle song? You remember? It was one of the night.
I do.
Of the night, our trainer said that.
Hey, Bol, can you guys sing to us? Can you guys then come in and then Bol singing to us? Let us hear it.
Then you remember?
I don't remember the song though.
I remember.
Okay, go ahead. Maybe I can help you.
There was one night we were beaten and we were told there is no more songs in 1 week. We will not sing in Dinka for 1 week. We will be singing in Murle. And we were supposed to compose the song in Murle. And so we called one of our Murle colleagues and we said that we need to compose a songs in Murle and in Taposa and we have to sing it for a week. And one of the Murle came up with a song. He said, Sirilo Kalibala Bade Nanajae Balo Malosake Sirilo.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but it was really fun. So
Tamani Tawene Dictor Jai Arden Lasora Adi Kuparaleta Uria Lisa Bongo Kulisa Commando. You remember? And we were
I remember the song.
We were told there is no another song. This have to be a Murle song for the whole week. There is no another song. So we put all our songs in our pocket and we have to sing this song. The reason why Dr. Tim was the one requesting all of us to do this, you know, Kadal Mentiga, because we want Murle to feel that they are part of this mission. We want Taposa to know that they are part of this mission. There was no division. So today we need.
And remember too, there was no Dinka that were actually leading the Jesh Armor. The two of them, they were Peter Parnyang is from Shuluk, and I don't remember the guy name that we used to call Angwam. I don't remember his name, but is that time when we use everybody call him Angwam. When somebody went and translated to him, it became a problem.
One of our leaders, his name was Mr. Parjala. If you can remember, Parjala. And we were having.
Yeah, I know Parjala. Yes, I do.
I remember one of Nuer guy, very nice guy. It's called Ted Babos. Ted Babos.
He was actually a big guy. So
he was very nice guy. I remember him, Ted Babos. I remember DrDeng Ding, and also I remember Mariano. So Mariano was our Talimji, and after our training, he was brought as Rakib Alawal. After we become a army, we not Masijidin no more. So I still remember all those, you know.
Okay, so now we can yield the floor back to our brothers. We dominated.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, give a chance to while came aboard.
So then, you know, I have a lot of our Jeja Lamer in Dimo. I have one of us here in Canada. Is I always talk to him on Facebook. What is his name? He's called Ayor Sodid. We used to be, I don't know we used to be in one Syria. We used to be in Trietania. I also did, if you can remember.
Hey,
So,
yes, I may remember him. You know, the problem is when we were actually mixed and we take to be a
yeah,
group
you made it.
as Nyanganyu. When we went as Nyanganyu, I think this is where I lost a lot of people, because I know that only the people that were actually in Nyanganyu or Dik Dik. A lot of them. I remember all of them. If I meet one of them today, I can recognize those guys. And those who were actually Maregrek and Motwazet, the time that they were actually in different area, sometimes we don't meet a lot. We meet at school when we go to school. So anyway, let's catch back. Let's leave our the floor to our brothers, so
yes,
they can tell us the part of their story. Thank you. Nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you, man.
That's a good memories, you know, back in the day. That's a good thing, you know, when we go back.
Yeah, I'll put myself in mute.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Well, okay, let me give you a chance for this time, Paul. You can control the show a little bit. So and also too, we need to give a chance to our mothers. Thank you. We have a young one here with us. So brother, well, go ahead.
Okay.
What do you think?
I found myself, well, there's no independence yet in South Sudan, but we got the country, but there's no independence.
Hey, well, are you rebel again independent?
I'm not against independence. There's no independence.
And why you refuse to celebrate it?
No, I'm not celebrating it. Because you know why? There's no independence yet, but with the country, but there's no independence yet.
What do you mean? Okay. Why? What do you mean about there's no independence yet? So what do you mean? Why you say there's no independence yet?
Yeah, because the people who are still controlling the country are NCP. Why should I celebrate while NCP is still in power in Juba?
Well, even though you are Menyankai, I need to disagree with you, and I want to condemn you in a strong damn. You know you are IO supporters.
Okay.
And your boss, Dr. Riek Machar, is the best spy president of the country, and he's in Juba. And you are still running in social media condemning the same government that your boss is in it.
No.
So why you against it? Why?
I say we'll got the country only.
But did we?
Okay, that's why.
The celebration that we are doing is not the celebration that we are doing is a celebration independent from Arab, from the north.
Madid, hold on.
Go ahead, Paul.
While Mabur, you already said that we get the country, but we didn't get the independent. You said we get the country.
Yes.
You get the country from where?
From where? Yes.
We got the country. We just got the country right. There's no independence within our country.
But
that's what I mean. And
no, I don't like you guys talking for. The talking for you guys, the press is really not. It doesn't make sense at all. So where did you get country from?
Let's come to our because what brought me here today is our hearing that is not our independent. You cannot come and vote that is independent. Put it there. Put it inside. There's no independent yet. But we got the country. But
no.
Well, the reason why we are here today, we are here because we are celebrating independence.
Like
you are one. Oh, Anina, hey, welcome to Let's State Media. I'm so happy to see you.
I'm
glad to be here. Thank you.
Welcome every July 9. You are not saying that you are not celebrating July 9, buddy.
Yeah, I know you will refuse, but I'm happy to see him. Welcome to Let's State Media, Kwan.
Can you guys
thank you?
Yeah. So hold on, we'll give you a chance. Madide, this is what we will do.
Yes.
Our sister, you know we will have you after. Hold on, K, Mabur.
Yeah, give a chance to our sister, yes.
You know, since Kwana have come and Walmabur have come, it will be a huge argument. Now, let's give chance to our sister, Nyakwat. so she can talk and
just give that chance to the lady. Let the lady speak first, then we can go from there.
Yes, exactly.
Because
hang on there.
So we will give it to you. So give it to her, and then we will argue with our brothers after.
Okay, sister, the floor is yours. Unmute yourself. Can you mute yourself?
Unmute yourself. Let me unmute her.
No, I cannot even mute him. I tried to unmute her, but I cannot. She unmute her.
She choose to mute herself, yeah. Okay, we can give chance. Okay, give it back to K Mabur until she come back.
Okay. Yankwat, can you hear us?
Thank you.
Okay.
I think she's doing something.
Good. Okay. What I want to say here, I'm come here to celebrate my hero that I was in the bush with. It starts from Marialino, from Mangarbo. You name them. I list them. You said I put them into internet. That's all my heroes, my uncle. I'm not going somewhere. I'm starting from my home town. You know, I'm very tribal today because that war was being done. It was being done wrongly. Okay. I'm so angry for the way that my grandparent was being badly. Okay. And this is something that I have to rail again. Despite anything. Okay. So let's come to and then one gal teaching kubar baran jokalat
hey, I don't know how to speak Dinka, so English.
We need to speak English. Kwan don't know how to speak Dinka. Nyakwa don't know. So this is independent. This today we don't want to speak anything because independent of South Sudan is not for anything.
All these people
don't want to speak Dinka because they're independent. It's all 64 tribes. So you speak English, my brother.
Yeah, you're prone to be twice. So what I mean by this is that this during when we were in the bush, we were uniting our hands together and fight. Like it was being said here by 3 colleagues that quoting something and say, if you were one of the person among the group, if you are from that certain tribe, and those training group, they will force you to make sure you will bring a song. So myself today, I'm contesting. Each and every division, because we have 7 divisions from training, from the beginning until the end, until 1991. We have 7 divisions that is being trained from Bonga, from Bilpa. And all those divisions, none of them never miss a newer person. Okay? Never miss a newer person. All those who were in those places, they compose songs. Okay? And all those songs is being recorded, including in front of on my face between Ngerang and Richard, William Yonbai, the person that I've seen, I joined in 1986, the person that I missed, that I never seen in my eyes or shake hands is Jully. I never seen this guy. I miss this guy. Every time I come and miss him 1 minute. Until he died, I never see him. And I lost person badly. So, all these groups, including Roxana, everybody, including Mr. Wanika, everybody, you name them. I know them. Some of them I shake hands with. And all places, including knows me very well. I can even tell what he done to me. He want me to go to training, and I refuse. I want to join training. He himself joined. They arrested me, and I came out from S in that night, and I followed up. In the next 2 weeks after he flight to Bilfam, he went and found me there. That's where he come and put me into front of the people and say this guy is a great person that although he is a child. Again I went and met into Blue Nile. So come to this. I'm asking the audience, including my rest self-accused, where is all those songs that have been composed? Only Denka song has been seen on internet. Where is the rest of the song? Because those who compose those songs or those who recording those songs are only 3 individuals. So where is the rest of the song? And I believe people who putting them into internet. Where is those songs?
So now you are against the song now.
I'm asking. I'm not against it. I'm looking for those songs that has been put into internet. If you unmute yourself, you want to say something else. Makur, unmute
yourself.
You want to say something? Yeah. Unmute yourself. You want to say something? So I could not give.
He's not against the song, but he won inclusive. That's what I heard from him. He won all the songs that were singing Nuer in other tribes.
All were inclusive. In all divisions. Yes, all inclusive. So now in internet,
okay,
and I know are only 3 people were recording. Well, where is the rest of the song?
Okay, well, hold on. Kalangin ko siyang daw daran. Kalangin ko siyang daw daran.
You know, only song that I hear.
Bol. A very good person who will give you exactly the detail is that lady called Stephen. Her husband was a photographer at the time. So she know more than anybody else when it comes to songs.
Can you hear us? Let us give her a chance.
Because she is not coming up.
Let me, okay, what I will do, I will remove her and she can repress. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hang on. Well, okay, let me try. If you can hear me, I will remove you and click the link again and come back, okay? Yeah, go ahead, Well.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay, she can hear us. Okay, good. Okay, hang on, Well. Okay, go ahead, Sister Nyakwat.
Here now.
But Nyakwat, we want to see your face.
I mute myself.
What?
Good. Nyakwat is here.
I'm back.
Nyakwat is Stephen. We are happy to see you. Welcome to Lake State Media. Okay. I think let's be quiet so her voice can be heard.
Lake State Media.
I know, right?
They are not hearing her well.
Hello?
Yeah, hello, sister. Go ahead. We give you a floor. Thank you. Welcome to Lake State Media. We appreciate. Yeah, it's my honor to welcome you to Lake State Media and happy Independent Day, July 9. Thank you for joining us to celebrate this wonderful day. Even though we are grieving sometime, but today is a one day that we celebrate and we'll put our heroes that who lost their life to celebrate their life today. So thank you. Welcome to Lake State Media. I will give you a floor to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for welcoming me. I'm I'm so glad to greet everyone, all your viewers, and I'm happy to be here, and I want to share this opportunity with you. Yeah, that's right. It is a very important day, which we all know, and the problem is just because we are celebrating in a time that we are all not happy. We are not happy because of it's not the people that we lose during the struggle movement, but it is people that we lost in the beginning of the independence. 2 years later, which is 2013. That is not our thought, and that is not our wish, because we thought that we can enjoy our achievement that we struggled for it for so long, for 21 years old, for 21 years since 1983. We all know that it took maybe 55 years, which is 50 something years, which is start from 1966, 56. But we are counting from 21 years back, which is 1983. We all suffered. We all saw what happened. Like me, I can say I'm a witness. I saw what I saw during the liberation, whether in Eton, and I saw what I saw. And we walk mile, as you guys said it earlier, that people walk 1,000 miles from Barkazal to Ethiopia. The same things. I walk from Malakal to Ayut, and from Ayut to Ethiopia took me one month. We left in May, and we arrived there in the beginning of July, in a very young age. And when you see, it's really, really, when you see your countries back to the war, it makes you feel so sad. It's not because of you. Maybe you are living here in a good condition, but back home, when you see back home, when you see our people still struggling, dying from diseases and from gunshot, so you feel like you was walking in the jungle for nothing. It like, I hope you guys hearing me well. Hello?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we are hearing you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's
Madam, everybody is really paying attention to you, people on the floor and people on the screen, because what you're saying is very important, and we want to understood you very well. So go ahead, we're listening.
okay. No question.
Especially when you say you walk from a youth to Ethiopia, that's very important place. So walk us through your history slowly. That's very important. So continue.
Yes, and it's not only that alone. In 1983, from Bor, okay, from Bor, we walk up to Panyagor, okay. Yani the war na min Mading, gum na min Langbar. That time we was coming back from how do you call we went to Gadiang. You know, in during that time when Gadiang opened as a new I don't know, new. It was a new place at that time.
You can mix Arabic and English. You can mix them.
Yeah. So at that time, Shabab wala Yalta Madaris student, بيقوموا من how do you call من بور عشان يمشي رحلات في قديان ولا في how do you call في بانيغور. So الناس اللي كان في جوبا بيجي رحلات كمان لبور ولا بيمشي لنا هناك. So at that time I have my two sisters. They was in Juba Girls, okay, and my other two sisters was in Bor. لكن أنا كان قمنا مشينا قديان. فعشان بور يجي يخرب ذاته سواق بتاع أبوي اسمه بيتر لانغو من أولاد مرله ماشي جاب أنا وأخوي بيفال وأخوي نوار. Okay, جابونا من قديان لبانيغور جابونا من بانيغور لكونغو. قعدنا في بيت مدو يوم نزلنا في بيت مدو يوم نومنا هنا صباح جينا دورنا لحد وصلنا البور. فما تمينا أسبوع عشان كان جايين عشان مدرسة يفتحوا. ما تمينا أسبوع ولا أسبوعين كده شكل بدأ بتاع بور. Okay, the Boer Revolution, 16 May. 16 May is very important also. فوقت شكل بدأ جرينا من بور. نحن صغار. أختي ندوني في I think في online هسه. صغير أنا ما كان قادر أرفعه عشان أنا لسه صغير. أخوي أنا ماشي برا ما قادر يرفعه ذاته. أخوي الأكبر من أخوي ده اللي أنا ماشي وراه كان رافع الوقت ده. أمي بشتت بطريقته. Okay. لأن إننا كان لوق بتاعنا في اللانبار. لوق بتاعنا قريب لوق بتاع دين ولا نيان. تلقى اللوق بتاعنا تلقى اللوق بتاع دين ولا نيان وتلقى اللوق بتاع ناس مجون شول قدام هنا. So ناس يدين قرن شول. I think yeah قرن شول I think yeah دين قرن. So الوقت بتاعنا هنا كان يعني قريبات بيننا في مدينة بنيجي لانبار. حتى مع الناس مع قبل كله بنمشي لانبار ساتردي يجيبوا 20 نجيبوا. So كجرنا من لانبار مشينا لحد وصلنا هناك. يعني لو شفت التعب ده انت جانا صغير. ابوي كان في جوبا at that time. انت دورت براك في غابة زي ده. اصلا كبار انت ما سميته قبل كده. اوكي دورنا مشى لقيتونا وصلنا في بعد وصلنا في كونغو في وانغلي. وصلنا في وانغلي أختي جات عشان يجي يعمل لنا يجي يشيلنا ما لقانا. أخوي كان شغال في شبرا. أخوي ده مشى مات في غابة هناك. مشى قتلوه في غابة. هو 104 105 مي شاين. So وجا لقانا في اللفة بتاع أجر خلاص قربنا لفاول. ركبونا عربية مشينا ونزلونا في بيت أنكل طانا لك في أجر في اسم شنده في بانيغور. بعد شوية أختي جاي راجع لقانا وصلنا. قال ماما وين؟ قلنا له ماما عندنا حاجة زي 4 يوم ما شفنا أمي. جرفة أمي جا جابه خلاص كده أمي وصل طوالي. أخوي جا من فوق بناء أدوله عربية كبيرة عشان يجي يشيلنا. قال لهم قلتونا أنا بتشيلوا يالده ماشين. شيلنا ركبنا ومشينا فوق في كيلومتر 115 في كيلومتر 15 في فوق قعدنا هناك. واضح يعني كان صعب ناس ماشيين نيانيا وكده قدرنا مشينا ملكان. لكن هناك عشان الناس ذاته هيا لسه يعني الريفولوشن بالفعل انضمينا عشان نقدر نخش بالغابة تاني. اوكي ودورنا الجود بوينت عشان انت بتدور مسافة وانت زول صغير مرات ما في موية زي صحراء بتاع جور from what تطلل نياندين ماشي لولان. يعني قمنا من الساعة 2 قريب صباح عشان نوصل قبل الصباح قبل النهار. ما قدرنا نوصل بالصباح. مشينا وصلنا الساعة 2 والعطش شتتنا. اوكي عطش شتتنا. فوصلنا نياندين قعدنا شوية في راس بحر هناك قطعنا بحر مشينا ولان. تاني من ولان نومنا مشينا ناصر لجوكو لملولا قاوس لجوكو until وصلنا في إثيوبيا. الشهر 7 وصلنا هناك. وكنت تشوف حاجات زي ده وتيجي تشوف جنوبيين قاعدين يشاكلوا برام يقتلوا بعضهم، ده بديك صدمة شديد، لأن أنت بتدور يعني تكون ما part of that situation. أنت شفت الحاصل، تيجي تقعد في الميل بتاع راحة، كلنا إحنا قاعدين في الميل راحة هنا، لكن هناك في ناس لسه تعبانين، وتاخد نفسك في السيتويشن اللي هو أنت كان قاعد فوقه. you feel sorry والله. عشان كده بنسأل رب إنه كان خلى الجماعة ديل ولا خلى الرؤساء بتاعنا يتوحدوا وما يعملوا planning لأي حاجة لأي مشكلة تانية. أوكي، مثلا رئيس كير ونائب رياض مشار زي أنا، لو ده قراري أنا بقول زول ببدأ مشكلة كان ده كير ببدأ لرياض مشكلة نطرد برا كلنا كجنوبين، ولو ده رياض ببدأ لكير أجر يضرب كير نقدر نطرده برا، لأنه ما ممكن يبدأوا لنا حاجة والشعب يجي يموتوا بعدين. أوكي، ثانيا لو جينا في الطريقة بتاع إنه خلاص ناس يكون في رئيس لازم يعملوا لازم حاجة يعني كشعب نتكلم عنه، يعني رئيس يكون عنده 4 سنة بس، لو شعب شغله كويس جدا يدوه 4 سنة تاني، لو شغله ما نفع يجيبوا زول تاني، ورئيس ما يكون من قبيلة ده وتاني، يعني مثلا الرئيس ده نوراوي ونكست تايم نمشي نجيب نوراوي، ده غلط. ممكن نجيب أنيوكاوي، ممكن نجيب دينكاوي، ممكن نجيب أي زول، عشان لانه وكنت شاكلنا على المساواة. وكنت دكتور جون قاعد يقول كنا حاربنا عشان العدالة والمساواة. عدالة ومساواة أنا متذكر لحد يوم اللي قمنا في تانج ده جرينا في تانج يوم 28 شهر 5 1991. أوكي، جرينا في تانج 1991 يوم 28 شهر 5. فيديو بتاعه فيه معانا راجل صور. أوكي، معنا 3000 جيش أحمر اللي كانوا قاعدين في بيلفا في تاربام، لأن عندي أولاد بيتي 3 فوق لأن يزورون في كل سادة، واحد في أستراليا، واحد في يوغندا واحد يتوفى الله يرحمه. كنت تشوف سيتويشن بتاع شفعة صغار زي ده، انتوا ذقتوا اللي شفتوه، انتوا ذقتوا المر بتاعه، انتوا بالخاصة انتوا جيش أحمر ديل، عشان زول السباب الليلة ده من ربنا بس. عشان كده نحن كنساء ولا نحن كأمهات بنبكوا عشانكم، لأنه شفنا التعب اللي انتوا لقيتوه. زي أنا قاعد نبكي كل صباح، وكنت نمشي يال اللي كان جابوه في بنتيو، لأنه الفوج الأول اللي كان وقع بحر داك ده including إيمانويل جال ده كان هو من الفوج الأول كان وقع بحر. الفوج الثاني جابهم وما جاب بالطريقة دي، جاب مشي كيف ببور ومشي جاب عيود كده. كل صباح أنا قاعد نمشي هناك تحت شجرة. ثالث يوم مشيت صادفت جنة صغير يعني عمر 7 سنة، بقى تعبان ما قادر، يعني كان شفته قدام بس في جسمه، شالوه بالطيارة عشان يودوه كابويت عشان ممكن يمشي يساعده. جنة ده ما رجع، ما بقدر يساعده لأنه بقى في الحالة صعبة. فوكت يعني يال كان قاعد يموت في الطريق ماشيين زي ده في لإثيوبيا، وباقي يال يعني ممكن عندك جنة واحد، باقي نسوان ماشي ورا يال، ممكن عندك 2 يال بس. شفته؟ فحالة كان صعب شديد، لأنه العددية اللي كان شالوه في بانتيو عددية أكتر اللي كان قام في بانتيو، خلينا من الريال اللي كان وقع في البحر. حتى الجنة تعبان ده قاعدة وقع في البحر فوق، بدل الجنة الكبير اليقوط ماشي وراه، جنة وقع في البحر، كان يقوط واقع في البحر وأمه دير يشيل جنة ده كده، الجنة ده متشفلق وقع هناك مشى. كنت تشوف الخسائر ده كله، وياهو جينا قلبنا السلاح فينا. ونحن كان نحن حمير زي نحن ماشي، نحن بقينا حيوانات قال كده، ما عارفين ان نحن كان قاعدين نشغل في شنو ذاته. انا وقتي ندون نفسي، انا ما اعرف في اللاني هسه ماشيين بالليل في درب بتاع يود اللي كان جند الوطن الواحد اللي كان طلع 1989 شهر 12 جت طردنا في عيود. الشكل اللي بقى صعب، شتت الجيش من وين لموقوق لهنا لحد وصل لنا في محل اسمه جرو، وما قدرنا ننوم في نص عيود هناك. فقالوا لنا رسلوا لنا زول قال انتوا move out from عيود، عدوا تقيل شديد. نحن طلعنا الساعة 2 عملنا له إكنار نومنا، فالساعة 2 بيمان خلاص بقى ما بخلونا ننوم، ما خلانا ننوم. فلما عفشنا وباقي الجيش فضل، وقتي فضل لأنه هي عسكري راجل وقال يفضل هو عسكري. لو تبيعوا مير ستيفن ريد شاين مرة توماس دوس بالبيت الاثنين أولاد ماشي وراهم يلا أنا كنت شوف. أنا قلت له نسواني، لا أنا ما أعرف كان نسواني بيحاربوا في الأسبلة. قال لي لا دي عسكري أجل. وضابط دبرتين في كلية في بونغا خرجوا هم دفعة بتاع انتفاضة، خرجوا 88 طلب الدبرتين. هو شيل 5 أصلا، لأنه طبعا معروفين كله في أسبلة، في ناس معروفين بتخريج الدفعة بتاعه. وهي شيل 5 في كلية بونغا ضابط ملازم أول بدبرتين.
That's your husband?
أنا مواطنين ماشيين وكنت شوف عيال صغار ماشيين بالليل في جوا محلات الدبايب وشنو، وانت ما بيعرف تدور بالليل وشنو. زي انا بكره دوريه بالليل، يعني لو بقى مستر زي ما بطلع، انا ما بهمنا دور بالليل. انا بشوف نفسي كان بورا ولا كان بقدام حاجه اللي بيجر زول انا بلقى نفسي بيجرني اول، حتى في البحر انا بلقى نفسي حاجه بيجرني. فالسيتويشن ده يعني لزاني عشان انا كيف ندور بالليل. فدورنا مش اصبح لنا هناك جنب اسمه شنو في محل اللي كان كتالوج اليوميون فوق في بول. مشينا اصبحنا هناك في بول، في قل ده حته فيه وانيانتو كتير. وانيانتو كان جايين مع جلابه سوا عشان نطلع من الحته ده زاد كان علينا صعب شديد. شفت شتتنا مشينا لارد في جوتوش هناك. بعد شهرين بعد دفع شتت العدو وخلاص الناس ماشي رجعوا هناك جنب فجمال. بعد شتت العدو جينا خلاص راجعين. أكب حاجة أنا بتذكره وما أقدر يعني بخليني ذاته أنا أبكي. أنا جاي مع أختي صغير ده، أختي صغير وعسكري معانا. أنا ماسك سلاح أجري اسمه أختي هذا قاعد شاهد. أنا بحب نمسك سلاح تشوكل اللي بقولوا له تشوكل بتايجر. أنا كان ماشي به، فلقينا دبيب كبير يعني راسه وصل في نص الشارع. ربنا ذاته قوي شديد ما شافنا. فأنا جيت تين أنا قدام كان أختي بالنص وعسكري ده راجل كبير اسمه اللون بورانا عنده سلاح بتاعنا. نحن ودرنا قمنا من الساعة 7 عشان نمشي كنال كيلومترين 140. جلنا الطريق ناس أختي وباقي الجيش مشوا كده، وأنا وأختي صغير ده وعسكري واحد مشينا برتمية. فدورنا من الساعة 7 مساء وكده تضرب أريقة كده، أريقة بتاعهم زاد بينطفي بعيد وبتاع يعني ما بيشوفوا زاد بعيد، يعني انتوا بعيدين مرة واحدة. فخلاص قلنا خلاص ندور بس في راس الرمية. فدورنا الساعة 5 قريب 7 قابلنا لقينا الدبيب ده جاي برا من البحر، ركب فوق براس الرمية قاطع الشارع. طبعا الرمية ده كبير، ده اثنين يعني ده 2 way. فالدبيب راسه لحد بقى خلاص نزل هناك، جسمه لسه ما نزل. انا قمت طوال شلت سلاح وقلت نضرب له حريقه، لانه كان اجر كزنا مليان بحريقه. فانا قلت ممكن كان ضربت له حريقه هيولع، لكن ياهو ضنب لسه هناك وجسمه كبير زي ده، قدر جسمي كبير زي ده واسود لما لعمه ده بكون ده نوع اللي بيبلع ابقار ده ولا شنو. انكل ده نط طوال مسكني قال لي هي، قال الخلاه يدنقر راسه ما يشوفنا، انت عارف؟ انا قلت لا. قال لي اوكي ده ربنا، كان انت عبشته كان ضنا بده كان رماه وبعدين والله يعني برجلنا مره واحده. انا صدقته، قمت وقفته عينت له، فقمنا وقفنا مشى. اختي لسه صغير وبقى نعسان الان صغيره شديد، فقام مشى برا لحد الضنب نزل. خلاص قمنا قطعنا قمنا مشينا. يعني ممكن تجي تتذكر الحاجات ده، ويا الجنوبيين هذا قاعدين يلخبطوا في حاجات دي. يعني ده بكي شديد. زي انا بقول لكم صراحه، انا ما بقدر. انا يس انا فرحان بيوم الليله، انتوا جيش احمر فرحانين بيوم الليله، لانه قدرنا نتناضل لما حققنا الحريه بتاعنا، لقينا الفيكتور بتاعنا. لكن الفيكتور بتاعنا بقى ايه؟ بقى الدموع. عشان كده حتى تفتح مسجل بتاعك تلعب تفرح، بعد شويه بيجي الحزن في قلبك. يعني بيجي يعني تفكر، يعني تحاول تفكر اللي كان حاصل. شفتها زي يوم اللي قمنا فيه تنقى اول سيلبريشن، اخر سيلبريشن بتاع 16 ماي عملنا في ميدان جديد في تنقى. شفتوا يعني زول في تنقى زمان ده يعرفوا انه كان السودان اجى 16 ماي ده كان يوم، يعني يوم مبارك شديد جدا، لانه عملنا سيلبريشن شديد في ميدان جديد ويا حاجه. واستوديو بتاعتنا طبعا انت بعرف الاستوديو بتاعتنا بيكونوا كاسيت بس ما من وين بلابل شغال شنو بدور ليتن كله تلوناي وين بتسمعوا بالاوقات المساحيه وكتبوا في المسا. لكن من يوم اللي فقدنا ايتن ده ولا فقدنا ايثيوبيا خلاص ما يربنا ال 16 ماي ده ماشي وين تاني. وده الايام اللي كان 16 ماي حتى يوم 6 هو يوم بتاع النضال بتاع، هو يوم بتاع ايوت، خروج ويليام نيون باني في ايوت. ده يوم برضه عظيم جدا. ده الايام يعني ما ممكن ما بندس، حتى تقدر تدوس ما بندس. ده ايام يعني ورونا نحن اتناضلنا ولقينا بلدنا. اوكي زياده عليهم يوم 9 شهر 7 2011 with the real victory, which is the real victory for all South Sudanese. لكن يا اخوان هل هنمشي قدام بالطريقه ده؟ المشكله هسه انا ما بمشي كتير، انا بجيب المهم انا بقول بوينت صغير بتاعي ده بكي اساسا. ده ما فرح، انا ما فرحان لانه انا ما متوقع انه هنرجع في الحرب خالص. ما توقعت عشان نرجع في الحرب، لكن حصل. واذا كان حصل هنعمل شنو؟ لانه القبليه خش في قلوبنا. القبليه ما عشان هو كان ما في زمن كنا في اس بي، القبليه في باين وظاهر، لكن دكتور جون كان بيحاول بيخطيه مع ويليام نيون، وبيخطوه كيف عشان كيف الحركه ما يتفرتك. اوكي ما عشان كان ما في قبليه، في قبليه، في صراع. نحن نمشي قدام، نحن نكون قدام، نحن نكون كده. ويهودي عشان كده كان سجنوا الناس كتار برضو. اوكي فاذا كان رجعنا في الاسرار بتاع اس بي ال في حاجات حصل غلط شديد، لكن ده ستراجل تايم ما في زول بقدر يحسبه. لكن حسه نحن جينا ولقينا البلد بقينا حريين، بقينا عندنا حرية اللي بخلينا نقدر نشاكله. ما في كلام عشان نقدر نقوله يا جماعة إذا كان لقينا بلد خلاص. التأسيس بتاع البلد كده عشان ما يدخلنا في الحرب، لأنه الجنوب ده مليان قبائل، ما قبيلة واحد. حتى الصومالي اللي بيتكلم لغة واحدة لسه بيتشاكلوا. يبقى البلد ب 66 بلاس لازم بيتحاربوا، لازم يشاكلوا، لأنه في شكل بتاع النقابة أنتوا بتحرروا البلد بيه، وفي شكل بتاع البلد التحرير الثاني عشان كيف تحكم البلد. فالزول بيقول أنا خلاص حررت في غابة، أنا بيجي في المدينة خلاص شكل انتهى، ده كذاب. زي أنا من 2011 وكنت مشيت جوبا، أنا عارف إنه في 2009 أنا عارف في 2009 أنا عارف في شكله، لأنه الشكل الصراع بتاع أنا يا بكون قدام وأنا يا بكون كده، وبلد المفروض يعملوا كده وبلد ما يعملوا كده، حاجات بيكون في فحاجات بتجيب حساسيات بين الناس. ولو ما عملتوا كارفول عشان تكلموا عن الحاجات ده بيكون لكم مشكلة. ولو حصل بالفعل حصل لنا المشاكل، ونحن مشجعين. الدينكو مشجع الناس بتاعهم، النور مشجعين الناس بتاعهم، شيلوا كل القبيلة وقف. لأنه إذا كان ما وقفت ورا زولك بتلقى نفسك خلاص أنت هتضيع. عشان كده أنت بتحاول عشان كيف أنا أساعد زول بتاعي، ولا عشان نحن قاعدين نقول في الحقيقة ولا كده. وكل زول بيقول بيقول في الحقيقة، والحقيقة وين؟ أنت كان مظلوم لازم تقدر تحاول عشان تقدر تتكلم. أوكي، الكلام ريبيليون ده ولا نقاد أي زول نقاد. زي أنا بقول أي زول نقاد، لأن إذا ما بقينا نقاد كان ما طلعنا من جلابة. نقاد ولا زول إيران تبيوري يعني. أوكي، تبيوري لازم بدير كايرو أنا كمان.
خمسة
عشان كده دكتور جونا تيجا تبيورا تيجايرو كجان وان باجي تيجا أنا تيجا يا وقا تيجا دي في كان كن قات تونغو
كواني تيجات
كوي كده تيجا. So don't point your finger قال كون مال ولا تيجا ولا مون ولا منو أسامل هنا ده ولا دكتور دين دين تيجا. Kono kuen ki jigat da do chan barande bela kuen ki jigat lano na ken ga de ken jala ba nyang pin de ken loro. Okay, you guys have to figure out that. Okay, kwen ma wala ni feeling so jana wala go.
Thank you. That's a good information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Nyankwat. I appreciate. Thank you, and Shukran. Yeah, thank you so much.
Hold on, Madid. She want to continue.
الكويس منكم جاي يعمل بنكلم برطانات كتير. يعني أنا أبغى نتوكل عنكم.
Yeah. They're not Robombe well, so I guess that's why.
أنا ما سامع في شك كده.
أنا قلت ده ناس ربما والوال عشان كده هم بيتكلموا روتانويل.
Hey, that's my favorite food from Nuer.
I know. I mean, it was a survival for daytime.
Okay.
أنا ما سامع.
Hold on. Madam have a hard time to hear Kwan. I don't know. Kwan, Madam have a hard time to hear you.
Well, I mean, I unmute myself, so and I can hear her just fine.
Okay, Madam. Okay, good. She muted herself. So
she need to put on earphone. That's why the echo can go away. Yeah, go ahead.
Madid. No, I will not take too long because we have line, like Matiang, I think should come so Kwan can come, because I don't want to, make it too long. So our mother have talked, but we will analyze what she said after, because it has to be summarized. It's a good speech, it has to be summarized. And I already know her position. She said that independent is our own. It cannot be denied, but we are not happy with what is going on in our country. Though we have independence, but we cannot celebrate in difficulty, but we are not denying the independence. From her point of view, that's what I understand. I understand also she is one of the founders. Madam, you are one of the founders, SPLOA. Believe me, with her narration, from born to a youth, all the way, she's one of the founders. So, Madam, I'm proud of you. But before we analyze your speech, we will give a chance to Matiang, so Juan can come and we together can summarize it together. So Matiang, can you come? Or who came first? Madid, help me from here.
I think Matiang was here before me.
Yeah, Matiang was. Yeah, Matiang is first. Matiang, go ahead.
Okay, everybody hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to give thanks to our heroes who are died in the war, and also to those who are still alive.
Okay, Anna, خلينا نطلع أنا ما قادر نسمع كويس. لو في حاجة ديرني بعدين أنا بيجي راجع.
Okay, أنت طلع وكليك لين تاني وتجي.
أنا دير أطلع.
I have a question.
Okay. She's coming back. She's coming back.
Good.
Matiang. Go ahead.
Okay. And also, I give appreciation to Lord Boy mostly. We are the best. We are the last people who shot the last bullet for independence of South Sudan, because our collective histories that we tell American people that were brought the independence of South Sudan. Although those who are back home who telling us that we ran away from war, we still come here and fought that war. And we are the winners who bring South Sudan into independence. I will say congratulations to all Lord Boy and happy Independence Day and SPLOA to all of us. To come to history, because I'm the one of the Lord Boy or Jejamel Penyudo. The first time I went there before any Jejamel go to Dimma or Penyudo, because I was working with those who are called Jejaso. And I was remaining in Pachala. That is the time it was like 2 days of capture of Pibo. And then I passed there to Pachala, and I remained in Pachala. Those who are go there with me, they went to Dimma until the Jayamel board come and get me in Pachala. And I went to Panyulo with them. And until 1990, we were taken to Kapoda. And we went to Nyokafoda training camp again, which is called Medan Commando. After that, we finished. I went to Moroakipi, which means people call it Marangakipi, but they call Moroakipi, which is Jebel Piu in Tapoda language. I stayed there until the war that was broken out when the React left in 1991. We come out from there, and we were stationed in Kapota, and I was remaining in Nairus until I went back to, they take me to Laport. And that time Kapota was captured by Arab. I was there in Laport, you know. And now we want to tell the histories like today, other Independent Day, to be here by those who joined the SPLA yesterday, because they don't know our history. They're telling us we are the runaway people from war, but some of us have a bullet on their bodies in that war. And today is a good day for us, and is a day that we all come together as the one people and in one country. Because there is no way, and there is no, when division is there, I don't think that our country will be one. And who are the people who teach the unity? It is us. But we here in Western world, we are more dangerous, more than the people who are back home, because we have a lot of division among us. As my brother Konyi there, he always against the Ding. And maybe I'm against the Nuer, but it cannot take us nowhere. We have to preach the unity, and unity will take us forward. And those people back home will learn from us, because we are one people. Mostly those who are uneducated people back home, they believe in educated people, because they know that this person is educated person will tell us the right thing. But if we tell them a division to divide it ourselves, they will keep follow you. As they follow, those are the leaders which are there in South Sudan. These are the leaders that leading us in a different direction. And I think I will not go long, but that is my point. We have to keep the history, and we have to tell the histories where we're passing through. Let those people who joined SPLA yesterday know we are suffering more than they're suffering, because whatever we got on the way, and where we sleep, where we walk, what we eat, they did not get it. But we get all these difficulties more than them, because some of our people, they are being trained over there in South Sudan, and they are staying there in South Sudan. Sometimes now they got car, the truck that pick them up. But we don't have a car that pick us up. We walk by our foot around South Sudan. I think I will finish there and give the floor to another person.
Madid, can you let's welcome?
Yeah,
let's welcome Kwan Malwal.
Thank you, Brother Matiang. Thank you, Brother Matiang. Yeah, welcome, Brother Kwan Malwal at Legacy Media. This is your chance. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's my first time, even though I kind of debate with both of you and others through the bottom line. But let me just acknowledge that I'm delighted to be here, and I come here basically to just kind of express my own opinions as well. And we all do have our own way of seeing things. First of all, Mr. Matiang, I don't think I'm a racist guy. I am a community organizer, and I've done that for over 2 years within our state, and we were still in war. That's part of my my background as a community organizer. So if I was really that bad, I don't think I would be elected by any non-Nuer to be the chairman of South Sudanese community in our state. So that can speak on my attitude toward other communities members. Our state is Maine, big state. We have big community from all our tribe, from Nuer, Denka, Azandi, Asholi, and you name them. And they were able to elect me to the office. So I don't think I'm a tribal person. But I do make my point sometimes when people try to fade away from the reality or to even try to cover it up. I don't like it. I want the best for everybody. And if somebody is doing something wrong, it has to be questioned. That's my response to you. So coming to the July 9, I'm one of those guys that I don't dispute that July 9 has taken place. I don't. Because it's a history. It's happened. South Sudan become divided from the North. Regardless of our differences, we can always acknowledge that, like was said by Mr. Stephen earlier, that the day will never change. Regardless, even if we burn the entire country, July 9 would always be there until we reunited again with Sudan or even with Uganda or Ethiopia. And then you can change that day. But until then, it would always be there. Can we acknowledge it? Absolutely. Can we be happy about it and cheerful and dance and do all this stuff? I'm not that kind of guy. And I have my reason, or I have my reservation to why I don't want to do that. I acknowledge it that it happened. Even my own daughter today say happy July 9. But, you know, that's how she sees it. I'm not going to say, no, don't say it. But I have my reason. The first reason is the country has been in war for over 7 years. The second reason is the same people that has been displaced there is still living unanimous until today. We as citizens who happen to be concerned toward others, what is our role? How can we influence that to change, to say that, you know what, in order for us to even consider ourselves as a country, this is wrong, regardless of who initiated the war, regardless, the way our people are living, it is not acceptable. Even in Juba itself, we have seen those kids on the street, some of them shining shoes, some of them collecting bottles. Is that the country that we want? Is that the country where we can go out with the pride and wave its flag and say, yay, yay, when our very own people are being victimized? Absolutely not. And not even just that too. Our leaders who happen to be cheering for the July 9, which is basically the beneficiary. Maybe, I mean, you and I and those of us who live in the West, like was said by Matiang, we don't really need anything from South Sudan. We get what we want. Good roof. We don't concern that we're going to go to bed without food, because at some point, if you don't have that, somebody will hand you a frozen or TV dinner. But our people don't have that chance. Can we question those? I mean, when we question it, doesn't mean that we need a platform or we need a promotion. We question it so our people can live in a better life, so we can have the very basic things. And that's why I continue to sometimes always disagree with many people. I don't dispute that South Sudan is a country. I don't. But a country without sovereignty, which is the same thing. Yes, we are independent, but we're not independent. I give an example earlier to one of my friends. If a country would be independent without people, do you think they will call it independent? Otherwise, the ocean will say, I need my country. And you all know that we have more space from water space than the dry land itself. One of those one of those oceans going to ask for the independence. While there will never, because there's nobody live there. And there will be, nobody is going to celebrate that day because nobody care about it. It's all water. But what we're saying is our land, without its people, it's useless. And we have to tell our leaders that what they're doing, it is not benefiting the 2/3 of our people, and they need to change their narrative. That's one of the reasons why I want to come and share my opinion. And I also want some of you to kind of just sense it. What are we gaining? Whether from your part as Kir support or from our part as an opposition, what is the gain here? The gain is we are hurting our people more and more and more. Who can change that? Our feels not the opposition. It's going to be the leading party is going to change that part. In terms of the SPLM, I'm not going to go back to the record. I mean, we all know that everybody say what suited his egos, unless if you are first-handed person, like some of you who serve in the Red Army, you have seen it. The boat that Stephen was talking about, that boat was carrying my own cousin. and they were drawn in the river. Why? Because it was overloaded. And who overloaded? It was the same guy who called him Malega Win or whatever his name is. Did anybody hold him accountable for it? Or John Garang almost did, but he was let go for it. But those are the mistakes. Sometimes we continue to say them in a way that it will hurt me. Like I've been called like Nyagad, which is fine. It doesn't really bother me at all. But those kind of history are the things that are dividing us. And those are the things that keeping us far from each other. We don't say, what is us as a country? We say, what is us as Nuer and what is us as Denka and what is us as the Shuluk? That's how we view things. And that's why we go nowhere. But all in all, you have every right to celebrate. I acknowledge it, but I just don't have the heart to celebrate it. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Madid. Let me just make some few remarks that my comrades, I call him my comrade because we always fighting. And I like that he came to Lake State Media so he can speak. You know, Kwan, you have said something very important that nobody can deny. We all said that, yes, we are not happy of what's going on back home. And it is your duty to blame your government. If I today stop you and say, Kwan, when you talked about these children who are shining shoes on the street of Juba, women in the universe, if I stop you from blaming your government, then I'm not making sense. It is your duty to blame this government to do better. And it is your duty to recognize the July the 9th, which you said, yes, you recognize it, but you don't have a heart to celebrate because of what's going on in my country. We also don't like to see all those stuff that happening back home in our country. Myself, I went to Juba. I saw kids doing all those stuff. I wasn't happy. But the thing is, let's pull very carefully the peace which is now we have, so we can integrate the army, so we can see what will be the next step. Because if we say we want to take all of them out, it will be just war continue. So my point is, your observation is genuine. Nobody denied it. It's correct. We have a problems, and in Juba, our people are suffering, and that's why we were crying for peace to come. So it is your opportunity. It is your power, your capability, your thinking, your thought, your ability to come here today and say this is not correct. Even himself, John Garang, when he was controlling the SPLA, when he was the chairman, he said that the SPLM is a forum whereby Junubin will come and ask the question, where are the taxes that we have contributed to the Hukuma Bitana? So today, we recognize what you have said, but we need to think how we can do it. So in 3 years later, so we can have another things going on, so we can either change or either stop this situation where our children are going. That's my position. So I am saying that I recognize what you said is very genuine, what you have said, but let's hold this piece together. Let's put it so we can come to an end. So 3 years later, we will put stop to this nonsense. Thank you. I will give floor to other people, but like you hear from me.
Okay, and just kind of close up. By professional, I'm a handyman. Okay, I know how to design crap. In July 9, 2011, during the independence, I designed a shield of Nuer myself, so people can go out and celebrate it. And our chairperson, who was the Denka guy at the time, he made sure that he withdraw fund that would support the idea. The entire state went out, and we've been having on the record. You can go and see it on YouTube. What I'm saying is, when we don't challenge, which is part of your response, it is likely that we will go nowhere. And when other people see my opinion as an Nur guy rather than a concerned individual, it is wrong because it's taking us nowhere. What we're searching for is a solution to a problem that we can see it. I mean, we can hear it. Maybe if you're blind, you cannot, you may not, or if you're deaf, but at least you cannot lose all of it. At least you have one of those sense. Where is that sense? Where is that sense of humanity? So we as a people, especially those of us in the Western world, and those of you who are running a large platform unlike ours, it's good for us to teach ourselves. Okay, even the Lost Boy community itself is divided in a tribal line, and you all know that. I've seen it. I'm not a Lost Boy, but I can see it, and I can tell because I have visited some area within the Lost Boy population. They don't get along. Those are other issues as well. But you know, a community, it's a different platform, and it's tougher. All right. If I don't let my opponent to compete with me in an election fairly, then I'm a bad leader. But if I can say, you, okay, Bull, you, Madid, let us compete, the winner will take it. Like we did. When we ran in our state, there were 7 of us. And I was the lucky guy to win the popular vote. That's what we need in South Sudan. And because that thing is lacking in South Sudan, where people get intimidated, or if I run with Madid or I run with Bull, he's going to beat me. Guess what? I'm canceling everything. That's what destroying our community. That's what destroying our country. And for that, I yield back to all of you. Thank you for listening. Dr. Deng, I don't think I ever saw you before, but hey, to all the contributors, thank you. Enjoy your day and do what suited your opinions or your ego. I'm not going to say ego. What makes you feel happy, do it. Okay, and then I'll do mine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother Kwan. Don't go nowhere. Probably we will go ahead.
I'll listen to Doctor before I leave. That's for sure.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Deng Ding.
Well, thank you, everybody on the board, and thank you, listeners or viewers. And I wish my sister Nyakwat is here, but I hope she's listening to me.
Yeah, she's listening.
First of all, I'm not going to go into my personal life story that's connected with the independence. That will take us another 21 hours. And I don't need to do that. For that, I'm going to be very brief on the points that I made in my speech. I mentioned one thing in my speech that I believe Kwan responded when I was doing that, when I say bad people or human killers who kill their own brothers and sisters. That happened when people walked, from place to place, regardless where, happened. But that's considered as a part of the movement contribution. It is quite clear in the SPLA songs, okay? And that I believe we listen to our leaders, that would stop it, or it could have been more than what people thought. I'm not sure about Malika Yuen that you mentioned, Kwan, that he overcrowded the boat, and the boat overturned and people died. So first of all, even though it's like about 40 years ago, we still have sympathies on the loss of those people who died in the river as a result of overturn of the boat. So, but I don't want Kwan to answer that as something that you guys want to answer. I know my sister also mentioned before, but I don't know the motive behind the overcrowding of the boat that actually done by Malika Yuen, as you mentioned. I didn't even know. I never heard that history at all. I just saw it in your comments and when you mentioned it. But I believe it was because people were running, according to what I understood from my sister. When people were running and you jump into the boat, and that happened for those who actually came from Ethiopia in 1991, when we crossed the Nile River, the Gilo River. Some people died in the Gilo River because they were overcrowded.
It's not something that just happened in 91. What Kwan and Nyakwadu were talking about, there was a group of the miners that came to Anyop, which is what's the other name of it? Chambe. Yes. Basically, the Nuer ethnics, and they were, just the miners, because remember during SPLA time, there was a mission called "We need to bring boys to the SPLA," of which different high command were sent to different zones, of which when Akud was sent to Baral Ghazal, I don't know, were sent to Nuer land. Everybody, Yusuko was sent to Equatoria, and these kids were mobilized. When they came to Chambe, I think that's where they were about to be gathered into the boat and cross the River Nile so they can go to the other side. I believe that's what Kwan is talking. It's not about 91. Right, Kwan?
No, you misunderstood me. I'm not even talking about 91. I'm just giving an example. I'm saying, when the boat overturned, it is very difficult to blame the boat rider, whether that was an intention or something that happened. I'm just giving an example.
Well, it happened early in the morning, so I'm sure at 4 or 3, nobody will be running. And those are kids too. I mean, they were like 9 and 10.
Okay. Well, there will be still no justification about that, whether he did intentionally or not. So that's what I'm trying to say in this case. But here's the point. In my speech, as I mentioned, that if I did you wrong, forgive me. And if you did, and if you did me wrong, then I forgive you. And let's begin today, from July 9, as we celebrated, but the day we begin a new page. Because if we continue carrying on, the wounds that we have in our hearts, we're not going to have this country, and we're not going to solve the problems. So I will answer that simple that way. When it's come to poor children, have you been to Kenya, Juan?
No.
Okay. I wish that could have answered your question automatically, because what I'm trying to say here is I'm not defending government. Whatever government failed. Even I started from my own state. Okay, our own state, we have no services, nothing. And very same people that failed our state, they are the one now against the government. But they don't recognize that what they did in the state was a bad thing. They justify that they were doing good things. So in South Sudan, it's very hard to be honest with you. For someone to accept that I'm wrong. This is one thing that we have in our lifetimes. And that is the talks that I would like to analyze a little bit by my sister, Nyabwa. The reason I ask that question, Kenya is 49 million people. And over 80% of the people living in Kenya live in poverty. And Kenya is the number 3 in African countries that the highest prostitutions with kids between 9 and 21. Kids, not even that much. But they never went to war. They never went anywhere. Even in the United States of America, we already know that you have here. There are kids on the street, homeless. So sometimes homeless is nothing to do with whether it's war or not. It's something to do with the nature of the people itself. Okay? So if the kids are on the street in South Sudan, yes, if there are services for the students, for the kids, then there will probably some kids may go to school, but not 100% the kids will go to school. So I don't think really that is the matter to see our kids going, on the streets, not doing anything, but it is the nature. In anywhere in the country, kids could be homeless. Now, why are we happy celebrating July 9th? I know some people mentioned before that we can't be happy. Yes, of course, we can be happy. Okay, when we see our own brothers and sisters outside the country, okay, when we see our own children and women that I mentioned before, children who are now in Kenya, those who are in Sudan, even before the independence, particularly those who are in Kenya, most of children and women are the widows and the orphans to the war. Their fathers or brothers were killed, most of them. But they've been there since even the independence of the country. They never left. They were asked many times, Those who were in Khartoum, even during the independence, they were asked many times, including even my own family members. I work in the United States. I send the money to go home. They refuse. Okay? So what I'm trying to say here is our people sometimes contributed to the failure of our nation. We do contribute to fail our nation, and for that matter, we have to account ourselves for that things. When we come also to the wars that is going on now in our country, I'm 100% agreed with Nyakwat. I agree with Nyakwat. Why? Because all this came in as a result of supporting our own tribes, supporting our own tribe leaders. If DrDeng Ding Ding said this yesterday in his community, the guidance that was wrong or good, they would all stand with me because I'm their son. They would never say, oh, he's wrong. Whatever I said about you, because you know, they would believe me. We continue. And that is the big problem in our country. The reason I mentioned this when I was South Sudanese chairperson in Buffalo, New York, there was something I mentioned. When I read the article that was written by Dr. Riek Machar, by then he was still vice president. There is no country in the world, to be honest, my people, no country in the world that the vice president of the country would come out and criticize the president in the public. That person.
It happened in America.
No, I don't know what part of America. I have been in America, and I don't know what part of America that happened. Okay?
Look it up when we're done.
So the point is, that happened. And when that happened, they were even questioned. He was even questioned. Why did you do this? You know, Mariah in UK, Mariah was the one interviewed him. So why did you do this? Okay? It's not happened for, I mean, the vice president, the second man in the nation to criticize the president and say, even if I become the president, then I would make the president vice president. Can you imagine that? That's an insult. Okay? So if you don't want to work with someone, then why would you appoint him again to be vice president? And you don't want that person. So that is a complete insult. So he was asked. But you know what? 99% of the people that supported his idea were from where? Even in the Buffalo. When I asked the Ejama, they're wrong. Why do you support this? I'm not saying that because it's not wrong. It's not Ding, but it's wrong. Even if Salva Kiir was the vice president and Riek Machar was the president, and Salva Kiir criticized him while he's still in the office, not resigned, has it wrong. Okay? Because those are the things that you can discuss at the table. But you found that the majority of the people supported him because they believe in democracy. So if we can stop supporting our tribes, and we support our tribes because of who are we in the community, we're not going to have a better country, so-called South Sudan. That ideology need to be actually removed. The celebrations of the independence, that's necessary to celebrate when you're happy. You know, when we're in the bush, I feel leaders. The first time that I heard that the independence of Sudan was January the 1st, was back in 1988 in Ethiopia. I never knew that. We were in the bush fighting the government, but yet they celebrated. Even I didn't even know. So if you are against the government, it doesn't mean that you are against the independence of the country. It doesn't make sense. Okay? Because the independence of the country, for example, if I become now a rebel leader, and let's say I overrun Salva Kiir's administration, will I come and change the day to the day that actually overthrown the Salva Kiir? No, I will never change it, but I will change the government. So what is the Independent Day has to do with their happiness and sadness? This is the day that we all voted, even including those who are against the government, even those who are in the bush. They all voted for it. You have to celebrate your vote. That's all. It's not because that we're happy. And I don't believe that there's anybody who is happy when you are seeing other people are suffering.
That is wrong, DrDeng. That is completely wrong.
Well, it is my idea. This is my idea. So when you were saying it, I didn't say you were wrong while I was talking. And that is the point. That's a part of failure of our people. And you are a leader before you mentioned that. So be patient. Okay? So here is the point. Even if you think somebody else is wrong, think that you are wrong before you say somebody else is wrong. That's not philosophy. Okay? Here is the point here, and I want to be very brief. I'm a guy don't like talking, with things that is not necessary. I am celebrating it. And I have good 2 reasons. I walked all the way, more than anybody on this forum, all the way. Okay? I lost my own brother, number 4. He was 5 years old. He was not killed by a bullet, but he died of dehydration and hunger on the way. So, if I see that, and I worked for it, and I fought for it, and I suffered for it, regardless whether I'm happy right now or not, I won't turn my blind eyes to say I can't celebrate it because I'm not happy. I lost my 6 immediate members before even I joined the SPLM. My own brothers, but now they're my own brothers. I never see them as enemy. But would that stop me not celebrating the Independent Day? No. So the truth is, celebration of Independent Day is not something that you can say, oh, I'm not happy, I can't celebrate. It's okay. If you don't want to celebrate, it's fine. Okay? Just like when we voted for Independent Day, not everybody voted. It was 98%. That means that the percentage voted for the unity. So the point is, we need to make sure the Independent Day will never change, even if you become, the government in that country, you will not change. Now, at the same time, not everybody left the country. So the point is, should we stop celebrating the Independent Day because a certain percentage of the people in the country left the country? It doesn't make sense. Okay? So in that case, let's celebrate where we are, whether we are in the bush or where we are somewhere. But this is not enforcement. In other words, I'm not telling you celebrate it. It is up to you. It is up to how you think that the 9th July did not touch you well, it's okay. Okay? But if it touched you well, like it touched me, there's no reason for me that I can't celebrate it. I would celebrate it. But my point is, let us not preach hatred. Let us stop hatred. It will not take us anywhere. This is the point, and this is the central of my speech today. Let us stop hatred. It will not take us anywhere, especially the hatreds that we are putting in social media. That was dangerously affecting our people in South Sudan. Do you know that the war that started in 2013 would have not been at large if it was not the social media? If it was not us who are here, who actually made a phone call, someone made a false excuses, okay? That even their own brother were killed while they're here in the United States. I caught one guy read it. He read it. Some even claim that their brother were killed. They were even in a will. Okay? So the truth is, the media is the one that contributed to the death of our people. So we need to stop, spreading things that can bring divisions among ourselves. So these are my contributions, whether I'm contributing as an individual or whether as a dingo or no, it doesn't matter with me. Whatever you call me, call me. But this is my stand. Let's not preach hatred. Thank you.
Thank you, brother Dr. Deng Ding, and all our guests who are coming in. And before I give the chance to other guest speaker, I want to respond to my brother Juan Manuel first thing. I want to say thank you so much for coming in to Lake State Media. Sometimes when we interact like this, see each other face to face instead of keyboarding, is different. So when we write some stuff, it's different than talk eye to eye. So for that, I say thank you, brother. You make a bit. You make a good point. So about let me mute. So for that, I say thank you, brother.
I did put your
headphone. It's not me. One of the guys who just came in. Yeah. So what I want to talk a little bit here, if you guys can bear with me, to respond briefly. You know, we all are South Sudanese, regardless.
Madid.
Yes.
Guys, I'm sorry. Let me go. Madid, let me go because I have another mission, but I appreciate all of you. So you can continue with the show, please.
Oh. Okay, thank you, Paul. Yeah.
But don't go before don't go before I came in. I just been cut off by my phone went off. Okay, so don't go before I came in.
You have a network problem. Your network is very weak, so that's why you are cutting off and on. Anyway, a lot of people want to talk, so I want to make this one brief. There is a point that Brother Kwan just mentioned about the kid on the street in Juba or elsewhere. You know, I myself, I involved myself into the NGO. I work with manage NGOs, and I'm doing the same thing. You know, my brother Kwan probably heard about it, but I see in my own eye. So I went back to his Juba, 2016. Same thing I see. I met one of the kids lay under the tree. So I thought he was sick. I was working. So I went by, and then I was with our other friends by me. And then I see this kid lay down under the tree. I just came and asked, "Are you sick? Are you having malaria?" He said, "No, he's hungry. He haven't eaten." So I was carrying a bottle of water in my hand. So I give it to him to drink that water. And I put my hand in my pocket and bring money out and give it to him. I say, "Go to the restaurant close by to go and eat." So that's the first thing. Second story, I went back to my own village in Yero. When I visit my own village, I get young kid sitting under the tree. And and they are sitting on the stone. Some of them sitting on the floor, on the ground. So, and they have one teacher. So I see this story. When I come back to the United States, I say, what can I do to help my people? So listen, this very careful. This is a story. So I say, okay, the only way I can. Same thing before I live in my own village. I saw young women, young girls, going to the river side, collect the water, dirty water to bring home to drink. And you all know that those dirty water, they are loading with bacteria and viruses. They are not good for drink, but they drank it because there's no clean water. So my brother Kwan, when I return back to the United States, I say to myself, what can I do to help my people? That's the question I had myself before I came. I said I need to do something to help. So I went and created a non-profit organization. So I created that. I said, okay, first thing I want to do, I want to provide the clean water for these people, so that the young girl cannot travel the long distance, the young woman cannot travel the long distance to gathering the water for their family. That's the first thing I did. I drilled the water, the pump, so that they can have a clean water. And the second project I did, which is still going on because of coronavirus, that is stopped, but it's still going on. I haven't stopped. I'm building a school for the young kid. So the reason why I'm telling this to you, my fellow South Sudanese, South Sudan, we are the citizens of South Sudan. Yes, we can acknowledge that our government failed our people. Yes, we can acknowledge that. But as a citizen, as a concerned citizen of South Sudan, you have to ask yourself, what can I do to help my people? Government cannot do everything by itself. Example, Juan Mulu and I and the rest, I living in the United States. As 5 days ago, United States celebrated their 4th of July. You see, all Americans, they celebrate it, regardless you are black, white, Latino, native. They celebrate it. Even though, and all of us know that here in the United States, black people, we are facing the racists. And we see like a couple months ago, there's a lot of protests. One of the black man was killed in Minnesota by a white cop. Black people, when the July 4th came, black people didn't stop celebrating July 4th. They still go out with their white colleague, light their fire up, and to celebrate it. Came together and celebrated. That because that independence is very important to everybody, regardless their differences. They celebrate that day. The reason why I'm giving you my fellow South Sudanese, giving this example is because we South Sudanese in the diaspora, we have a negative role we are playing back home. If you are a concerned citizen and you say that South Sudan is your country, and you see your people are suffering, and you see your people are in the refugee camp, as you see me here, I'm a former refugees. I've been in Kakuma in 12 years. 12 years. We are the first people who come to Kakuma refugees camp. So the reason why I'm giving you this speech is because we, the South Sudanese, we, the citizen, we have obligation to do something to help our people. We cannot say that the government can do everything. We are the people. We are the one. If our people are suffering, we are the one who let our people down. The government, as you see, my brother Juan, you are in America, I am an American, and you see American have many different, they have businesses. And those businesses are not owned by the government, the United States government. They are owned by individual citizen. They have private sector. All these people they have, you can create their own business, and you're hiring people, other people to work. You employ many people. That's how you see the economy of America is very strong in around the world. Because the people they are not dwelling on. And you see America, if you don't work, you cannot pay your own rent. The same thing we apply. We cannot, what I see to some of my fellow South Sudanese, that they say, okay, so everything has to be put in Salva Kiir government. Okay, government didn't do this. Government didn't build a school. Government didn't build a hospital, roads, all these things. Yes, it's true. Government should do those. That's the work of government. But we all fail to recognize that the reason why the government didn't do this, because, guys, let's talk the truth reality here. Don't let us not lie ourselves. South Sudan got independent in 2011. 2 years later, 2013, South Sudan go back to civil war, fight themselves. So where can the development come here while the country is in war? So to make it my speech short is this: we want to come together as South Sudanese, regardless what position you are supporting. What are you an IO or a IG or any other opposition that you are supporting? As we know that here we come to as a South Sudanese people, so that okay, the peace right now, the peace that has been signed, let all support it. We can change it. The change cannot come without. Change can come within. Even you, my brother Juan, and I, we are in the United States. We are not back home. We don't know what's going on. We cannot bring change in South Sudan. Even though we can shout day and night in secular media, we cannot bring anything. But if we say that, okay, Juan and Medit, let's work. Let us go. Okay, President Kiir, I need a job. Juan need a job. We need to go inside the government of Kiir and Riek Machar. And then we can make a change within. That's where change come in. But change cannot come and say that, okay, we say, okay, Kiir and Riek must go. There's no change can come there. You are fueling another war while the country is not in stable condition. And we are working. So Sudan right now is not in that stable condition. So this peace that they signed, why we South Sudanese in diaspora supporting it? Let us stop it. The accusation, don't let us criticize the government. Let us support this one so that 3 years later, after 3 years, we can go to the to vote, and then we can vote all of this out and bring the people that we trusted to do the job. So that's my response to my brother Kwan. Thank you.
If you can allow me, if not, that's fine too.
No, go ahead. I will give you 2 minutes to respond.
Okay, Dr. Deng, when you make your point, it was direct. If it was an opinion, I mean, we all have our own opinions. Okay, you stated your way, the way you see it, that's fine. But when you challenge my own opinions, and then that's why I say wrong. Okay, I'm not disputing that you can say your feeling. I was disputing that you're responding to my opinion rather than creating your own opinions as how you see things. Second thing, brother Madid, you know, what do our country need? Obviously, financially, we're not at that state. We don't even have a GDP. Okay, so financially, we are very, very low.
Thank you.
We're not going to say that the government can provide food for people. But what we say, let my grandmother go to her house and she can do her farming where she can get potatoes without the help from the government. And the only way she can do that is the sound of gun has to be silent. It's just that simple. We done that during the SPLM, during when you were serving as a Red Army. You left us home. What were we eating back home? We were eating the same food you left us with, and it was not provided by the government. So what we say is, as long as there is security, people will go back to normal way of survival. That's all we need. So we need safety and we need security. And in terms of comparison, obviously we cannot compare ourselves to any nation. The only nation we can compare ourselves with are the nation who has been in war, such as civil war, the Rwanda genocide. Those are the comparisons that we need to make. But other than that, there's no comparison. We either do better or not to promote the thing that are not even existing. I think we need safety, and that's what we all need. In terms of peace, I like peace. I hate war, okay? I've been to war zone. I've seen it all. It's not a good thing. Whether you're a soldier or you are non-soldiers. If you're in the war zone, it's a hell. But what I'm saying is our people cannot be celebrated while they live in UNIMIS for 7 years, and then you want them to wait for the flag while they're behind walls. That is wrong. I mean, humanly, it just doesn't make sense. Because after he or she separated July 9, she's got to go back to that stupid tent again for who knows. That's what we're questioning. It's not because we don't acknowledge the Independent Day of July 9. No. But what we're saying is we have more pain to deal with. It's like, you know, if you're going to eat, yet you leave and you're hungry, you don't want to eat, even though you're hungry. You ended up picking up something that you don't even need. If you're hungry and somebody comes with clothes and food, which would you take? You rather cover your butt or you want to cover your stomach? Which one is it? Those are the choices that we have within our country. But all in all, Madid, thank you very much. I'll be listening from behind. I appreciate you bringing me live for the first time ever. It's good debate. It's good for people to reason. It's good for people to say their opinion without insulting each other. I hope I didn't insult anybody. Maybe I'll do it in writing.
You did good. Yeah, before you go, I don't know if Matiang want to say something because I don't want to reply.
Matiang, you can respond.
I will give you 1 minute.
Can I jump in?
I will give you 1 minute.
Can I jump in?
Before I move to the next speaker.
Okay,
if I say something, please forgive me.
Oh, okay. DrDeng Ding Ding, okay, you know, and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, directly to Kwan anyway. If I challenge your opinion is the wrong way, please forgive me. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Matiang.
Even me that I want to go somewhere. I will.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'll give you 1 minute so you can wrap it up.
Yeah, because you know, this is what people of South Sudan never understand. Because the big problem is only Kir leadership, and the leadership of Kir, because of being a Dinka, that is a target over there. There is no other thing that behind of it, only because Kir is a Dinka. Because some of the people call it being a leader. They forget that Kir is the leader of South Sudan, not a leader of Dinka. You know? But the problem is because of Kir being a Dinka, that is the only target there. And my brother Madid has a question before. If you say that Kir must go, who is coming next to replace Kir? I heard this question a lot, and nobody give me answer for it. But you can't say that. You cannot say that this person is go, and you don't have something that you replace it, because the seat will remain empty, and who will be a leader there? Do we live like animals without leader? Even the animal in the jungle, they have a leader that can lead them to where they go. You know, but the criticize that Kir has been criticized is not because he's a leader to all South Sudanese. It is because he's a leader of Dinka. He cannot be criticized even his deputy, as Riek Machar, and other leaders which are in the government, which are not a Dinka. They criticize Kir. Okay, where is their job? If I have a question, where is their job? Riek was there as a second man in the country, and he's the man that who can face Kir to say that, hey, we cannot do this. This is not good for our people. We have to do this for our people, because Kir cannot deny him. But he's dealing with Kir because he needs leadership. Here in America, as Madid said before, there is no vice president that criticizes the president. Look, for example, Trump. What is going on with the Trump administration? There is no one day that Mike Pence come in the TV and criticize Trump, because they are in the same position. Although Trump doing something wrong, the same Mike Pence doing something wrong too, because they are the same administration. But because Kir is the Dinka, that is the problem. And this is what I ask people. If we say that Kir must go, and we the Dinka say, oh, Kir, just leave the position, and let somebody from the other tribe take over, and we go do the same thing that other tribe doing to us, do you think that South Sudan will go in the right direction? No, we are still in a difficulty. There will be no right direction there, and there is no the right leader there in South Sudan, because we will do the same thing for that, and it cannot take us nowhere. What I want to say, we have to criticize all the leaders in South Sudan, not only Kir. Kir cannot go and do roads, Kir cannot go and build a school, Kir cannot go and build whatever they want to do by himself. But they give some people jobs, and they don't want to go and do jobs, and they turn around and blame Kir. That is not right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Mathiang. I will let you go. Kwan, do you want to reply a little bit, 1 minute before I give a chance to?
Now, you know, I mean, Mathiang, I heard your opinions. I mean, even though at first you say one and then later on you say two, we just all challenging the wrongdoing. It has nothing to do with specific tribe. In terms of those vice president criticizing their leaders, I mean, I get it. I don't know when the Riek Machar released his letter, but vice president can run against president in an election. It's a fair game. It happened in America not only one time. But in terms of letter, I don't know when it happened and when. But the fact that the vice president can run, I mean, even myself, my seat was taken by a vice president because they're usually the strongest people when it comes to running for re-election, because they're well known or they've been in the office for too long. So anyways, thank you all for for your contribution and no hard feeling whatsoever.
Yeah. Thank you, brother Kwan.
Abuna, good to see you.
Yeah, Abuna is the next speaker. Thank you, brother Kwan. Thank you, brother Kwan.
I will leave you.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, brother Matiang. Yeah, thank you for coming in. Thank you, brother Kwan. Happy July 9. Abuna John, you are next, and then after Abuna John, you are next, Abiel. Abuna, welcome to Lake State Media, and let me unmute you. Welcome. Yeah, you are next. Go ahead. Abuna John, you are next, and then can you put your earphone on? Abuna, welcome to Lake State Media, and okay, now it's gone. Yep.
No, I'm not going on here.
No, the echo is gone. Yeah, go ahead. It's your turn now.
Yes, because I was open the other device. That's why. First of all, let me greet you, all of you, in the name of Almighty God, and thank you. As I'm celebrating, you can see my back there. My flag is on, so I'm a South Sudanese, and I can celebrate like anybody else. So like Abuna, like anybody else, like you. So congratulations to you for your country to be South Sudanese, and I think each one of you are very proud to be a South Sudanese. That's very important. For me, I didn't catch up the topic, but we're talking about Independent Day, and what I'm thinking myself when I'm seeing you talking. Thank you for Abuna Kwan. He left before I talk, and he's listening to me now. He said he's Reverend Kwan Malwan. You know what? We are in a very beautiful day. Thanks be to God. In my own page today, what I wrote is that if we can remember as a Southern Sudanese where we're coming from, that's the very, very important key. If you know where you're coming from, today is not the day of criticism. It's a day of celebration. In my own self, this day when he came, I landed in Juba myself, and I stood on beside of the grave side of Dr. DrDeng. Not because he's my leader. This is because of the sacrifice that he made with his colleague for this country, and that is a key. That's why we're celebrating this day. For those of us who lost their life, those of us who fought, those of us who died of hunger, those of us who die of a disease, those of us who die because of being abused because he's defending this country in a different way of one another. So for us, if we can focus in our unity today, because there is nothing can unite us. The only thing can unite us is that flag behind me right there. That flag behind me right there is the key that can unite us. No matter who is going to come to lead the country, that flag is going to stand. But all of us, each one of us as individual will be gone, will be history. But that flag is cemented with the sacrifices of our people. So that's why, for me, as a minister, as a citizen of the country, as a citizen of the other country, what I can offer is that let us be together and pray that God can help us and lead us so each one of you can have a contribution. Because that's what we're fighting for. We're fighting so I can have a contribution myself. Sitting here in this white folks' office, do you think that is my goal? No. I have so many goals. If I can go down there and I can appreciate Brother Madit about what he's doing for the people on the street, for the people that having a need, they need some water to drink, and that's what we're fighting for. We're fighting for. We as a Southern Sudanese, we can have a peace and let the politics put aside and let us go to on the ground and keep running. To each one of you can contribute. And for the politics, it's not going to end. And for the politics, it's going to bring up all the negative sides, and then we fight and we cannot win. There is nobody going to win. But the only thing that can win is you can do something. If we as a people in here, in wherever we are, in North America, in Australia, in Europe, in Canada, and wherever we are, so we can unite hands. And please, drop the crazy idea to be in a tribe. Drop it, please. I will tell you this. The only thing can unite us if we can drop crazy idea that's going to be led by the Riek Machar, or going to be led by Dr. Dawn, or going to be led by Salva Kiir Mayadi. That's all our crazy ideas. The only thing that can unite us, we to work as a people. Okay? Work as a people, and all of us. That's how Sudan will take us. That's how Sudan over there is rich of everything that we need. We don't need any rice from China. We don't need any wheat from United States or from Canada or anywhere else. We don't need one of those things that can be brought. And they say what we call we call it yam or whatever that brought from East Africa. We don't need those food. We can produce our own food. We have the best food ever in Africa. Let us focus on that and let us produce our own food and forget about anything that we can brought from somebody else. Relax. We, as the Southern Sudanese, we are the people that can have something to offer, not the other way around. We can have something to offer for the other countries. We have the oil to offer. We have gold to offer. We have uranium to offer. We have food. We have grain. We have all the beautiful crops that we can offer to other people. But the other people cannot offer. They can offer something just be for the temporary use. But we, as a South Sudanese, I'm proud to be a South Sudanese. And I know, and I want each one of you to be proud to be a South Sudanese. Forget about the leadership. But let us join hands to work as brothers, to work as sisters of this country. Yes, we have differences. We have different ideas how we can run the country. But that thing, in my own opinion, if we can sit down peacefully, we will handle it. We will handle it, and we handle it, in a very gracious way. Let us remember the country. And that's why in my page today, I wrote this, let us remember when we come from. In 1956, the country called Sudan have independence. And after he had independence, short after that, in 1955, we as the Southern Sudanese, we protest because of the way the country has to be run. And that was the revolution in 1955 Victoria. And we move on. What do we have? We got a small autonomy government in 1972 in Addis Ababa Agreement. What do we do with it? Actually, we use it, even we didn't use it well. But we use it. But what happened? Because of our differences, Jalaba intervened. Before we mess up, in 1977, Jalaba saw, oh, those Junubin, they have something now. Why they have something better than we do? They went to Port Sudan and agreed and said, Nimeri, Jafar Nimeri, you did Junubin, you give Junubin more than they're supposed to have. What did happen? Nimeri took back what we have. And the result, that was in 1983. 1983, and we all went in. We all went in as a Southern Sudanese. Mafi Nuer Barao Masha, Mafi Genkao Barao Masha, Mafi Shurkao Barao Masha. We all went in because we believe of that case. So what is that case now? But you would drop it. Why we drop that case now? We're supposed to have that case. We're supposed to possess the case itself. لازم نملك القضية. وتمليك القضية هو اللي can move you to do something. But when you drop the case that drive you, the motive that drive you, then you become a fragment of the people. People can sit in their own houses. يمشي يجلسوا في البيوتات. ده يجلس في البيت بتاع أخوي، ده يجلس في البيت بتاع أخته، وده يجلس في البيت بتاع ما أعرف إيه، وخلاص انتهى الموضوع. Because the قضية is dropped. Please, my fellow citizens, don't drop the قضية. Don't drop your own case. Your own case bigger than any leaders. John Garang is the best leader, lead the movement for 21 years. Where is John Garang now? Where is it? Is it Gadia went with John Garang? No. The Gadia is staying. The country is staying behind. I can be leave tomorrow. I can be no more. But where is the Gadia? My dad died before I was born. Is it die with Gadia? No. I took it off. I carried it in my own blood. And I'm going to leave it to my children. We are better off, brothers and sisters. That's why I came here for the prayers that we have to do. You in your place, say, God bless South Sudan. That's your praise today. With everything in there, confusion, differences, hatred, mashakil, all this, but you still can say, God bless South Sudan. Why? That's that's the salvation we need. Not differences between Munu, Haishilda, Munu, Haikun Komda, the Kulu Khaliosai. Thank God we have peace now. And thank God coronavirus came and locked us in. If we as the South Sudanese don't accept one another after this, forget it, brother. I end my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abuna. That's a wonderful speech. That's really what we need. The next, I will give chance to my brother Abiel Kon.
And you can drop me. You can drop me. And
no, you're fine. You're fine.
You can drop me out. I'm going to be joining you and listening to you. But I offer my prayers to you for Independence Day, and God bless South Sudan.
Yeah, thank you. That's fine. It's okay. It's okay. That's no. We are about to. You're good. You say that. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Buna.
Thank you,
brother Abiel Kon. So I will give you happy Independence Day, and tell us how independent are you celebrating in July 9, or you are not celebrated, and go ahead and why.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. First of all, I would like to give thanks to Lagos State Media, Brother Madid, and the host, and also Dr. Deng, Abuna John. I can see Deng Kamis is there, and those who have actually spoken before me. Happy Independence Day to all of us.
Yep.
Of course, we are very proud South Sudanese, and I'm proudly celebrating these Independence Days. Even though we are at work, we are here. We are still celebrating it. We are celebrating it because it's a very important day to all of us, we South Sudanese, regardless of what is happening in our country. I have missed Dr. Deng's remark when I think he's a guest speaker today. But I will go back later on and maybe listen to what he had to say about this significant day for all of us.
Thank you.
For those who have spoken, this is a very important day, and it's a day that we have to put aside our political differences and come together as a proud South Sudanese and celebrate it, because it is what we are and it's what we become 9 years ago. It is a hard-won independence. It didn't just come out of blue. People have lost life. Millions of South Sudanese have died. Those who have not witnessed this day. But, when we meet them later on, we'll tell them that, we have a country called South Sudan, and you have sacrificed did not go in vain, because at the end we became proud, and we are celebrating this regardless of what happened in South Sudan, as I said. So this is what I can tell you guys, that because even though we may be different politically, different ideology, but when it comes to this July 9, we have a country called South Sudan, and we should be proud of who we are. We should be proud of this country. Abuna John, I have listened to your remark. That is very wonderful, and that's why when we have people like you that talk about why it is important for us to celebrate this day, and why is it important for us to be proud South Sudanese, it is because this is now our identity, regardless. For example, I'm a South Sudanese Canadian, but it does not prevent me from celebrating my country of birth, because that is what people fought for, and that is what we should be always proud and our head up. And 9 years ago, South Sudanese went into a jubilation and celebration worldwide, not only in South Sudan. There were those actually witnessed it in the ground, and there were those, whether you were in diaspora here, we came together as brothers and sisters to mark that in significant days, because and we have seen why is it important for us to keep this history alive. Bunamayar said that the flag behind him there is what will be there forever. We will all be going one day later on when our time comes, but the country South Sudan will be there until Yom Giyama, inshallah. There's nothing that will erase it from the world, and we are proud to be 193rd countries in the world. And when you meet your fellow African there, you proudly say that I'm a South Sudanese. Of course, we have a lot of issues in our countries, but this is where we can actually say what we went wrong. Whether you are a rebel fighting the government, as Abuna said, as I heard Dr. Deng said earlier, the July 9 should be celebrated everywhere. Whether in the country, whether you are a rebel leader, you can always be proud to celebrate that day and tell people of South Sudan, how do you want that country to look like? Celebrate it and tell them that how do you want this country to look like? And many of you that have actually read the speech of the president, that is very encouraging, because we have to live in a country of forgiveness, a country that will look behind and say that this generation, what did they do? And to the SPLM-led government, of course, SPLM has brought this country, and all of us, we have contributed to what makes South Sudan a country. But my heart up to those who have sacrificed, because without the sacrifice, those who actually carrying the gun for the last 21 years until we became independent, they are because of the resistance. That's why the peace have come through the resistance, through the contribution, through the struggle. Peace did not just come because we did not struggle for it, but we fought for it. And that's why we can always be proud to say that SPLM Oye, South Sudan Oye. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm not going to talk about what is happening in our country, but when we talk about our contribution individually, like Madid have said, I think some of us here have contributed, whether where you are or back in South Sudan. And there's a quote that I like from John F. Kennedy, say that, don't ask what your country can do for you, but ask what can you do for your country. And this is what we should be always asking ourselves. What can we do for our country? Exactly. Not what the South Sudan can do for us. Exactly. Because each one of us has a contribution to make. And through this peace agreement, we are hoping that the peace is the only way we can contribute to the development in our country, whether from your local communities, whether from your Payam, for your state, and also from the federal government as well. So our contribution mean a lot, but our unity should be the paramount for all of us, we South Sudanese, because regardless of political affiliation, we can have a unity that we need because we are all South Sudanese. So, Brother Madit and all the viewers, the panel tonight, this is a very important day. Let us celebrate this important day, and tomorrow we'll take it from there and talk about our political differences, what is happening in our country. But tonight is all about what makes South Sudan a country, why we are very proud of that country. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, brother Biakon. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Brother Deng, Deng, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, brother.
So, yes, let me give you a couple minutes so you can put in your remark. I know you talked earlier, and I have two people. While came aboard, I don't know what's going on with your network. So you need to do something about network. So go ahead, Deng. Thank you, Deng, for coming in. Thank you for joining us. You will be there after Deng, and then the next will be came aboard, and then you the next. So go ahead, Deng. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Brother Madid.
Okay, thank you.
This is my first time to appear in Lagos State media, and I.
Awesome.
Much.
I think he disconnect his device.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Look, I will never talk too much. I will just only put some remark. And what triggered my interest was some of the points that Brother Ding, comments earlier. I was listening. I was behind you guys when you were talking. I listening until I decided to join you. Look, July 9th, it should never be the point of talking for people refusing celebrating it and other people celebrating it. Like you mentioned before, that it doesn't matter what happened. Still, we can be proud of our own struggle because we all struggle. Although we end up where we are now, that was not our interest. Our interest was liberating ourselves and live peaceful, like any other people on the earth. So before I talk, guys, I should introduce myself. So I'm from Upper Nile, Nassau County. I'm a Nuer by tribe. Look, I can never object the celebration of July 9 simply because Salva Kiir has done some of the things that do not put a smile on our face. No, because like someone mentioned before, Salva will go tomorrow, another person will come. It's like John Garang was a leader of the movement, as Pele. And when John Garang died, he was replaced straight away. Okay? If there were some other things that were done by John Garang, which could not take us forward. And now John Garang is not a case anymore. We are in a different situation as a whole. So what triggered my interest in regard to my brother Ding, I didn't talk about the issue of Riek Machar criticizing Salva Kiir when before war. And let me tell you this, Dr. Ding. The reason why Riek Machar criticized the decision of Salva using the presidential decree to remove Chultong from Lagos State, actually, and also remove Tabandeng from Unity State using the presidential decree. That was wrong, if you can recall it. It was completely wrong, and this is where the mess starts. Because by the time when our draft constitution, when it was done, Riek Machar went to New York to UN Assembly meeting, and our parliament was negotiating the article for the draft constitution. From there, Dr. Machar quote some of the article that gave the president a power to remove a governor. Dr. Machar quoted and sent a message that we can't have these things in our constitution. John Luke defended his job. Sorry, our late MP, Honorable John Luke Jock. So Dr. John Luke put some very critical comments. He was saying that, why do you worry about all those articles? When you come a president tomorrow, you will have those power as well. You see how silly it is? You can't assume that someone will come president tomorrow and will use the same article which are not good for the country. In the United States where you are now, the governors, they are elected by the people. And President Trump can never remove anybody elected by people, the state governor. And in our country, it's like you can decide to drink this coffee. If you don't like it, you can chuck it in the thing and make another coffee. At that time, Riek Machar was fired by sulfur, but he was still a national MP in the parliament. Where Riek Machar criticized the decision from the president to remove a governor using the presidential decree. Okay? So for your information, Riek Machar has an absolute right at that time to tell Sulfur that these people you remove were elected like you were elected. You can't remove them. You don't have that power. Okay? Well, because like other people said before that, we South Sudanese, we have an issue of accepting the truth. Sulfur never seen it as a wise advice, or did the SPLM of the party see it as a wise advice? It was seen as Riek Machar criticizing Sulfur, okay? Instead of reminding the government that we cannot work this way, this government will not function, okay? We can't use the presidential decree to remove an elected governor. This is what was happening. I think even if you put yourself in the shoes of Riek Machar, and the government is messing up in your eyes, and you know you are a senior member within the SPLM, would you choose to keep silent, or would you choose to say something? Like now, our country is heading toward, I don't know how to describe it, toward ugly situation. Do we have to watch and see it, let it go that way if we don't talk? Okay? I know Sulfur Kir comes from Lagos State, because Lagos State and Warab, they can be the same. Okay? But it doesn't mean that all the Warab people, they like what Sulfur is doing. They don't. Because we are all dying. And nobody wants this to happen. We have to tell the truth. Riek Machar at that time has an absolute right to criticize the creation of the constitution. We give an absolute power to one person. One, Riek Machar has an absolute right to criticize a decision that will remove the governor by presidential decree. This is one thing I can advise you to know. Coming to the independence celebration, everybody celebrate to be a South Sudanese every day, leave alone July 9. If you are happy on your backyard, you knock your chest, you said, I am a South Sudanese. And of course you are a South Sudanese. Despite all this ugly thing happening today, maybe someone like my brother Madid will come a president tomorrow, and maybe the things will change. Because we have to be very honest. Sulfur Kir and his group, I don't know. I will never use the word Dinka, because I know they're not only Dinka that are surrounding him and carry out all these ugly activities. Our whole politician, they fail us. Starting from Sulfur up to the last. If they hear me, they know that they fail us. Because someone was mentioning, I think Dr. Ding before that, if you go to Kenya, you will find it's full with our kids, women, and some elderly people. I've been there 2019. It's very sad. Okay, you walk on the street, then always you look at your body. I'm South Sudanese. Something can happen to me at any time. You only feel that you secure if you have a foreign passport. Like you from United States, you walk with the United States passport, you'll be secure. You from Canada, you from UK, you from Australia. But if you are just South Sudanese crossing the border to Kenya, because you don't have a government, that government is not respected. You would be picked up and tortured at the corner. People demanding either money or they just want to do what they do. You see? And this is because SPLM has opened the door to the whole world that we South Sudanese, we don't love ourselves, we don't care about ourselves, we kill ourselves. Why would you have someone in a foreign country when is treating your own people like animals?
So, brother Deng, are you So let me ask you this question: are you celebrating July 9, or you are not celebrating it?
I celebrate being South Sudanese every day.
No, I understand that, but July 9 is a day that we get independent from the Arab.
Yeah.
So it's a 1 day a year. It's not a bad day. So
I do celebrate it.
So are you celebrating it?
I'm celebrating it, my brother.
Okay, good.
If we happen to be in the same state and you go along with me, we would be sitting on the backyard and cheer. We're South Sudanese.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we want. That's
okay.
Yep, that's what we want to do. Second question: so are you an Iowa supporter?
Yes, I'm an Iowa supporter.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking you this question is because, like right now, Dr. Machar, our first vice president, Dr. Machar, is now in Juba with so we have a joining government now. So and the peace that they sign now is working, and they are working toward to bring the unified government together and all this kind of stuff. My question to you is this: as you Iowa supporters and the rest of Iowa supporters who just came and left, so why are you guys still criticize the government, the same government that you are part of? Because you are a part of that government.
Oh, no, look.
Dr. Young Machar is our first vice president. So why you guys still keep criticize the government, the same government that your leader is a part of? Why don't you supporting this peace and put your rhetoric down and then support the peace as Dr. Young Machar did?
Brother Madid, we all support the peace. Like myself, I do support the peace. Because if we don't have peace, we will never have a life. Okay? We must have a peace. Not we shall have a peace. We must have a peace. This is it. It's just a point blank. We can't be fighting on the streets every day, every week, every year. We know it very well. We're going nowhere. Okay? With the war we have. The only reason why people are criticizing the government, this peace has got some provision to be followed. If they are not followed, it will be like 2015 peace that was shot at in 2016 during the J1. This is what we are now seeing, leaning toward. We nobody really want to see South Sudanese fight again inside the State House. Nobody want to see it. First of all, the provision in regard to the security arrangement, it has not implemented. One thing. Secondly, you can see now.
But the security arrangement, the IO, the soldiers that are in containment area, they are joining forcemen they are cantonment area, they are training, and that's the reason why you see that forces when they graduate, mostly next month or a few weeks from now, those are the joint forces. So that's the security arrangement there. And as you see now, those people, they're still training. So why we don't want to, because we see that peace is working. Only we know my message to you guys is this: peace is working. Let us stop criticizing them. Let us support it, because there's no good peace and bad peace. This peace is good, but let us build on it until it will be better peace. Because right now things are going well. There's no gun. Gun is silent. That's a good thing that we want to hear. So let's are not, as we consensus in the diaspora, let's are not stuff like, because what I see here, IO support, they still doing the same criticism against the government. Before the Young Machar, Dr. Young Machar joined the government. So they support when the Dr. Young Machar joined the government and become the first vice president, they should stop criticizing them, the same government, because they are part of the government. So this is how, but the way I see the IO supporters, they are still think that they are still in the bush. But that's not the case.
Brother Madid, of course, all government across the world, they commit some bad action sometimes, okay? We know it. But the bigger picture, the government, you need to make sure that let you be seen on the spot, on a right track. Don't be on a wrong track every day. You shouldn't be corrected every single morning. Oh, don't do this, do this. Oh, don't do this, do this. This is a problem, okay? We love these people sitting in this board right now. If we need a South Sudan to change, let us all criticize this government. I love criticizing all of them, not only Sulfur and his party, including Riek Machar, who is happen to be a vice president now. Okay? Let us all let us turn our back to ourselves and face them. Tell them do this. And let's tell them that we are the one actually elected them to lead us. If they don't do it, we have a power to remove them. And they should go if they don't do good things. Okay? So now, the issue with the government is doing things in a faithful way. That's why we remain criticizing President Kiir. You can see now with the issue of the state. The Dinka Padang said, we don't like the nominee of IO. Who are the Padang to tell IO to choose who they want? Who are they in Upper Nile to dictate the charge?
Yeah, that's another question. We can go another day, but let us focus.
And Sulfur said, yes, you don't want it, I will not bless this governor. He will not come. Now, can you see the contradiction? This is where now you see the contradiction. So the government is sticking to the agreement. It's jumping from here to there. And this is every morning told, no, let's go this way. No, we go this way. No, let's go this way. So how can we not criticize the government when the government is not faithful, my brother Madi? And I expect someone like you to sit behind the scene and tell exactly the SPLM and the government that you don't bring out war again. If you sign the agreement, stick on the agreement, follow the agreement, respect other parties, so that we don't have a severe differences. Because when things is getting hot and hot and hot, people lose patience and they lose momentum. They go disarray. And that's why they fight in J1. Okay?
Yeah.
You sign the agreement, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Let me give other people a chance. Thank you. You know, there's a speech that Madam Angelina just gave like a couple of days or 3 days ago. That was a very good speech. That's a good speech. Because it was that speech, Mafruit, we or the Iowa supporters, like they have to listen to her. Because that's the
that was good.
So thank you. Let me Dr. Deng, you want to respond?
Yeah,
to
I just want to make a few corrections. I mean, just
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Clarifications, okay?
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank Brother Deng Womut. Thank you for your inputs. And I'm going to make some few clarifications, but don't take them as critical, okay? Because today we are celebrating. You know? Yeah. But there is a few corrections here. First of all, the removal of governors by Salva Kiir Mayardit was not actually the starting point of difference between Riek Machar and Salva Kiir himself. There were differences anyway before the removal of the governors. Now, another clarification is the problem is we people, particularly the politicians of our country, they are the one always creating problems for us, for themselves. When the Constitution was drafted, as you mentioned, yes, there were members of parliament that objected some articles, including Riek Machar himself. Those articles that give the president all the powers. And that's what means the Constitution. The Constitution you discuss, you know, and then people vote. When the majority wins, you don't have a voice. That was mean democracy. Okay, so it was discussed with a few people protesting against the articles, and majority accepted. Okay, so that is what is called Constitution. So here I don't see where's the problem here about the Constitution, whether it was good or bad, and it was actually accepted and put into the law. That is the Constitution, and that even happened a lot in the Constitution of the United States. There were some times that they even disagreed. They had for 1 year. If you read the history of America, they went for 1 year without Constitution because there was disagreement. Some were saying that George Washington wanted George Washington to be king, and George Washington said, no, we don't want that monarchy of United Kingdom. So there were differences. Okay, here is a clarification here. John F. Kennedy removed the governor of Mississippi in 1963. The Constitution of the United States says, if there is insecurity with the interest of national security, the president has power. Okay, so that is there in the Constitution of the United States. That is just an example to give you. Now, the Constitution of South Sudan at the same times is very contradicted, and this is where a lot of people miss it. Okay, I have that copy with me. I read everything about that Constitution. Why I said so? Riek Machar is a member of the parliament. Other like John Luke, Waniga, Tabanding, let's say all these members, you know, in the executive branch, they are members of a constitution. Which constitution in the world that a vice president is also a member of parliament? There's no constitution like that in the world. But they have it. The Riek Machar protested it. Why would I be a member of the parliament at the same time vice president? He kept quiet. So you see our politicians now. So the correct constitution should have been there is nobody in the executive branch to be actually a member of the parliament. But our constitutions allowed the same members of executive branch to be members of the parliament. That's already wrong. Did they protest it? No, because it is an advantage to them. They will get salaries of it, you know, so it was good for them. Okay, so that is why I always say that we as South Sudanese are dragged into something that we do not know. Our constitution itself has been set up in the wrong way. That's number one. The same constitution that's come to your point about removal of Taban Dengai and Tolton. The same constitution gave the president the powers to remove any governor in the interest, whether to the party or the national security. So in this case, Kiir is not wrong. It was not Kiir who drafted the constitution. It was the members of the parliament drafted the constitution. So Kiir actually implemented what was signed into the constitution. So the mistakes are those who made the constitution. I would blame them. I wouldn't blame the community for that, because that is the right for the president to if you are given those powers, then you have right to remove anybody you don't want. And that's what caused, one of the reasons causes the problems in our country. So the members of the parliaments are all in favor because of the interest so-called the SPLM. That's been the problem. They were all in favor of everything to kill in the name of the SPLM. If there was anybody apart from being not a member of SPLM, to be honest with you, if you were that damn woman, you would know that that person would have no voice. No voice. Okay? And for that matter, that's what actually created all this mess in our country. Is it constitutional right for Kir to remove the governors that are elected? If it is constitution that says no, then Kir would be wrong. But if it is the same constitution says the governors are appointed, the same constitution says the president has the power to remove the governor, then you can blame the president. And do you know why even the president? I mean, the two governors, even not two, three of them. You forgot Nyandeng, Choltong, and Taban Dengai. The reason they were removed because they were supporting the interests of Riek Machar. That was the reason they were removed. They were accused that they were supporting the interests of Machar. So the constitution is absolutely wrong. That is why I myself advocating for the people to make peace. Let's make peace so that when we have peace at the end of 2023, right? After 3 years. After 3 years, we will have election. And if we have election, I hope not to be a violent election. I hope to be a fair, okay? If we have election that is fair, trust me, I believe all these people in the government, whether they are in the government or in the opposition, and we have a strong candidates, they will not win election. Anybody in the government since 2005, up to today or out of it, if we go for election, a true election, they will not win. We have to be honest about that. Okay. So let us pray together and have peace. So peace is the one that is going to make choice. Who do we want and who don't we want? And the peace at the same time is the one that will bring our people who are suffering in POs and those who are in Kakuma, those who are still in Khartoum. You know, do you know reason even now in Northern Bahar Ghazal? There's no reason for people in Northern Bahar Ghazal are going to Khartoum. But the only reason is because of hunger.
Yep.
Nothing in the country. So no jobs, no cultivation, nothing. So what would they do? They have to go back to Khartoum. But if we have peace, I don't believe that people who are now in peace in POs, not because they like to be in POs. I remember someone mentioned before that because they were paid of $50. That's not even reason. Yes, they could be paid, but that's not reason they are in the POs. They have reason for two things. Number one, if they go back to places that they were chased away in Juba, they will not get it. If they go back to the original places in the villages, they will not get it. It's completely blank. So we need peace agreement. We need to implement peace so that our people who are in those kind of places will have trust, okay, to come back. But they only have trust if we allow peace, we implement peace, and then we go for election. We vote out who we don't want, and we vote in who we want. That is the fight. I encourage all South Sudanese. Let's vote, let's go for a war of peace. And let's go for a war of voting, not a war for guns. If you don't like me as Dominic to represent you, vote me out. Period. That's okay. Okay? And finally, let's not support tribalism. Don't support me because I'm Dinka, even when I'm doing wrong. This is one of the problems that's affecting us. Even when I'm doing wrong, you support me because I'm Dinka. At the same time, you don't even get anything out of it at all. It is my kids that are going actually to best schools in Kenya, Uganda, Khartoum, elsewhere. I even bought luxuries and everything. But you who is supporting me carrying guns, you don't even eat every day. Just supporting me because I'm just your uncle or even I'm just your tribe. That doesn't make sense. So let us have peace so that we educate our children and use that who are completely misused. They've been misused because they don't have opportunities. They don't have education. And if they do, they will not support anybody. So I don't want to talk too much, but thank you, Brother Deng Umut, for pointing out. But again, we need to have peace so that when we have election, we throw away all this mess and we have a better government and better future. Thank you very much. I will leave.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, brother DrDeng. Let me give this chance to brother Deng Kamis. So you are the next after Deng Kamis, and then Ben Ariag is the next.
Okay, thank you, Brother Madid, and all our brothers that are on the show and the viewers. I've been here since the time the show start, and I already spoke my views for those who came late. Um, my sister Nyakwat, she already made a lot of history that how we start from. It's repeating. I don't know somebody else. Okay.
No, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Everybody's mute.
Okay. So all the viewers and the speakers, this is what we need. That's what we actually want as a human being, not just only South Sudanese. With other people that you live with them, you have to have some sort of understanding. And my brother Deng Omot, thank you for your comments. It's good to stand. Not everything is you can push on the trash. Not everything is zero. You have to have a fact that you base your argument, and where do you actually disagree, and where do you really agree with other people. So I took your points. They are important. That's what we want. And if we keep this up every time, every day, we will have some little changes, and maybe we will have some common ground among ourselves. That's what I can say. Uh, Back to the point, our magic point of magic point of today. What we are talking about is about Independent Day. Whoever celebrated and who is not celebrate Independent Day. In my own point of view, I would say it's your constitutional right not to celebrate. Nobody will force you to do so. But the constitutional right sometimes have some limit. If you go publicly, like one of the video that I watched this morning, and it start abusing other people while they are happy, and other people that are mourning for their loved one that they lost recently, a couple of days ago, and you go there try to disrupt the public while you are not celebrating, and you think that you are not celebrating, and you do the show, and that show is become a chaos. That's you are over the limit of your right, your constitutional right. So this is we have to learn from here. We have grown up, and we have to follow the rules. Sometimes it's not a problem for you. You choose not to. That's your constitutional right, I can say. But let's have a limit sometime. We will keep talking. I think this Lake State media it's been doing a wonderful job. So let's keep in touch and discuss the different issues at a different time. Let's focus about independent today. In case politics, sometime we're going to hurt somebody feeling who is enjoying his day, which I don't intend to do. That's what I can say. There's some remarks that are actually being made, like the removal of governors. That one is one of the constitution in South Sudan. So the president have a right to remove the governor if the people actually complaining a lot about the governor, they don't want a governor, then the president have to remove the governor before it get out of hand. That's what happened with the unity state. There were a lot of bunch of letters that they did not want uh, Taban to be a governor. president tried to ignore it, but it did not happen until he took the action. And that court said it where after the removal of the governor, the election should be conducted within 60 days. So when they those two governors were removed, I don't even think we reached 60 days. That's where the crisis start from there. So and now it's fallen on President himself to appoint all the governors because of insecurity. There's nowhere we can run the election where people can go around it uh, for their position. It won't happen. So that's what I can say. One of the thing I can add is just a little thing. You know, we are all human beings. We don't go one way traffic. We have a different thought. We think in our own ways. And I was watching that CNN here. Somebody asked about coronavirus. Said he was asking them the hosts, how do you work with somebody who is refused to wear a mask in public? So we have those people in our independent day. People that cannot do, and we don't have the answers for them because for their reason they think that the government is not functioning. The government is different with the independent. The independent day we will never change it. That's only if you are thinking about emerging with Ethiopia, going back to North Sudan government, go to or to emerge with Kenya or Uganda, my friend, you just out of point. We're not going to emerge with anybody. So Sudan independent is going to be there, and we're going to be leaving it there one by one when our time expires. When your time expires from God, the God will not tell you that your time is expired, but it's going to be expired anyway. And you leave South Sudan is going to be there. So let's not hurt ourselves. Try to bring unity to our country. That's the only way we can make a change. You cannot make the change outside the system. That's another issue too. We are outside the country and we try around every day, try to make a change. We cannot make a change outside the country. Now, the IO, they went back to the government. This is where they can make some changes about the constitution if they don't like anything. So for me, I'm not going to talk that much. We are celebrating. I'm happy. I'm one of the I'm one of the liberators. Um, and I don't want to spend my time trying to hurt somebody's feeling, somebody's life. No, I want to enjoy with others. So that's a way of living. We don't have to be all Christian. We don't have to be all Muslim or any religious, but we have to be a Sudanese. So Sudanese to live together. That's only the way we can live our life. Most of the area there in Eastern Equatoria, like I say, I know them, and we fought. I fought there. I shot twice, but it was not Arab. It was South Sudanese fought with me. With us, I fought with what is called Equatorial Defense Force. I fought with Aringa, and I fought with Tong Tong, plus the government of Khartoum. So there was a lot of huge work that we were doing back during the day. So for me, I'm not interested in going back to war because I have already suffered. I had a bullet in my body, I thank God I survived those, and I don't want to survive another bullet again. It's better for me to save somebody life before they get hurt. So thank you, my brothers,
Thank
and
you.
let's keep it up.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, brother Dengamis. Appreciate it. Brother Ben Riak, welcome, brother. Will been a while. Happy July 9th. Thank you for turning in. This is your Shan. Let me unmute you. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to Lake Statement. I will give you a chance. This is your time. Go ahead. We have left up 25 minutes. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
First of all, I want to begin by appreciating the viewers of Lake State Media and you, the host, plus all the panelists of tonight's program. I go by the name Bunyriak, that's my name. And as I just came here, actually what triggered my thought was the word independent, and this being the 9th July. So I had to come in just to pay my tribute to the fallen heroes who fought for this country. And you, the SPLM, SPLA students who've been there at war fighting in order to free us. So as you can see, maybe, yes, I'm not that person who belongs to either the SPLM, neither the whatever the so-called IO. I don't belong to any of those. I'm just a mere citizen. And the reason why I feel so much happy to appreciate those who fought for the independence of South Sudan is because I personally, I didn't take any part, in doing it. But there were those that actually offered, their entire life to make sure that we were free from, being governed by another government. People that do not actually belong to our own identity. So these people, which are the like of you, the Judge Amir and the Judge Aswad, you guys saw exactly what was happening. Those were things that could be termed as injustice, and you all stood together in order to free us. So when when 2011 came, that was it. Actually started in 2010 when people were asked to vote for the referendum. I was also not able to make it because by then I was still underage, so I was denied a chance to vote. I was denied. I was not registered. So looking at all these things, I did not vote. I didn't fight for it, but you guys fought for it. You guys voted for it. That's a great thing, and everybody who did that deserves much appreciation from us. However, there are certain things, of course, you fought, you voted for it, but still there are a lot of things that needed to be done. So these things that still need to be done also require your collective, unity as South Sudanese. Just in order for us not to waste, to waste the energy you use to fight for this country, and the same, energy you used, the same energy and the thoughts that you gathered in order to make a decision that, yes, I will vote for the referendum. Those kind of stuffs, they should not be just wasted and will still remain in this kind of turmoil. So the best thing that we would need to do is to unite at this critical moment and then try to see how we're going to take our country, uh, to the next level, as us making it equivalent to the rest of the developed countries in Africa. Let's not even talk about the West. We need to begin just within Africa, which is our continent. Not even talking of the entire Africa, but within East Africa. Let's make it reach a certain level of certain countries within the East African region. So here is stating that there are still certain things that needed to be done. Yes, uh, a lot are there. And as I'm talking to you today, I actually do celebrate the independence of South Sudan. That means I celebrate uh, the power that we are able to govern ourselves. This is what I celebrate. Our president today is a son of South Sudanese. That means his own identity shows that he's a South Sudanese. So the independence that I celebrate is the independence of its definition. That means being free from government, uh, from another country, being free from being governed by a foreign government. This is what I celebrate. Now the rest of the things that are missing, of course, when we talk of sovereignty, it is actually missing when we talk about that one, because it is now our power as the nation in order to control our own government. Today, we're not controlling our government as the citizen of South Sudan. It is our government that controls us. So when we talk of sovereignty, we actually need to understand what it means. It is the power of the nation to control its government. That means we, the citizen, deserve to have the right to say that this is wrong, and our government gives us a clear, kind of understanding, and then try to correct that particular thing. We're missing it today in South Sudan, so it is one of the things that still need to be done. When we talk of freedom, of course, there is no freedom. There is no freedom in South Sudan. The only thing that it has been achieved in South Sudan is the independence. Yes, South Sudan is a country. It is a state with all the symbols that indicate that it is a state in Africa, and we own our passport today that allow us to travel to other countries. So this one clearly indicates that yes, we actually have a state, and it being a state, those who fought for it deserve much respect for that great work being done. So I'm going to close by saying that there are still so many things, and what I've just said is my own opinion. So there are a lot of things. Any other South Sudanese could come here and point out so many critical points that still need to be done in South Sudan. And when we hear people talking of those things, let's just feel in our heart that yes, those are certain things that they are missing, and they need those things to be done, because the 9th July is never going to be changed. Whether we say that we don't celebrate it or we accept that we celebrate it, it will always remain there as the day that we got the determination to have our own leaders and our own sons. So no matter what we do, we're not going to have the second independence. South Sudan, by its name as South Sudan like that, will always remain a country that got its independence in the 9th July 2011. So it is not going to be changed, whether somebody does not celebrate it today or that particular person celebrates it today. The ones that refuses to celebrate it today will also accept to celebrate it tomorrow, because it will never be changed. That is already an historic day. So it remains constant for us, and we should always be happy whenever that day comes, because we need to be proud of one thing, that's having our own state. Yes, the other things that are missing, they need our work. And it does not start with somebody like me, because I still have a lot of years in order to participate in doing that. As we all understand the system in Africa, you can never participate in certain affairs when you're not above 40s. That's the system in Africa, because I've lived in so many African countries. So I see things that do happen in those countries. People don't listen to the voices of the youth. If you are still below the age of 40, you're considered a child. So you guys today, who are in United States of America, the ones in Canada, and Australia, and all the other Western countries, it was your struggle that brought us independence. And we need to see this change coming to our country through you, because in our own culture, your dad actually works for you. The dad works for the family. If the dad fails to do something great for the family, let's assume that the family is divided. People are fighting against themselves within the family. The second person that comes in with the right choice to put those disputes within the family together is the elder brother. And now if the elder brother fails to do it, this is where the young brothers come in, and so on. So talking of what I've just referred to, in South Sudan, we look at the current leaders as our fathers, but they failed. So you guys out there, we are still looking up to you as our elder brothers. So in order to put this dispute together, it is going to work out when you all come together and realize that it is your responsibility to actually fix what has been failed by your own father. So whether you guys do it or you don't do it, it will always remain there that in case we fail for the second time, in case our country remain in chaos for the second time, this second blame, we're going to put it on you as our elder brothers, not on our fathers anymore, because they already failed in our watch when we're all seeing it. But you did not, acknowledge the fact that something is going wrong and try to come in order to correct it. So that's my last word to all our brothers in the Western countries, the lost boy of Sudan. The remaining task is yours, and we are there to support you in case you want to bring in the change. But failure to bring in that change, of course, it is a sure deal that we're going to blame you, because I can't blame my dad yesterday, I blame my dad today, and then again blame my dad in the future. It will never happen. So generation keep on changing. So anything that's going to do with failure in the next, in the next 2 to 3 decades, it will be your blame. And thank you.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, thank you, brother Bano Riak. That's really, I always really thanks you for a wonderful speech that you always give. This is what we want to our young and to our youth, because youth nowadays, like when I talk to youth in South Sudan, youth are really the youth are relaxing. When we see them, they and this is the topic that I will host you one day, so we can talk about the youth in diaspora and youth in back home. So this is very important. I always happy to see you to come to Lagos State and put your perspective. And I hope one day I will host you and bring the rest of the youth so we can talk about particular what our youth are facing back home. And my brother Deng, Kamis, did you want to say something to
Yeah,
my?
yeah. I just want to give thanks to my little brother. So that's a blessing. God bless you. Keep it up. Don't give up. Sometime you will come here and have a hard time. People are fighting back and forth, but you just keep your spirit that way. Try to be a middleman, and you have a long way to go. You're young. You're alive. It's still moving. So I'm actually very happy. It's my first time to hear the little boy that grew up in the Western world come here and and give us those momentum. So I'm happy. I'm brother Madid and my brothers. I left with 2 hours to go to work, so I'm trying to go and take a nap.
Yeah, you
I
can
will
hear.
be I'll be leaving a show. I'm very impressed with my brother uh, Bun Ria. So the speech is very strong, and we can keep continue from there. Only one thing we're not going to change is South Sudan. And remember, independent is a non-partisan. It's a non-partisanship. Even though you have a party, it's not negotiable. It's non-partisan. So you got to remember that every party you are part of it, independent is not going to be negotiated. So that's my last word I can say. It's non-partisan. It's not non-negotiable. It will be there. You join the party. Remember, the party can change. You can change the name of your party. You can change the constitution of your party, but you're not going to change the independence of South Sudan. Thank you, my people.
Thank you,
Have a
thank you,
wonderful
thank you.
day.
Have a good one. Yeah,
I'll
you too.
see you back again.
Thank you.
All right.
Sister
Bye.
Chankwat, can you unmute yourself? Your turn is next. Sister Nyakwat, can you hear me, Stephen? Nyakwat Stephen, can you hear me? It's your turn to talk. Unmute yourself. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes. So I will give you 2 minutes. Can you unmute yourself? Your turn is next. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me, Stephen? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It's too echo. Do you have any earphone on?
2 minutes. So I will give you 2 minutes. Hello.
Hello, yeah.
Hello.
Hello, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, yes, we can hear you. You speak. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay, what you can do just press your phone, lock back
Can you
out
hear
and lock
me?
back in. Yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so good. You can hear me now. Yeah, go ahead. But while you are hearing me, can you put on your earphone? What you can do, just press your phone, lock back out and lock back in. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so okay. Uncle our mic, welcome to Legislative Media. While she fix that, let me give this chance to our mic. Thank you for coming. Unmute yourself, Uncle our mic. It's your turn now. Happy. Our mic, can you hear me? Okay, they're having a network issues.
Do you hear me? Yeah, do you hear me? I hear.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, welcome to Legislative Media. Happy Independent Days. Yes, your turn. Go ahead.
Did everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madid Majak. I would like to thank Leg States Media for the wonderful job you guys are doing. I've been watching the show from the beginning, and it has brought the camaraderie into the show. I've seen many people met, those who were in the bush or the bushes of South Sudan, they met in this show tonight by virtue of my time here. They are able to connect days.
Okay, my people are complaining that your voice, your sound, your voice is so low. Can you put on your earphone and come closer? We cannot hear you. Your voice is too low.
I hope you can hear me too.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, enough for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, put on your earphone, our mic. Put it on your earphone.
Do anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, enough for that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, put on your earphone, our mic. Put it on your earphone.
It's another process. I have to turn off my tablets and go back to my phone and all that stuff. But
okay, to do that.
I don't know if everybody's hearing me right now.
Okay, good. Now it's good. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, do that.
Okay, good. Now it's good. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I'm really delighted and I'm so pleased to see that Lake State Media personnel in particular tell about the struggle of people of Sudan, many of whom they participated in that. I watched the show from the beginning up to this point. And I'm glad if you come up with this kind of show and you have a history of it, that make it really very, very, very good show. And indeed, tonight, I'm so pleased to see my brothers experience the life bushes talking tonight. I never knew that the members or the individuals who are running the show, they were already people who were in the bushes in the past. I never knew until tonight. And for that reason, I really salute all of you, the members of Lake State Media. Salute you. You did a very, very grateful job. That's one. Two, Lake State media prove itself to be very from political spectrum can hear and voice his voice. That made me so much humble that you guys are great. You were the people who fought on the field, and you are the people who are already also coming here to fight in the social media, but you are giving the chances to anybody out there who want to come and voice his voice. This media for a long time. I think people fight. Even among us right now, among the audience, some of us are not part of the government, but some of us are the opposition. For that reason, I salute you too. I thank you so much. And this day, you prove to me that this Lake State media is an open media for everybody to come in and say whatever you want to say. Provided that you have that rule of respect to others. Simple as that. Opposition, I have seen them here. Lingering, I have seen them here. And you name them in this particular social media. I'm so delighted, and I thank you guys for these two things. Now, this country, it came at a very, very expensive price. Expensive price. Whether you are opposition or whether you are a government supporter. We paid a very expensive price for it, to have a country for you and I, as you are seated there, especially the guests, and perhaps the audience watching this show. We pay hefty, lofty price to have a country called South Sudan, where you and I can walk down the street proudly saying that, look, I'm South Sudanese, and you carry that nationality. It's uncompromisable. Some of us did it, paid it. Some of us, they stayed on the side, they stays on the side, aloof, only to be prepared for them to come in and say, okay, we are part of it. Well enough, it's good. But gentlemen and ladies, this country is for all of us. This country can contain all of us. This country can feed all of us. It is you and I and her and he who can make it to sit together and move forward. South Sudan, let me just give you a secret. I'm not trying to prolong my discussion here, or my talking here, because this show here really made me so comfortable that at any given time I can come in. I realize the show is a very diverse show, can bring anybody with any opinions. This country here of ours needs us. And every one of you here, whether you're a guest or your audience watching down there, you have a responsibility to do. You have something, just one thing to do for your country. One thing, do something for your country. And this country, blood of people for 15 years old struggle. Each and every one of you here paid the price. You might not pay it directly, but you paid it indirectly. You lost cousin, you lost auntie, you lost uncles, you name it. You pay the price. It is our celebration tonight. It's our celebration today that a country called Sudan. We never thought of it. Then again, our leaders are there. Those who took us to that direction. And tonight, if we were to celebrate this, we should not forget the father of this nation, Dr. Jongaran. Having said that, as if he knew that he was going to take his people to the promised land, but he chose someone out of all these crowds. Out of all these crowds, he chose somebody that this guy here can help my people to go to the promised land. And he perished. The person he chose, he came and he saw the light right there in the tunnel. And he took the people there of South Sudan, even though there were so many provocations. Gentlemen, listen. From our oppressors. But still, the guy who is occupying the game, he resisted that. He accepted it. He worked through it. He brushed it because he was assigned by our father that take my people to the promised land. And he took them through. Today, you and I, we have a country. You call yourself South Sudanese. I call myself South Sudanese. What a proud, what a gesture. The little things that going on, the scrimmages that going on among ourselves here as people, we can address it. If you can sit with me, as all of you here in this podium, we can address it and we'll move forward. South Sudan is a bread feed of Africa, something many of you don't know. It's a gold mine of Africa. Some of you don't know. It's a country with a lot of wealth and with less population. It's second, or maybe first to Libya. South Sudan could be first to Libya or second to Libya, if I might say, in terms of our size. For that reason, I don't want to prolong my show, my discussion. But I'm so delighted to see that this show, Lake States, shows that I'm really admired. Not because, gentlemen, I'm not, I don't want to use that as a pretext. Yes, I'm from Lakes, but this particular show, I watched it for a long time. It brought a lot of people background to express. I like it. I'm from Lakes. I'm from Rumbek. I'm from a town called Akot, if I may say. But still, this show is a good show for all of us to come in. And I encourage Brother Madid and the rest of the team, as you were doing, everybody, Malinzat, Masrin Zat, Ethiopian, because the geopolitical dimension of the world has changed. It's no longer East and West. Those days, America and Russia, no. There were some few players in the arena today. You have China, you have North Korea, you have India, you have Brazil, and perhaps you have even Arabs. You have Boko Haram in West Africa. So the dimension of the entire world, geopolitics has changed. And I wanted to read this to this particular audience here. I don't want to prolong my talking. SPLA, SPLM is the last successful movement in the world. Please take this. Successful movement, SPLM, SPLA. Was into the which North Korea, India, and Brazil, and so forth, even Arabs. Those days, there were few, just two. This time, it's no longer. For that reason, for you to defeat your enemy, it is through the dialogue, but it's not through the force, because there were so many people on the yard can help the other side. Gentlemen and the lady there, I thank you very much, and I will urge you to come at any given time, and I will be there, and we need to talk. Sudanese, we love our country. We want to move forward. We want to invest into it and make it a better country. That country, today, while we are seated here, the neighbors are the one benefiting from us, including even our oppressor. The guy who oppressed us when we depended from him, he's benefiting from us. But you and I were not. We are still in a dogfight. For that reason, thank you very much for listening to me, giving me this opportunity, and I'm here to listen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Uncle Awar. It's very great that you acknowledge and you tell our guests that Lake Media is here for everybody. It's here for everybody. So regardless what tribe you belong or what political affiliation you belong to, we always come here, because the more we engage with each other, the more we can find the solution. So thank you. My sister Nyankwat, I know you here earlier, so I will give you 2 to 3 minutes so we can wrap up. I'm about the time is running out for me. So go ahead. This is your chance. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate.
You're welcome.
I would like to say some point here. First of all, I will salute our leaders. And the second one, I will thank Lake State because they invite me. I think this is my first time to be here. So what I would like to say, as Pastor said it, yeah, kalam ta Pastor kalam kwez jidden. But I will not talk about it so much because I just want to point it out. Now, of the Second World War, First World War, why I like to mention that is because word of God and the politics, they go together. بمشي سوا كيف عشان لو شفت راجات First World War و Second World War الناس كان بيقود الحرب، هو كان ناس فاستر ذاته، هم بيجيبوا في خط النار بيسلوا عشان يبارقوا طريقة هم يمشي بالحرب. our faster بتاع الزمن ده، أنا one of the ناس بتاع الكنيسة برضو. لو مشيت لقيتني تلقاني أنا شغال هناك، لكن لو جا في بوليتيك برضو ولا في نضال عشان لازم يمشي يتكلم عن بلدهم، أنا بخش فوقه. وكلام بتاع ربنا ما بيحميك إنه ما تتكلم عن بوليتيك ولا ده كويس، يخارج يعمل لنا انخارجمنت عشان نحن نقدر نحب بعض ونقيف مع بعض عشان الوطن يمشي قدام والبلد يمشي قدام. لكن لو جاء في زمن الحرب، هو باستر يا بيمشي الحرب بيعلن بيسلي وبيخلي الناس يمشي قدام عشان الناس يحاربوا. عشان كده في أغاني كتير في بايبل وكده تشوفوا سواء كان بروتاندين لأنه ترجمون بدينكا وترجمون بنوير وبأي اللغة. ده كان أغاني الحرب. أوكي، وده البوين بتاع باستر. ده كلام كويس. أنا بتكلم عن السكيورتي بتاعت جنوب السودان، لأن جنوب السودان لو دانا بقي رئيس هسه، أنا بقدر نقول يا جماعة كل زول يمشي في ستيت بتاعه، كل زول يمشي في ستيت بتاعه. لأنه why I say this، لأنه نحن ما يعني ما هنعمل agreement في أي حاجة. We will not agree. We have differences and that is true and nobody can deny that. كل زول that is يعني everyone is supporting his party. بعدين ما تأخذونا بغلط، بالخاطر كون أنا بيعرفوا كده لسه young man من في القاهرة. هو زول طيب جدا، هو ما بتاع يعني، هو زول هادي وبيحب يتكلم. عشان تجيب مع زول بتاعك ولا عشان تقول حق في الكوميونتي بتاعك ما معنى إنه أنت زول قبلي. أوكي، ما زي هذا انتوا واقفين في الليج ستيت وقاعد تعملوا في الجفرمنت سبورت ولا قاعد تعملوا مرات تتكلموا بدينكا شو. ما that is not mean that you are a tribalism. You are tribal guy or tribal man. Okay, ده بوري انه كل زول عنده community بتاعه. حتى الجيسس himself وكده ما نزل في السماء كجنة بتاع سماح قال جا نزل في الدنيا بس وشافوت نازل تحت. ولده في بدلهم في بيت في أسرة بتاع ديفيد، ويرفوا إنه في فلسطين في إسرائيل. وبعد ده يعني ورانا إنه أنت ذاته عندك قبيلة بتاعك، عندك أسرة بتاعك، وأنت فلان، لكن محبة بتاعه بيجيبنا مع بعض لأن نحن بقينا في جسد واحد في المسيحية. ده لمانا. لكن هو himself هو قاعد يوري إنه انت قبيلة كده واسرتك كده ولهجتك كده، وما غلط عشان انه رب يسوع ولا الخالق السماوات والارض خلانا نكونوا ناس عندهم قبائلهم قبائلتهم القبائل بتاعتهم. فنحن ربنا ما غلطان عشان يجيبنا في جنوب السودان مع بعض. قبل في كلام واحد انا ما اعرف دكتور دين دين قالوا انه في السيتويشن بتاع جنوب السودان عشان يكون في يال تعبانين في الشوارع ولا شاحدين في الشوارع، ده السيتويشن نفس حتى في الدول اللي ما عنده هروبات زي كينيا، واعمل اكزامبل زي كينيا، في يال في الشوارع. هنا ما يلخبطوا حاجات، في فرق السيتويشن بتاعنا براه. اوكي، حتى البرة ده نحن عارفين انه في هوملس ده ما عندنا كان في السودان ولا في الجنوب وضعنا الكعب ده ما عندنا هوملس، لكن هوملس ده قاعدين هنا. اوكي، حتى الجنوبيين بنفوسهم ولا السودانيين بقوا هوملس في البلاد البرة ده. عشان كده وكتمشي كينيا سيستم بتاعهم براو عندهم شكرة on the street. احنا شفناه كل زول قاعد في كينيا بيعرف. لكن في وضع بتاع الجنوب حتى وكد كنا في الحرب ما عندنا الوضع زي ده. لكن هسه وكد بقينا الحرب عمل فوس للشفع ده والنسوان ده والبنات ده والأولاد حتى العجائز خشوا في الشارع. عشان شنو؟ عشان الوضع بتاعنا. اوكي، وما بنقدر نرجعه خلاص في الشارع ما حنقدر نرجعهم. حتى كان وطننا حتى كان بلدنا بقت كويس ما حنقدر نرجعهم، لأنه شنو؟ خلاص بقى part of system. حتى الحرب ده جاب لنا الإجرام ده ما حيروح خلاص. بقينا عندنا مجرمين بنحبوا ناس، ده بقى part of system خلاص، لأنه we did create it for us. لأنه لو ما قبلنا الحرب ده كان الحاجة ده ما بيجي. والكويس برضو زي أنا ما قاعد أكون زعلان شديد بمشكلة إنه حصل الحرب ده حصل. ممكن ده ربنا دير يعرف أن إحنا ناس منو ذاته عشان يعرف حسب we know ourselves كيف القبيل ده thinking قبيلة ده عيا بتاعه شنو. كانوا عارفين حاجات ده كان ما بنقدر نعرف بعضنا لو جينا خلاص دخلنا في المدينة. أوكي، لكن أنت لو في غابة وأنت عارف إنه في البلد هيستغر ولا بلد لقينا independent بتاعنا هيكون في حرب تاني لازم. حتى كان الناس ما يمشوا عنيانيا هيكون في حرب داخل في أي بلد بيكون، لأنه بيكون في الصراع. أوكي، بيكون في الصراع بتاع شنو؟ بتاع إنه نحن دايرين نعملوا كده ولا نحن دايرين نكونوا كده ولا نحن دايرين. في بوينت هنا قالوا السليبريشن ده أنا ما أعرف ده واحد من الجماعة برضو كلكم أنتوا كلمتوا عنه. البوينت بتاع السليبريشن ده السليبريشن ما بالضغوط، ما بزول ضاغطنه انه ضغطوها انه اعمل السليبريشن ولا ما تعمل. ده الخيار منك. ويوم ده يوم يعني يوم هناك ويوم ما بيروح خالص. حتى كان الناس في الجنوب حتى الجنوبين كله انتهى اليوم ده هيكون هناك هيتذكروا. حتى كان لمينا الجنوب للشمال ذاته لسه اليوم ده هيتذكروا، لانه ده يوم ان احنا لقينا تحريرنا حررنا بعضنا. ده يوم بتاع اندبندنت بتاعنا لقينا الحرية فوقه. اوكي، هنا هتعمل سيلبريشن. ما قلنا العنيانة دل ولا الخوارج ولا اوبوزيشن ما عاملين السيلبريشن. حتى الجفرمنت ذاته انتوا سميتوا عملوا سيلبريشن. حتى المنو كان كلم قبل ايام انه ما هيعمل سيلبريشن، ولو زول داير يعمل حتى في الولايه بتاعه يعمل. ده عشان شنو؟ ما عندهم نيه. ما في نيه عشان انت تعمل تضحك كيف ذاته تحاول تضحك ما بيجي. يس انا اشتغلت قمت صباح لبست قماشي نظيف وعملت اشتغلت ميوزك بتاعي وشربنا الشاي وعملنا. لكن انا ما ممكن نفرح لما نضحك نقعه كده، لانه الا كان انت زول ما عندك احساس. لو عندك احساس if you have feeling انت بتشوف نفسك كانه الزول ما ضيع من غير سبب دمه كبب بدون سبب، ده كانه قاعد يعين فيك. اوكي، لو عندك احساس ما عشان نحن ما قاعد نعمل celebration كلنا قاعد نعمل celebration. we are so happy with this day. حتى كان ينتهى بكره انت لسه بتتكلم فوقه. نحن كلنا بنتكلم فوقه. yesterday was our independent day. شوف ده يوم عظيم يوم مبارك. حتى اذا كان خربناه زي ما الجيش بيقول قال ايش على شوف حتى كان خربناه لسه ده يوم لينا ما بننسوه. وعشان كده ما تخطوا في اي راس زول قال زول ما يعمل سيلبريشن ممكن هو زعلان وكده. يس ممكن هو زعلان عنده شعور بتاع عدم الفرح، لكن هو لسه بيعمل سيلبريشن في اليوم ده. ما عنده حفلة كبير لكن قاعد مرتاح whether is mourning ولا is laughing. لكن ما بتمشي للدرجة عالية، لأنه أنت عارف ده حتى الناس في جنوب السودان ده حسب ما عاملينه بالطريقة اللي هم دايرينه. اوكي، لانه بقى في مشكله ما ننكره. جنوب في الحرب هننا في السلام قاعد نتكلم في السلام، لكن نحن كان في الحرب ونحن في الحرب ذاته. فنحن ده حاجه ما بننكره، العالم عارف، اي زول شايف. شلا نعمل بروتندنج قال قاعد نضحك وجنوب كويس، جنوب كويس، جنوب ما كويس، في حاجات كتير ماشيه غلط. فياهو قاعد نتكلم في السلام. أن السلام في ناس قالوا ممكن في ناس ما دايرين سلام ناس قاعدين يعملوا سبورت كله، إذا كان في ناس الجوا ولا ناس البر كلهم ولا اوبوزيشن قاعد نعملوا سبورت، بالخاص الاوبوزيشن ذاته قاعد يعملوا سبورت في السلام، لأنهم تيبوا في الغابة، وده زمن مفروض هم ما يتعبوا، مفروض الرجال اليتامى ما يتعبوا، حتى النسوان الفقد رجاله. اوكي، فده يوم يعني نحن كلنا قبلانين بالسلام، حتى كان نحن ما هنلحقوا اسمه شنو ده الالكشن بتاع 2023 ربنا عنده عمل بتاعه ممكن يواصلنا هنا. لكن يا جماعه ما عندنا differences، عندنا differences. دين قالوا قبل، قال نحن وقالوا أنا دي نشرح تجاهي، لأنه كده أنا ما قلت بالقصد اللي هو المشي ترجمه بيه، أنا قلت بالقصد إنه نحن عندنا differences. أنا لو بدأت لك حاجة أوكي في كومن في باقي ناس كتب الكومن ديل ذاته، إذا كان أنا بديت لك حاجة وأنت جيت رديت المشكلة وانا تاني قمت رديت، مناو ده بيكون ده السيركل خلاص ما بقيف. مناو هيودينا في شنو؟ هيودينا في انه انا نساعد قبيلتي، وده بوديك انه تساعد قبيلتك، حتى لو نحن ناشوناليست زي شنو بيكون في احساس بتاع انه الزول بتاعي قاعد يعملوا بطال ولا اسرتي. حسن لو هجمتك في بيتك انت بتقدر تدافع نفسك، ولا اولادك كله بيجي وهيدافع. اوكي، ده حاجه معروف ما ممكن ننكر فوقه. ما ممكن تقول انا ما بساعد اسرتي عشان قال ناس ديل هيكونوا كده. اللي بيكون فرق ناس اللي بيقولوا قال ناس اللي بيقولوا قال هو ناشوناليست، عشان يعرفوا الفرق يا جماعه. المشكله ده ما مفروض ما يحصل كده. انت فلان لو ما رديته كده ولا اول تبادل ما ممكن تقول الزول الرد حاجه يا عنده مشكله، الزول اللي بدا حاجه يا قاعد يكون عنده مشكله. انا شفت قبائل كتير بيحلوا مشكله بزول الرد. اوكي، حتى الخواجات انا شفت منه يقول له why you respond or why you اجري ولا لم ليه تعمل ريفنج. جاب الريفنج شنو وجاب الريسبونس شنو؟ you have to start from beginning. فناس كتير بيحلوا مشاكل بغلط. حتى البريتش هو بيعرف طبيعة نحن النور بنحلوا به مشاكلنا. بنبدأ بمشكلة بدأ كيف؟ بدأ كده كده كده. اوكي بدأ كده كده كده. اوكي بتجيب في المحل ده. بعد تحل المشكلة ده حتى بعدك تجي للزول الردة. فعشان كده why I'm saying this عشان السيركل ده ما نجيفه. زي قبل زول ده قال انت بدأت لنا حاجه ب 2013، ده قال انت بدأت ب 91 عملت لنا كده. معناه ده السيركل ما بيجيف. اوكي ما بيجيف. فمن الصعب ان احنا نتوحدوا في حاجه الا بالطريقه يفارقوا ناس ممكن يقولوا يا جماعه خلاص كل زول يمشي في ولايته. زي انا لو انا رئيس هسه انا بقول يا زول كل زول يمشي ولايه بتاعه. رئيس الجفرمنت كان ده جوا ولا ده رمشيل يجيب. لو جابوا بجت لانه عندنا ذهب وعندنا ثروات ده بلد غنيان. عندنا حاجات عندنا بترول حاجات ده لو جاء يجيب القروش من السموم يحطوه في جيوب.
So I have a question.
انا خلصت ده الواحد ده.
Yeah, thank you. Actually,
okay.
I have a follow-up question. You said that you need you prefer that everybody go back to their home, their village. That's a real good. So are you prefer those
If
people
it
who
is
are
me,
in,
yeah.
yeah, are you saying those people in refugees camp or the people who are, because I want to understand this. So are you saying those people who are refugees camp or those people who are living in other, you could like for example Dinka who are living in equatorial land? So what you prefer for those? Is it that's what you are saying for those people who are in refugees camp to go to their home, or are you saying that those people who are stay in equatorial land or another land to go back to their area?
ايوه ده كلير لانه كويس يعني وضح حاجه ده كلام صح. اوكي انا ما كلامي ما واقع للدينك القاعدين في الإكواتوريا، وكلامي ما واقع للناس في الريفيجيز كام. انا خدت نفسي كجفرمنت. اوكي فور اكزامبل انا جفرمنت يا جماعه. المشكله بقى المشكله جدي والجنوب ما هيجيب زي ده، فعشان المشكله ده يجيب انا بخلي اي زول يمشي في ستيت بتاعه، وكده اي زول يمشي في ستيت بتاعه الشباب بتاع الستيت ذاته يعملوا سكيورتي للناس بتاعهم للاريا بتاعهم. اوكي ابدان يعمل سكيورتي للشباب بتاعهم للناس بتاعهم عشان ما يشوف البجيم ده شنو. نوير بتاع غاور، نوير بتاع لو، نوير بتاع ويرابا، جين بتاع وين إيكواتوريان دي سيم. اوكي نفس الطبيعه بتاعنا اللي كان قاعد نقول به زمانك مع العرب، كل زول في المحل بتاعه. الزول الواحد مشى لوراب ما محسوب زي انا ممكن امشي نقعد في وراب، ممكن عندي بيزنس بتاعي ولا عندي كده بتاعي. اوكي ولا government قال لي نمشي نشتغل هناك، لانه في حاجات بيكون فيه بغيروا الزول من في زمن السودان برضه بغيروا الزول يودوه في حته ثانيه يمشي يشتغل. لكن عشان نحن في الوضع ما كويس وديرين سكيورتي للناس بتاعنا، كان ده انا بودي اي زول في محله يا جماعه. انا عشان انا داير سكيورتي، لان انتوا بتشوفوا انا يا مشكله انا government كان تعمل لي بليم. فهسه انا حاجه انا بعمل الحمد لله عندنا بترول. القروش بترول ده قروش الوطن بيبنوا به بيوت ده الارض الجنوب ده. فالميزانيه لو جاء بيقسموا الولايه الوالده عنده عدديه كده، الوالده عنده عدديه كده. القروش ده ماشي للمدرسه سنه ده. اوكي انت كان ما جبت الرفوت بتاعك نهايه السنه قال المدرسه ده تم، المدرسه ده تم ولا المستشفى ده تم، معناه مشكله الا كان انت اكلت القروش ده ويحصل فيه شنو؟ يسجنوه. اوكي ما ولد عمي ولا ولد قريبه ولا nepotism ده we don't want it. يسجنوه we don't want. لو زول ده شعب زول ده سجنوه عشان ما قدر يبنى المستشفى بتاعه كان في أيود ولا في منكين ولا في توني ولا wherever معناه ولا في جمرك، معناه زول ده أكلت قروش هيسجنوه. معناه زول الثاني ما هيعمل نفس الحركة. السنة ده باجد هيجي للشوارع يا جوفرنر قروشك ياهو قروش الشوارع. خليك كوميشنر يبدا الشارع بتاعه من حته كده اللي يمشي يجيب لحته، كوميشنر ده يجيب بتاعه يقابله في الحته كده. ريبورت ده لازم يجي في السنه ويعملوا كده. حاجات لو كان عملوا في نفس الزمن اللي كان بلد طلع ده جابوا جرمن جرمن يعمل يخطط في البيوت ولا يعمل القروش مثلا. الشاينيز ممكن يعمل الشوارع ولا يعمل الابارتمنت وكده اوضتين وصالون، اوضه واحد وصالون. اي زول يأجر ممكن يعني عسكري ممكن يأجر له اوضتين وصالون بتاعه يدفعوا بالنص قروش بتاعه، يشيلوا منه حكومه يشيلوا اوتوماتيكلي زي النظام اللي عندنا هنا ده، يشيلوا اوتوماتيكلي يودوا بعد 10 سنه 20 سنه بيت يقعلوا يكون بيته ملكه بتاعه. ده منو بناو زي ما شفناه في نيروبي في هستد يعني تلقى الهله عملوا بناو شكل واحد ناس يجي يشتروا منه. ده الكويس، لكن ما عملنا كده، استغلنا بس كل زول شغال بنفسه. اوكي لو ده انا بقدر نقول زي ده انا عشان بعد داك لانه دم كبة بيناتنا ومن السهولة تلم يعني حتى انت مع اخوك لو ضربته وبقيت انت كمجروح من الصعب تكبر في محل واحد. اوكي ده حاجة نحن عارفينه. الا قلبك يبرد اول يعملوا ريكونسيليشن ولا يودوك بيت عمك زار وبيت جيران عشان مشكلة دي ينتهي أولا بعدك ترجعوا بالسلام. بعد ذاك المحبة بيقوم بيجي محبة بيقوم برا. أنا بشتاق لك، أنا بقول أنا ماشي نزور أخوي في وراب ولا أختي في وراب، أنت تجي كمان في بلدي تجي تقول أنا ماشي نزور على السكيورتي بتاعي أنا جاي بتاعك لك ده السكيورتي بتاعي. لو حصل حاجة الفاميلي بتاعك بيسألني وقبل من بيسألني لازم نضمن السكيورتي بتاعك ولازم تطمن تعرف السكيورتي بتاعي هناك. حاجات دي كله لو ما وصلنا فوقه حاجات دي مشاكل دي كله كان حصل من الهروبات بتاع الخواجات اللي قتلوا نفوسهم أكتر مننا. Okay. During the World War One and World War Two هم قتلوا بعضهم أكعب مننا كمان، لكن عشان هم عملوا بالطريقة زي ده حتى اسمه شنو ده حتى بيقول عليه صارت في أبوي أنا قاعد يضرب. حتى الولايات يحكموا يعملوا الحكم يحكموهم according to state بتاعهم. لأنه هسه كنت تشوفوا قال ناس فلان بيحكموا قول في أمريكا for example عندهم 50 ولاية. أوكي وبيتحكم على كل الولاية عنده حكم بتاعه.
Oh, somebody calling.
وممكن ناس ده وممكن في
Okay, she is making a good point. I think something's going wrong. I know Deng Omot, and I will give you 2 minutes to wrap up your final word. So because I'm running out of time, and then I will let you go. So go ahead while Nyankwat is fixing her network. So I will give you 2 minutes so you can finish up. You put your final word. Go
exactly.
Yeah.
I do enjoy listening.
Yeah.
People views and comments on how we can progress in our country. Look, Yamana, all of us, we are grieving. Everybody is crying inside. We are all calling for stopping all these fightings and let us progress. That's all we need. Doesn't matter you from IO, you from the government, you from whatever party you support. So we are fighting for one thing. We need peace. That's all.
Yes.
Peace is the only thing that we're crying for every day. But we don't know how to get it. This is the problem. I don't think even the government that we blame 24 hours, there is one of them who may say that I don't need peace. They tell you we need peace. The only problem, we don't know how to get this peace. And my own advice to all of us, we the citizen, let us try to be on one side. Let the government be the government and let us be the citizen. By the time when we get this right, we face the government, not dividing ourselves on the back of the government, we will win. We will win. And today we are celebrating, or let me say yesterday we were celebrating the 9th anniversary of our independence. If we were people who are working to change our life, we should have achieved some of the good things right now. But we choose not to. So anyway, it has been a good day for me to join the Lake State media, to listen and see how people exchange ideas and comments. This is very good. We are getting there.
Yep.
I believe.
You know, brother.
We are nearly getting tired of the fighting as
You
well.
know, brother Deng.
So let's believe. Yes.
Yeah. There is a proverb say that Rome is not built at one night. So same thing go to our South Sudanese. Our South Sudan. Sudan will not be built overnight. So we work progress little bit by little bit. We will get there, and that's as long we united. Let's put our differences aside. Let us united as citizens, and let's put our country above us, and then we progress it. And then you will see 10 years from now, we will see if we do that vision 10 years from now, we'll see the huge change in our country. So I really appreciate you, my brother. So thank you. Come again. Whenever you see Legacy Media go live, feel free to come in. So this is
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So I will let
Thank you. I think I should stop here and let the other people wrap up. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you.
You're welcome. Happy Independence Day. Thank you. Have a good night. So, sister, okay, sister, I will give you. I'm about to leave because it's been a while for me. So I'm going for 6 hours now. So let me give you so that you can wrap up. You can finish your thought. So your phone interrupted earlier. So go ahead because you did. I really enjoy because you did put a wonderful word because for the issues of the state, like when South Sudan was 32 state, and then people, the government and Iowa, they were campaigning, okay, we are going back to 10 state because 10 state can unite it, all of us. So because 32 state, see that 32 state is a tribal line because it's give each tribe their own state. And that things, some of the people, which is Dwala is one of those people that consider the root cause of civil war in South Sudan is a tribal, which is like 32 state. You see that is a root cause of that conflict when each tribe gives each state. That's where the government and Iowa, they agreed to move back to 10 state so that those be unified, so that if we go back to our own state or our own tribe, and then we will have no, there's no unity can mix us together. So that's why the government and the Iowa agree to go back to 10 state. So your point is really connected with this issues of 32 state and 10 state. So which is now I see that, if I understand him very well, that you want people to go back to their own village or their own town or where they belong. For example, if I'm from Lake State and I'm from Yerul, I have to move and I live, like, for example, at Equatorial land or in one of the part of Nuer area, I will go back. Like Binti, for example, if I live in Binti, so I'm from Yerul, so let me go back to Yerul, so that that piece can we leave our own tribe areas. That's if I am understanding that correctly. And that the issues 132 state was built on, but when the peace agreement signed, and then this peace going on right now, and this is one of the strong argument IO make during the peace agreement in Addis Ababa, say that, okay, 32 state is not good. We are going back to 10 state. The government said 32 states is good. And then they debate on that until President Salva Kiir compromise and give back, say, okay, if you held a peace hostage about 10 state, okay, I agree. Let's go back to 10 state. So, and that's what happened now. So, if I can understand what you say, sister, that okay, it's good that we can all of us go back to that area, Dinka go back to that area, Murle, Mondari, Equatorian, and Nuer, Anuak, Acholi, whoever those tribes is for tribe, go back to their native area to stay where they are, and then let this heal process go on. So is that going to be helpful for the future we are building, or to unite it as a country? Your voice. Can you hear me? Check your volume. Okay, can you speak now? But we cannot hear you.
I think you mute her, Madid. Can you unmute?
No, she's not unmute. I think she have an issue with volume. Can you put on your earphone? Maybe, probably that's the reason. Okay. Can you hear me? But we cannot hear you. Try to log out and log back on. Probably that's the reason why. So, Dwalajan, welcome again. I'm about to close the show because we've been here for 6 hours.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes, a long time, yeah.
But it's good, man. Even if you are here for 8 hours, because we are celebrating our independence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, while she's fixing her value, so I will give you. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, unmute yourself. Okay. Yeah, still we cannot hear you. Okay, yes. Let her log out and then come back. Okay, so before I give you a chance, let me go back to Abuna. Abuna Jan, do you want to say something? Or our Mike, do you want to say something about the comment that was Sister Nyankwat Stephen made before I give a chance to Dwalarjan?
I think they don't have comment, I think.
Unmute yourself, Abuna.
Abuna.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you unmute me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Actually, just want to leave you guys. It was just a few minutes leave. But thank you for giving me one small chance again.
Yes, how are you? I'm great.
How are you?
How are you doing? Thank you.
Thank you. And brother Ahmed, our mighty, بسلم عليك, brother Madid, and أخوتنا she just left. Name is Nyankwat, right?
Yeah, she will be back though.
Yeah, I greet her. Actually, he brought a point, and that's the point of argument. Let us pray for unity, first of all, because go back to everybody go home, everybody go to his own place. It's not going to solve the problem at all. We need a system that can unite us. And we as a people, we can do that. The only thing that I just want us to celebrate today is the diversity we have as a people. You know, celebrating diversity, that will unite us. And as mentioned earlier, you know, the only thing that will unite us is the flag that we have in our back. That's cemented by the, you know, the martyrs that die since the 1600s. That's South Sudan, or Sudan we call it, is cemented by the blood of the South Sudanese people. And we don't want to waste that one away because of our own ambitions, that maybe if I can stay in Warawar, for example, that I would be comfortable, that I don't have a problem with anybody else because I am, as a tribe, staying in Warawar in my hometown. That's totally wrong. We are better than that. And we are all, you know, a people of integrity. We teach a lesson of humanity to all entire Africa as a Southern Sudanese. We teach the struggle, how the people can struggle to all entire world. And now we can leave that, all those legacy, and just come home and just stay in my own town in Malengo. No, it's not going to go. You know, just last week I brought a reflection in my own page, and you can go there and look for it. You know, I said, if I was in a position of Kirda, I can bring Shulkawi from Wow Shuluk and make it as a governor for Lagos State. There's nothing wrong about that. Nothing wrong about that. Because even we can have a power to you know, to encounter him or to make accountability for him, because he's not going to take side. He's not going to side with Agar or side with Gog or side with Nuak. He's going to do his job as a governor, and then we watch him. But when I bring somebody from my hometown, all the tribe, all my Gabila, all my cousin, all my aunt, my aunties, all they're going to come after me. And I'm not solving the problem. I'm heating up even though. So let us be realistic here. Let us have a prayers to have peace. And let us have prayers to embrace our diversity. And I think my brother Doljam will be happy with me, because that's what I'm an advocate for. I'm advocate so we as a people be a one people. Not Nuer, not Chuluk, not Agar, not whatever. No, it's not going well. Because our diversity will help us to be a people. Because South Sudan can help us, can take us. It's a country with a lot of stuff. Just in need how we can put our mind together and pray together and live together. Not as the people of Lagos State or people of Wow Shuluk or people of Bentiu. No, as a people of South Sudan. And may God will continue to bless South Sudan and cement that flag for each one of us, for those people who die because of this country. And may God bless you.
Thank you, Abuna. Thank you. I will let you go. Have a wonderful night and happy July 9. May God bless you and your family. I will let you go and take care of some business. You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will give you your last word. Unmute yourself. I would much. Unmute yourself. Can you hear me? I would much. Yeah. Can you unmute yourself? Okay. Dwala Jen, go ahead. Let me give you this chance, maybe.
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah,
I will be quick, and it's good that we are actually ending the show together, which is very important, because I know 6 hours is a long time.
Yeah.
Because of our event, and we even need 8 hours because it's very important.
First of all, my name is Dolarjin, leader of the UPSS, Union Party of South Sudan. I wanted to appreciate you, Madin Majak, for actually diverting your time today for our independence. And I wanted to greet our people who have actually decided to come out despite the coronavirus. They are celebrating outside, and despite those who think that it cannot be celebrated because we have problems. Independence Day is not about a country not having a problem, first of all, okay? Because the problem, they will always be there. It is upon the people to stop those problems, okay? So Independence Day actually is marking the fact that we separated from the Arab, from the humiliation, from marginalization, from the religion freedom, and from all sort. The fact that we declare it that we are Southerners is what we are celebrating actually, okay? And the struggle of our people, you know, our people, those who struggle, those who their blood is shedded. This is what we are celebrating. We are trying to remember them that whatever they have struggled for is what we have achieved. That is what we that is the sin we are actually talking. The civilian that were actually were contributed in this struggle. You remember when you were in the SPLA, during the SPLA time, you see women. Sometimes if the SPLA sit in your village, the women will bring food from far away. And because we didn't have UN, we don't have anything. We depend on our local production. So women will take food to where the troops are, maybe 2 days or 3 days walking, and they will come back. They're just crossing the bush with those are the civilians, those are the ordinary people that we can make common sense to appreciate at this time. Our friends who have actually helped us, you know, we have a lot of friends that have contributed in that country. Kenya, you remember the General Sambio is the guy who actually struggled about the peace agreement in 2005. Those things, okay, the American people, the church, a lot of things. These are the things that we can make sense and try to actually to appreciate at this time. Most important, what I wanted to share with our people is that this independence of South Sudan, there were people, local people, South Sudanese people who really thought about it. And that is why I'm saying sometimes we give credit to wrong people, and then crisis can happen. Okay? So those people who thought about independence, that is why there was crisis in Bilpam. And the SPLA military here will know whether you are Red Army. There was crisis in 1984. Crisis was because those who thought about independence that they were left from Addis Ababa agreement in 72 because they didn't want to actually to sign the agreement. So they were left out. They were called Anyanya 2. And then those of me Kamta joined them in Bilpam. And then Garang joined later. So you see, those people, we have to look at their thinking. Where is it coming from? The thinking of independence. Even it took them long. So people like Akwadah Tim, actually to sign the agreement. People like Akwadah Tim, Samuel Gaitut, who is the ringleader of this, and then Abdallah Chwoldang was in the military, Gordon Kong and Benson Kwany, who is the leader of Anyanya 1 that was found in Bilpam. Lokurinyang, James Wolkur, Joshua Genkor, and Garjia Wish, and General James Tablia. Those guys, they argue. Those were the ringleaders who argue in the meeting that the South Sudanese Liberation Army should be fighting for only South Sudan. And when it comes to the opposition, people like John Garang, William Nguyen, and Salva Kiir Maya right now, who is the president, and then Kerbino Kwany, Arok Thonarok. Those 5 guys, they were the obstacle to the independence of South Sudan. And these are the things that we wanted to know. Now, why do we give credit to them when they did not even thinking about what they didn't even have idea. Their idea is United Sudan. But right now, you see how history twists itself. Right now, they hand the credit. The credit should have gone to this guy who were actually arguing. And there was a war. So that war was not for nothing. It was really a war of ideas. So those guys would think it is independent, and those guys would think that it is unity of Sudan. So they fought in Vilfarm. They ended up fighting on a leadership line, and then which ended into tribal war, because you know what happened in Juba, it happened in Vilfarm. And that is why sometimes, you know, when I share about tribalism, people don't listen to me. Like right now, the Abuna, this is, you know, something from Abuna, a message from Abuna. Nobody will consider it because we have been talking about this. But if it is coming from somebody who has gun power, like a commander, like Young Machar, people will say, oh, no, this is what it should be implemented. Now, Abuna has tell you a message, you South Sudanese, that it is better that we actually rotate those tribal governors. And that is what I have been singing all along, that our problem will never end because of tribalism. Okay, when the war broke out in Bilpam, what happened is that when Guy Tut was killed outside Bilpam, there was Musajidin left in Bilpam, and those Musajidin, Salva Kiir himself and Karbino Kwany, they started killing those Nuer because they are Nuer. So you see, thinking that because they might go and ally with Guy Tut outside, and when Guy Tut hear about it, he started killing any Denka over there, even shooting a Quadatem. You see, those things, you know, that is what happened actually. You know, they say history repeat itself. When in Juba, when the fighting were between the Nuer and the Denka, the Nuer were killed. The same thing that happened in Bilpam actually repeat itself. And why? Because people are not making sense of their history. So my brothers, I'm calling upon all of us to actually to make sense of our history. This history in South Sudan is very important. We voted for it. It was not on a gun power. We did not defeat the Arab, but God has given us because we voted for it. And this is a credit. No tribe can lie here, because even if you are in America, you voted. Even if you are in Sudan, anybody, even you are poor or rich, you voted. And that is show that, you know, that is what we should be celebrating actually. The fact that we vote for it. And it's like a God given. And we fought for it, we didn't get it. But when we vote for it, then we got it. So you see, this is what we should be celebrating. So my message to you guys is that even if we have this tribal problem, we just need to actually to address it. And instead of addressing people problem, let us address the country problem. Riek Machar and Salva Kiir, they are just an individual like us. So we should not be addressing their problem as a problem of nation. The problem of nation is a tribal problem. And that is what we need, all of us, to fight. We need to fight that tribalism away. One way of fighting it is what Abona has shared right now here. That all those governors, they should be sent to
put your earphone on. Yeah, yeah, where might you want? Where you go? Okay, where might put your earphone on?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes. Well, Mike, can you put your earphone on so we can take away that sound?
Yes. Well, Mike, can you put
Unmute yourself.
Hear me right now.
Okay.
Unmute yourself.
I did.
Okay. Okay. Well, Mike, you can. You are mute. I want to give you. Yes. Go ahead.
I want to give you. Yes. Go ahead.
Do you guys hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you, but it's doing echo sound because you didn't put your earphone on.
Yes, we can hear you, but it's doing echo sound because you didn't put your earphone on.
No, I'm not using here. I'm using my tablets. What I'm using right now. Do you hear me?
Remove him and let him come back. Remove him. Come back. It's better.
Yeah, we can hear you, our mic, but your
Gentlemen,
sound is making.
I will address this. Yeah. I understand, but I want to address this guy. I want to
Yeah, go
address
ahead.
him very properly. I don't know. You guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do everybody hear me right now?
Yep, we can hear you, brother.
Yep, we can hear you, brother.
Okay. Let me begin with this. Brother Largin, you are one of the commanders on the field. You are one of those who wiped out towns and villages in Boer Town. It is unfortunate for you tonight to sit down here and talk. It is unfortunate anytime in social media you are there talking about tribalism, and the way you pronounce it is tribalism, which is not the English language. Anyway, you are not the person who should sit down here and talk. You should be in hiding. You have a crimes on your back. Let me tell you this. I've been watching you time and time again. You caused the people of South Sudan, particularly people of Upper Nile region, a harm. It is under your sleeves. You should not be in the social media. You should be in hiding. Larigin, you are not the person who should talk about any politics in South Sudan. You should hide yourself. There are some videos portraying the fact that you were involved in the killing of people of South Sudan in Upper Nile. Please desist. I tried in so many other media outlets to confront you, but I cannot find you because I've been blocked, because I'm a supporter of Garang. I mean, Garang and then Kir. That's why I've been blocked. If I'm a supporter of Kir, they block me. But in Leg State media, Leg State media is open to everybody. Everybody. You can come and insult them, and they are open to you. But if you dare to come tonight to Leg State media, my confrontation to you is right here. Larigin, stay away from media. You have a crime on your neck. You have did a lot of harms to people of South Sudan. Many people don't know it, but some of us know it. Please stay away. Brother Madid, I was on a different topic, but when Largin appears, that brought me to a different issue. And anytime I see Largin in any social media, I got really out of my line. Because this particular individual, he has a lot to do with the suffering of people of South Sudan, in particular, Upper Nile. He was one of the commanders on the field. There are videos suggesting that he himself, he confessed wiping out villages and towns children, women, elders. And he's on the social media everywhere. I'm not going to accept that. And I'm going to confront him at any social media that he's going to appear there. Unfortunately, the other social medias, they block me. I cannot confront him. But it happens tonight that he comes to this particular media, which is open for everybody. Lagos State media is open for everybody. I'm going to confront you, Mr. I don't want to give you another name, but I'll call you as Largin. Madid, and
Yeah, thank you, War Mike. I will let you. We'll let you go. Thank you for put that in, and Dwala King probably is watching, so I know he exit himself. What? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, in a ping.
Yeah, what and Peter, I will give you guys five minutes because I am been here for 6 hours now. Go to 7. So and I'm about to go and get some rest. So thank you. As this is the Independent Day, so we can put a long time, put the time in, so we can put and remember the day that we struggling and the day that we got our independence. So welcome and happy July 9th. The floor is yours. What?
Oh, okay. One second, just. Mazen ada punya call application so. As my did.
Yeah.
Thank you, my brother, and also the other brothers well spoken earlier. You know, the independence of South Sudan is, people now they are taking it wrongly. They describe it in the term that it might fit them. We are all proud, for July 9 years of South Sudan independence, 50 years of war, 200 plus since Sudan was invaded by outside powers. We can disagree, but we have to observe it because it is an independent. It does not belong to Salva Kiir. It does not belong to individuals, but it belongs to all people of South Sudan. We liberate ourselves from the radicalization of Islamic fundamentalists who took over Sudan in 1956. So I want to say thank you for hosting this show. It makes all of us proud, even though we have political differences in the country and politics have an end. Nation does not belong to individual, it belongs to the people. If we disagree with leadership will go tomorrow, whether in an election or in other avenues. So I want to say thank you. I want to say thank to the people, to the legislative, audience and the panels. I want my shukran. Thank you for coming, Peter Nian, and also the others. Madid, we have a problem in South Sudan, and this problem is I always say that our problem in South Sudan was that when we become independent, our leaders, instead of building a nation using education as a solution forward, for at least for to make a time limit, and use tribalism law to prosecute people, for food production and medication availability. If all those have been done, we would have ended all these differences now we have in South Sudan, because more than 70% of South Sudanese are illiterate, and that is a big problem. I'm very happy that Comrade our might confront the religion about what he just said is good, because this morning I went to one of the show and I heard John Garang was insulted like he was an idiot. Without that John Garang, there is nothing called Sudan, nothing called South Sudan independent, because what he was fought for, even though he killed a lot of people in the bush, he was a man, he was a visionary, he was a philosopher, because of his, his contribution and inspired from, Joseph Lago and others who came before him. We are now have a nation called South Sudan. We are free from, those who came to Sudan in 641 to 42 BC. So I want to say to people of South Sudan, let us disagree, in politics. But when it comes to independent, it belongs to everybody. It belongs to us. It is a signal so that we will fight, we will rebuild, the trust that is broken, and we will make sure that we will criminalize tribe. When we criminalize tribe, we will prefer, people who have mind, people who have less tribalistic, belief, so that we'll build South Sudan stronger. And also we have to support those we have left behind in Sudan, because the mission was the New Sudan. New Sudan, to make Sudan, supreme state from the religion. Yes, we acknowledge that there is suffering in South Sudan, like it happened everywhere. Even now in America, Finnas guy, Ted Kabari, this is America. طبعا الجنوبيين بيفتكروا بنا إذا الجنوب بقى independent isn't معنى دولة يعني بتتقدم overnight. No, it doesn't happen like that. We have to work very hard for it. We have to support the good thing. لكن إذا نقول يا أخي الناس ماتوا وده يعني والناس يعني أخذوا واحد قبلتين يعني عملوا السبب ما نفس أفكار بتاعت لسه المستعمر لسه شغال معنا. Of course طبعا المشكلة الكبيرة يا brothers listening and also in the panel. حركة الشعبية طبعا حركة الشعبية عمل نضال كويس لكن جو اكتسبوا في أكل لأنه طبعا نادر تماما يعني a country those in power to have houses في foreign lands and allowed outsiders has consultants. That is a big problem. We have to acknowledge that we are capable of doing everything. Now, like brother Warjok here, he lives in Texas and he's a very successful guy. He do a lot of things, and he has contributed in the past, So another they do the actually like we know that our SPLM has been infiltrated by another كان البرجوازية زمان فعلا جو في جنوب السودان وعملوا مشاكل كتير واختلاف بيناتنا يعني دمر كل حاجات. So I want to send a message to people of South Sudan. We might not be happy today, but it does not make us to become an enemy to our independence, because independence was a collective contribution from كل جنوبين. طبعا انا دائما listen, I will be very clear on this, whether people will like it or not. في نين قبيلة الناس دول ماتوا أكتر من كل قبائل في جنوب السودان, but it does not make us to become the owner of South Sudan. South Sudan belong to us. إذا الناس بيقولوا أراضي تمشي له أراضي دائما يا جماعة ده بتنتهي في المحكمات. المحكمات هو اللي بيجيب الحل لكل المشاكل أراضي, because it involves civil issue. زي المشاكل الناس بيقول أفكار وكتير أفكار طبعا very soon or later there will be a new قانون بتاع ولايات. When you cross the state line you will pay penalties, which if you cannot listen, even the half of your property could be taken of your cattle. So that could be the one. So I want to say thank you for hosting the show. Let us try to encourage. Lake State is one of the great media. I always love it, and I'm always very proud of you guys, even when I see others criticizing you,
Thank you.
I defend you, because Lake State is it is very fair, it does not kick people out. It does not, want others to believe in their opinion. You represent yourself, and that is what we are looking for, So I want to stay the way you are. You're doing excellent work. Keep it up. We are behind Lake State Media, and also, we are behind those who are willing to come back and put South Sudan as one in their heart, the nation, not the leaders. So this is my brother. I will stop here. Keep it up. You're doing a great job, and from here we'll build a great Republic of South Sudan.
Thank you, brother. Brother God, appreciate that. Happy Independent Day. Brother Peter, thank you. We'll give you 5 minutes. Let me unmute you. 5 minutes for you.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Lake State Media, for having me. This is very important day for all of us as South Sudanese. For me in particular, I was in SPLA since I was very young. First of all, I want to congratulate many of my colleagues from Gadhabitat Koryom. I was in Katiba the DSD Wula Pasilaraba. And I want to congratulate many of my colleagues that continue the journey we start.
you know, if I have to look back to the struggle and the time the SPLA was started, I would say I'm one of the kids that were there when the movement was established. I locked in when Largen was speaking, and I heard some of the things that were incorrect that he had said. There was nobody after the disagreement between Quadatems and Garang Rose, how the movement is going to be run. The first meeting, those of Anyanya 2 were supporting Uncle Quadatem, William Nyon Bynes, Karbina Kwanyan Bol, and many of those of Mia Kamsa were supporting John Garang. It had never been the issue of tribe, because 80% of the people that were there were Nuer. So it was ideology and how the war against, marginalized people shall be waged. Garang was looking at it bigger than where his uncle Quadatem the Mayan was looking, saying that let us fight for the new Sudan, where all of us can fit in and practice right. So Quadatem and his friend Gaitud were looking for South Sudan. That was the differences. Group of Anyanya 2 had Quadatem nominated as the leader. John Garang disagreed, William Nyon Band and Karbina Kwanyan. So 2 days later, Garang went and convinced the Ethiopian government to arrest Quadatem, while Quadatem was with Samuel Gaitud. The soldier was sent in the evening to inform Quadatem to report himself to the office. Then that was 6 p.m. The group of Anyanya 2, the information was passed to them by the Nuer that were working with the Ethiopian government, that there was order to arrest Quadatem. That's how Samuel Gaitud, Quadatem left in the evening. And there was no fighting in that. When they left, I was there. Whoever making it up. So there were a lot of Nuer that remained, and nobody killed them, because 80% that were there were Nuer. It is not good to make, to come up with a fake history. Nobody killed Nuer at that time. I was there. So, and even the fighting between SPLA and a group of Anyanya 2 did not start until Samuel Gaitud was killed. You see, also there was an allegation that was spread around that Garang was sent to kill the rebellion, to send William Nyon Bynes, or to find a way to convince William Nyon Bynes and Karbina Kwanyan to go back to the north. That was a message that was preached by Quadatem. He convinced Samuel Gaitud. Samuel Gaitud went and convinced Anyanya 2. That was the only difference, more than fighting for separation of South Sudan from the north, or that was the main issue. Then when those group of Anyanya 2 went back up to Low area, the SPLM was formed. Miarba with the Musijit Anyanya 2 were given guns and went and started fighting and attacked Nasser. That became 1984. So helicopter was knocked down by the SPLA. And then from there, Uncle Quadatem learned that SPLA under leadership of Garang brought down the helicopter. So from there, they went back to Hita. So they wrote a letter to surrender to John Garang. Then around noon, 2 days later, William Nyon Bynes came and attacked them. Farfam outside Etam. Then they were defeated from there. They were followed until they grouped themselves in a place called Third Year. From there, they went and attacked Siajak. On their way to Siajak, so after they met the group of SPLA there, Samuel Gaitud was killed. So Samuel Gaitud was killed at that time. That is how Abdullah Shul came into power. I just want to explain this to him so that he would know nobody. Samuel Gaitud did not kill any Dinka at all. Coming up with a history that is not correct is not good. This is the part that I wanted, him to know. So the fighting between SPLA and the group of Anyanya 2 is started under the leadership of Abdullah Shua after the death of Gaitut and Koratem. Koratem did not fight SPLA. Samuel Gaitut did not fight SPLA. That is the part that I can say to let General Largen know that is exactly the history of the SPLA. It's never been the issue of tribe, never been all these things. Come to the history of our struggle. What I will focusing on is encouraging unity. If you have been following me of every social media I spoke, we as a diaspora, we made a lot of mistakes. And this is my own way of looking at things. So instead, supporting the unity of the people of South Sudan, we are divided and we are supporting the destruction of South Sudan. There is a saying, if somebody is doing something wrong and you see it and you don't speak up, which means you agree with that ideology. If you can speak up for something wrong, and if you follow the killers, you are also yourself, you are the killer. You see, we as the diaspora, our responsibility should to come together. Because if you're a Dinka and you kill one of my relatives, killed by, let's say, Salva Kiir, shall I blame you for that? I cannot. You see, I would blame the government or the person who did it. The same thing if there were a crime that were committed by Riek Machar. You cannot blame me for that kind of crime because I was not there. I did not, commit any crime. Let us learn that if we judge people based on their individual action, that's how we're going to come together. You see, because my mistake is my mistake. Salva Kiir mistake is Salva Kiir mistake. Riek Machar mistake is Riek Machar mistake. So accusing others for the mistake that they didn't committed, I thought that is not really right. Riek Machar and Salva Kiir, they have done their part. They brought South Sudan to us. We have now the independent country of our own, even though we are destroyed it. Salva Kiir participated in that. He's our president. But I believe this is not a time for them to continue leading us. But this is a time for us to come together as the young generation. Let this war be waged against our uncles who have done their part. And the way that I see them, the challenges that face South Sudan right now, they are above their knowledge or their experience. There's difficult things that they cannot handle. We need to be a part of solution of South Sudan conflicts. We need to encourage unity, but not violence. We need to promote patriots instead of tribalism, because I believe tribalism is not going to help us. You cannot build a successful and peaceful country where your politics is based on the tribe politics, simply based on ethnocentrism. If you believe that it's only you and your family, policy of in-lawsism, where people are being appointed based on how, connection they are in a term of family marriage, but not in education, not of what you have done during the struggle. The SPLA mission has been abandoned completely. That is why we are in this kind of situation that we are in. Let's look back to the country that we are now living in. United States, they fought themselves. Rwanda had the same problem. They fought themselves. What have they done? They embrace the unity. We must accept each other, that we are one people. Let me tell you, brothers, back a couple of years ago when God put us in Jonglei State is a country that has a lot of different tribes that live in that great state. Nuer that live there and Dinka never had an issue. You know, the policy or the politics where those Peter Garkotwal, Uncle Abelalier, they were brothers. That's how they see themselves. That's how they practice politics their time. For whatever reason, our generation came and changed. The tribal politics will destroy our country. It's not going to help us. Let us completely distance ourselves from those who preach hatred and the tribal politics. The only thing we will see tranquility, that we accept, we embrace ourselves as one people. That is the only thing. And then we must distance ourselves from those who preach unity, division, and let's promote unity. That's the only way we can have peace. That's the only way we can see ourselves as brothers. The way that I see all these South Sudanese are the same people, regardless whether you were in SPLA or you were not. I cannot dehumanize those who did not involve in the struggle because I was there. So, but I deserve to be respected as a person to being a part of history, because without the sacrifices of those who were in SPLA, who fought, we would not have the day that we are now celebrating. Even though we are destroyed it, we have a country of our own. Let us work together as a diaspora to serve the unity of the people of South Sudan. I believe if we embrace this peace, even though it doesn't look good, if we embrace and we reconcile, we come together. Salva Kiir and Riek Machar are using the division that we have in our community to continue dividing us. If we have to stop them from doing that, let us come together. Let us embrace the unity. Let us recognize and let us address the problem that facing our country together. Because there is something that is not going right in South Sudan. Because every part of South Sudan you go to, you will go to Bargadal, civilians are fighting. You will go to everywhere, people are fighting. There is a real issue there that we need to work on. Yes, we celebrate this day. This is an important day that gives us sense that our people who died did not die in vain. But if our people are still struggling, are still killing each other, so we are not even yet get to where we want to be. When we were in SPLA, we were strongly united until 1991 division when it was created. Once you look back, was it the right time to make decision? Coup? What kind of the government that you want to overthrow then? It will be up to people of South Sudan to judge if it was something right. I would not be here if it was because of that coup, because I had decided that was not the reason why I had joined the SPLA. You see, but I'm now here in the United States. I got education, but that is starting from 1991. It hurts us, but we must forgive the past and embrace the unity. That is why whereby I fear, I preach unity, I preach love, and I encouraging. We know the perpetrator, those who commit that crime. Even though if we forgive them, we know them. But in any civilized society, when a person commits crime, those criminals are not rewarded. Even though they are forgiven, but they are not awarded to the high position. But South Sudan has become a place where if you kill more people, you are now the general. It seemed like promotions and moving to the position of politics, it depends how many people that you killed and how many group of people that affiliated with you. But that policy must stop. Let's try to, if I have to support you, brother Madid, it is because what is your vision for South Sudan? You see,
exactly.
Let me support your vision. It's not because I'm afraid of you, because you have some group of soldiers that are people are scared of. You see, it is good to support person based on his vision, but not because you are scared of him. And also, there's a difference between leading a church, being a bishop of the church, and being a president of the government. You see, you cannot have the country where there is no accountability.
Yep.
A criminal must be held accountable. You see, one of the reasons why we have court and we have judiciary to punish those criminals so that it would deter somebody else from committed crimes. That is, the reason why we have a justice. But in South Sudan, people have committed crime. They walk free. Some are being promoted to the rank of lieutenant general because people are scared of it. But we need to do something, and we as a diaspora, we need to come together and tell the leader what they are doing is wrong and cannot be condoned. See, we need to come together. Our unity here in the West can bring peace in South Sudan. If we are still divided, so our uncles in Juba will never bring peace without us. First, I want to say congratulations to many of my colleagues from SPLA, Gadabada Koryom, and to all the way down to SPLA, and thank you for continuing the work we all had to start together. And have a great day. God bless the Republic of South Sudan.
Thank you, brother Peter. That's a wonderful speech, and that's what we want. We want this in this Independent Day. We want that message. Your message is resonate to all of us because the message of unity. That's what we want. So, and for those of who don't like the message of unity or peace and reconciliation, and this for the people that decided they don't want to celebrate July 9th. So this is the message that we want. I appreciate you, my brother. I thank you. Happy Independent Day, July 9th, and have a wonderful night. I will let you go. And brother Bolaro, so I'm running out of time. I will give you 3 minutes to put in your conclusion so that I can end the show. Thank you, brother Peter.
You're very welcome, comrade.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Welcome. Hang on. Bolaro, hang on. Let me unmute you. Unmute yourself, Bol. Okay.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead. Hello, yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I said I just came in late, but I just say, just put me last or put me in the middle. When I want to talk,
No, you are
I'll
the
let
last now. You can go ahead because we are about to end the show.
Because now the last person I saw is one of my brothers. He is talking really, really very good things, But I just came in late, and I know I came in late. I'm one of them. But one of my brothers just talking like Peter Nguyen is just talking the really good thing. But if you have people behind me or people ahead of me, just let them talk, and I will let you know.
No, everybody's done. Everybody finished talk. So you are the line. I will give you the chance because I almost end the show. You just join while I'm ending the show, but I see you. I don't want to end the show while I didn't give you a chance. So you are the last. Yeah,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody there. The only thing I can say, I appreciate for him. We have July 9 today in Africa. For me, it's not July 9 anyway. It's July 9 for me right now, but it's July 10 back where I came from. So I'm in Washington State. So let me say I'm the last state in the United States. I'm so happy to one of my brothers just telling us all this story about to be a hater or to divide our country in a different ways. It's the only person that I just got him on because I came late. I just come from work. So, and to say something, we need to unite it in South Sudan instead of just be like divided or just people like fighting between us with no reasonable. Like he said before, there's people fighting right now. It's true. People are fighting in Warab. People are fighting in Jonglei. People are fighting in Bentiu. People are fighting everywhere, Ruweng, for no reason. There's cattle camps. People are fighting in cattle camp right now. And they're killing each other right now because of there's no governance and there's no anybody can take responsibility in Juba. It's still like, I don't get it. If you say fees, where's fees at? If people are still killing over there with no reasonable, there's no police, no army, no nothing. Like now, how many people have been killed between Lonwer and Jonglei and Murley? How many people are fighting in between Warab or what do you call it, Twitch state right now? I got a lot of call. To tell you the truth, where's the fees? When I say when people just sit together, I know the situation of coronavirus, COVID-19. COVID-19, everybody now shut it down. And nobody understand if even though COVID-19 is on, there's no peace and security in among community. Are we still on 32 states or are we still on 10 states? I don't get it. I'm still asking why people are killing now and why the government don't take responsibility for it. That's my question. I try to raise this one up from you guys if you know more about it. How many people killing in Lake State between clan to clan? I have my family in Lake State. Between clan to clan. There's no government interfere. There's no anybody saying that what is the root cause? Nobody until now. But I'm still keeping myself. I thought my government is still strong. By what? That's my question is. And I appreciate one of my brother over here. The one he said that we're supposed to have peace and no tribal clans or tribal war between all these cattle or between all these saying that, oh, this is another tribe, this is another tribe. This is supposed to be a government responsibility. And that's why I support this guy. Oh, I don't know, Peter, when brother, I'm sorry, Malish, but I'm sorry to say that because I just see you now with your web. And I think he's gone. I don't see him no more. Okay.
Yeah, he left, yeah.
He left. But my concern as legislative media, as you accept me to come in, I did talk last night. And today, that's my second. I usually just stand there and listen, and that's it. I talk different in media. I don't talk in this one right now. That's my second to talk to you, brother. But to tell the truth, where's the government? Now we have governance right now in the state. What is the reason and what will be the solution to fix this our state? Now it's 10 states and nobody happy with 10 states anyway. People are happy with 32 states, but they take shine of peace to have 10 states. From 10 states, that's why everybody getting wild to fight among others. And there's no reason for it, to kill people while your country is in getting independent. We're not on North right now. We're not on Northern Sudan. We Junubin from Southern Sudan. And we kill each other. You travel from Juba to Rumbek, you got your rebel on the way. You travel from Rumbek to Barakazal, you got trouble on the way. You travel from here to Bor, you got your rebel on the way. You travel from Bor to Bentiu the same way. Why we, especially people from abroad, to have only general assembly or general communication or something to fix our country? I know those people now right now, they're basing on money. Right now, they're basing on money. Some people, they make excuse. They make excuse because of coronavirus. But people over there in the state, there's no coronavirus and they're killing themselves. I'm asking you guys to please pass information with the right way to stop this violence to a community. To stop the violence, no matter what. To stop the violence. I'm trying you guys, everybody here in this media, to tell them stop the violence and let go on a right direction.
Thank you, brother. That's a wonderful question and concern, because the violence is one of the things that insecurity in South Sudan is one of the things now is a big factor in across the state, because the country that knows insecurity is there is no movement for citizens. So that's one of the things that the government need to address. And for that, thank you for your input. I hope those leaders in Juba will listen to what you say tonight. Thank you. I will let you go. Happy Independence. May God bless all our people back home, and may we have this, celebrate this tonight. And we hope the change will come as when we united, talk to one voice. Let's support peace, and let the long we talk and then come together, we will find the solution for our people. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I need you to pass this information.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all for coming. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our guest speakers for this evening. And I also thank you for our viewers who just tune in watching Legacy State Media. We always here to welcome every different voices, because the long we come together, Legacy State is open to anybody. There's no any right from wrong, and no, for those of you, we always, when we hold the show, we pin down the link and you can join. We don't deny anybody, regardless you are a woman, you are a male, you are a Dinka, you are Nuer, or regardless your any ethnicity, your background is. We welcome everybody in our media platform. For being said, thank you. Happy Independence Day. May God bless South Sudan, and may God bless our country. I would like to leave you for this song. So my show is done here, guys. So I'm in for the time. Thank you for coming in. I'm run out of time, so there's no more show. So thank
أنينا وراك يا وطن الغالي للأمم أنينا وراك يا وطن الغالي للأمم نفديك بدماء شهدانا يا وطن نفديك بدماء شهدانا يا وطن أنينا جاهزين نعمل حدود للوطن الجنوب أنينا جاهزين نعمل حدود جنوب سودان بجيش الشعبي وطن أبي وطن الجنوب ما بنقدر نقسم الأرض بيده وين بدم جنوبين برانا ليك بدمانا يا وطن الحبيب برانا ليك بدمانا يا وطن الحبيب ويلا نفرح باستقلال جنوب سودان وكل العالم يسمع أرض جدودنا والوطن جنوب سودان بنقول مبروك لشعب جنوب السودان بنقول مبروك لدولة جنوب السودان ارفع علمنا فوق السما يرفرق باسم شعبك جبارا يا وطن الجنوب. أنينا وراك يا وطن الغالي للأمم، أنينا وراك يا وطن الغالي للأمم، نفديك بدماء شهدانا يا الوطن، نفديك بدماء شهدانا يا الوطن. أنينا جاهزين نحمي الحدود للوطن الجنوب، أنينا جاهزين نحمي الحدود جنوب سودان بجيش الشعبي الوطن، أبينا وطن الجنوب. ما بنقدر نقسم الأرض أبينا وين بدم الجنوب. برانا ليك بدمانا يا وطن الحبيب، برانا ليك بدمانا يا وطن الحبيب. ويلا نفرح باستقلال جنوب سودان وكل العالم يسمع، أرض جنوبنا أرض جدودنا والوطن جنوب سودان. الله والوطن يا وطن، يا وطن الغالي جنوب سودان.
Thank you guys for watching, and your host for tonight is Madid Majak. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for coming, and thank you. So thank you for coming in. See you guys next time. We will let you know when the next show is. For that, take care. Make sure that wear your gloves, mask,
نقول مبروك لشعب جنوب السودان، نقول مبروك لدولة جنوب السودان، ارفع علمنا فوق السما يرفرف جنوب السودان باسم شعبك جبارا يا وطن الجنوب. أنينا وراك يا وطن الغالي للأمم، أنينا وراك يا وطن الغالي للأمم، نفديك بدماء شهدانا يا الوطن، نفديك بدماء شهدانا يا الوطن. أنينا جاهزين نحمي الحدود للوطن الجنوب، أنينا جاهزين نحمي الحدود جنوب سودان بجيش الشعبي الوطن، أبينا وطن الجنوب. ما بنقدر نقسم الأرض بينا وين بدم جنوبين. برانا ليك بدمانا يا وطن الحبيب، برانا ليك بدمانا يا وطن الحبيب. ويلا نفرح باستقلال.
Thank you guys. Have a good night. Madrid is locked out.